It's your second day at Star Heights Academy, and before Homeroom has even started, there's a lot on your mind. You might be thinking about today's classes, eager to talk to the new friends you've made, or hung up on how you might have done on your first test yesterday. But regardless of what's on your mind, things feel just as lively today as they did yesterday. And of course, we're going to be starting out in the classroom. Let me get us zoomed in here with our camera. But yeah. So, after the bell rings and Nightwalker takes roll, everyone's given a minute to chatter amongst themselves. Alex, you're still feeling guilty about everything that went down with Evan. You might be wondering what he's thinking and how he's feeling, but of course, since you sit on opposite sides of Homeroom, you haven't exactly had to confront that yet. After taking attendance, Nightwalker stands at the head of the class and addresses you all. Before we get into today's housekeeping, I'm sure you're all eager to see how you did on yesterday's series of tests. You can feel the tension in the room growing slightly. Some of you did better than others, and I am well aware that not all power sets are inclined to exceed on physical tests. Regardless, this was a necessary demonstration for you all. Tests such as the ones you participated in yesterday will quickly become the norm. Even if you cannot throw a shot put or run a mile at superhuman levels, you must train your body, as fieldwork can be grueling. Nightwalker pulls out his small remote and clicks it, turning down the lights of the classroom. With all of that said, based on your performance compared to your peers, this is your starting line. The blackboard buzzes to life, and after a moment, this chart is revealed to you. Here you guys are. So let's go over the leaderboard together. At the top, of course, we see some aces in the class, like Gabriel and Danielle, who scored very well on all of the tests yesterday. And Echo, you see yourself very close to the top up here.
Hey!
You scored crazy good on all of your tests. You're just shy of Danielle, very, very close to her. Both of you, of course, watching Gabriel at the peak. And then right behind you is Nelson. And, you know, you kind of glance over to him since he's, like, right beneath you in terms of scores. And you see that he seems excited that he's toward the top, but disappointed that he didn't make the top 3. Then, of course, we move down a bit, and Alex, you see yourself, you know, in the middle road of all of the class. And what's interesting is you have tied perfectly with Evan. And then the thought crosses your mind that your score from the final race yesterday was taken out. So who knows how high you would have scored if you got that last score of yours added. Something to think about.
What's the question?
Joey, you are right below Alex and Evan, perfectly tied with Robert. And once again, you know, Frog Boy. And as we get down towards the bottom, Lily and Terry, you guys are towards the bottom of the list. Not at the very bottom, as Olivia is, who basically scored as little as she could on every single physical test. But you're in the bottom 4th. And this might hit you guys in different ways. Maybe you don't mind because you know that, you know, other tests are coming. And maybe it kind of hits your pride a little bit. Who knows? But regardless, the classroom chatters amongst themselves about the placements presented, and after a moment, you get a beep on your digital handbook. The leaderboard will be available to view on your student handbooks, so you always have it as a reference. Whenever the leaderboard is updated, you will receive a notification, and your copy will change as such. For those of you at the top, great work. I expect you to keep up the momentum. As for those of you towards the bottom, do not lose hope. You all have potential, and there are many different tests ahead of you. If you stop trying now, you'll never climb higher.
Joey raises her hand.
He nods to you.
Yeah, what do the different colors mean?
That's a very good question. And he kind of expands the visual of the leaderboard a little bit, and you guys watch as it expands into multiple different windows showing different types of graphs, almost like comically so. Like there are moving circle graphs, pie charts, bar graphs, and such. But he begins explaining the different colors. Yesterday, you all participated in a series of tests. Most memorably were 3 very large tests that weighed heavily on your scores, as well as a lot of smaller examinations. Which, as I mentioned when we were doing the session last time, we kind of did the first 2, skipped a couple, and got to the race at the end. But he continues on, and he says, it may be easy to look at these colors and your scores from the various tests and think that these are directly correlated. However, these are not correlated to the tests as much as they are correlated to your personal skills and attributes. It's not so simple as speed, defense, and power, but it is roughly similar to such.
Joey kind of nods her head and
Kind
looks over where she's at again.
He looks over the classroom for if there are any additional questions.
Alex raises her hand.
He nods to you, Alex.
With everything that happened yesterday in the race, is there any way that Evan could get a higher score? Because it is kind of my fault that, everything happened.
When you say that, you might kind of glance to the side a bit, wondering what Evan is thinking. And he seemed to just sort of be casually looking over the leaderboard, but when you mention this, he gets sort of self-conscious. Like, he kind of gives you a look and then looks to Nightwalker and sort of, slumps in his seat a little bit. But Nightwalker doesn't really seem to be fazed by this request, as he says, yesterday's performances will be recorded as such. You all will get more points in the future on different examinations.
I just quietly nod and don't say anything else.
He nods to you and just says, depending on how you all take tests in the future, there will be consequences for your actions, and consequences are unavoidable. He looks over for any more questions. And when nobody pipes up, he nods, he raises his remote, and clicks on it once again. He turns off the blackboard and the lights in the room slowly return to their usual brightness. Now, on with housekeeping. We do not have any particular lessons today, as I will instead be providing this time to you for another purpose. By the beginning of next week, you all will begin participating in crime-fighting training courses. As such, we need to ensure that you're all properly prepared to use your powers to the fullest, and that you are equipped with protective gear. Going a step further, it's important to start thinking about your image. Various students around the classroom start whispering to each other at that. Yes, as some of you have guessed, the time has come to talk about hero costumes. A number of students get excited, chattering amongst themselves even louder. Nightwalker snaps his fingers, demanding everyone's attention quite efficiently. Today you will draft notes on what you need for your hero costumes and what designs you want. The Academy will provide the necessary materials and will use your notes, along with personal data in our systems, to build you a costume that will best suit your needs. There is no rush on this. I only ask that if you have a first draft for a hero costume in mind, that you turn it in before the weekend. Some of you may have costumes designed already, while others may not need or want a costume at all. Since you are required to wear protective gear for our curriculum, you will be provided a basic athletic uniform if you do not opt in to commissioning a costume. At any point during your time at Star Heights, feel free to alter your designs, chosen names, and your decision on whether or not you want a costume. This is entirely dictated by you, though all revisions and decisions will need to be taken up with the costume department directly, including requests for additional gear. Do not relentlessly pester them. In addition to brainstorming your costume concepts, I would advise you to start thinking of hero names that fit your intended persona. This may seem inconsequential, but we will discuss the importance of such in a later lesson. Talk amongst yourselves, but keep it productive. When the bell rings, you may go to first period. Nightwalker then sits back behind his desk, and you're given time to yourselves.
So we get to choose a new name? Joey kind of like is turning to Nelson.
Nelson nods excitedly and says, "Yes! A hero name! Your persona for the public that you're going out to save! It's quite exhilarating, isn't it?"
I guess so.
Don't you see?
Like
you get to
the name
create an
Joey.
image for yourself that shows the world who you really want to be, and who their hero and savior is.
Right. That's just in the name.
Well, yes, and also your costume, your persona. You get to build up a real image to rally people behind you and let them know that you're there. And he starts like rifling through papers that are in his bag and pulling out a bunch of already drafted documents.
Oh, wow.
Joey's like looking at her empty, lined notebook. Right. She like pulls out a little bag that has like 12 different colors of markers in it, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's everybody actually before I ask us to go around to see how people are reacting, Nicole and Kai specifically. You two know that you either have ideas for costumes, for one of you, and for the other, you have a costume that you've used for work before. But you might be able to benefit from drafting different designs and turning them into the school to get either an upgraded version of your past suit, or to get your very first suit that you've been wanting for a little while since you've been thinking about this. Leaving it vague, so, you guys know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so what's everybody thinking? We've got Joey here, just kind of trying to figure out like what this situation is even all about. Lily, how are you feeling? Just in general about what was talked about what he told you guys to speak on.
Since they showed the list, since she sits in the front of the class, it's not like super noticeable. But she's very pale and sweating and feels like she's gonna puke. Because she's never seen her name that low on any list before.
Okay. It seems like the students that are around you are thankfully either not paying enough attention to you, or just kind of don't care in general, so thankfully it does not seem like anybody's paying too much attention to your reaction with us.
Joey would care.
Before we get to if Joey reacts to that, Echo, what are you thinking right now?
Echo doesn't really care about a superhero outfit. He doesn't need one, so he's kind of scribbling something else on his book before he rips it out, folds it, and hands it to Nicole's character.
I take the piece of paper and I unfold it and look at what's inside.
It's writing where basically he's asking, "Are you okay?" And then there's like a really poorly drawn sad face. It can be assumed he's talking about yesterday.
She gives a little giggle looking at the frowny face, and then she scribbles back a note and hands it back to him.
He takes it and opens it.
It says, "I'm okay as I can be."
He kind of looks at her and gives her a small smile and a thumbs up.
I give a thumbs up back.
Aiden is just kind of like watching you guys do this since he doesn't have to draft anything for a costume, and he taps you on the shoulder, Echo, your shoulder getting wet.
He kind of pauses and he looks behind him.
He just kind of smiles and hands forward a crumpled, wet piece of paper.
He takes it. He kind of... Is it soggy enough that I can't make out the writing?
It's soggy enough that you can uncrumple it because he thankfully gave it to you quick enough, but when you open it, yeah, it's just a bunch of smeared nonsense.
He kind of looks back and kind of like gestures the note with like his brow raised as if confused.
He nods to you happily.
Echo looks at you, Nicole, is like, "Help." Like the face of "please help me."
I just kind of laugh and watch in bewilderment.
He looks to you two and he says, "You guys were giving each other gifts. I just wanted to give you guys some gifts too. Do you want one too, Alex?"
Sure, I'll take one.
Okay. And he very excitedly slaps his hand on the table and like crumples up a piece of paper with like a crayon being mashed into it, and then he hands it over to you by extending his limb across the way.
I hold out my hand for him to give it to me.
Yeah, you get a pile of paper and broken crayon, and you hear Nightwalker say, "Please do not make a mess in my homeroom." "Oh, sorry, sir." He slumps into his chair.
For sure. Echo gives a thumbs up, and he looks back at our very sweet water lad and goes, "Thanks, mate."
Yeah,
Alex looks at him and whispers thanks.
yeah, anytime. He's just very pleased. Terry, what are you thinking in general and about what's going on around you?
Oh, he's practicing drawing perfect circles with no help.
Okay.
It's all happening. He's not going to change costumes. He has a reason for it. He's thought it out. He knows what's going to happen. He knows the general perception, and now he's just like, well, time to practice drawing circles.
Okay.
Actually just wasting time. Quite blatantly as well. He's just kind of there.
Alright, cool.
He is pleased by the interaction he's seeing, though. It's like adorable, like the same way a bunny is adorable.
Going back towards the front, Joey, I want you to roll a Pierce the Mask for me on Daco, since you're the only one around Lily that might be paying attention. And I want to see if you can sort of gauge
Joey
how she's
also
feeling.
feels... Joey feels kind of anxious right now. Like, she really doesn't have any ideas in mind. She never thought that she'd have to, like, change herself in order to be herself, to help people. So she's kind of, like, trying to look at other people's notebooks and stuff like that. So what is it? Pierce the Mask is mundane?
Yes.
Oh, yikes.
Let me double check that. To Pierce the Mask, yes, it's mundane.
Incredible.
Okay, got a hit. You're looking over at Lily, got an 8, so you get to ask one question from the Pierce the Mask list, or a similar question. If you have the basic moves list open, then you should be able to see this, but if you need me to read them off, I can.
Where's the basic moves list? I'm sorry.
It's in the Rules and Mechanics chat, and it's pinned,
Okay,
so
good.
you'll find it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
It's the team moves, right?
No, it's on the first sheet of basic moves. And
Oh,
it's-
there it is. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. You rolled an 8, so you get
I
to
knew
ask
I
one
was
question.
missing a tab.
And now, of course, your question could just be, how are they feeling? But you might be looking for different information, so that
Yeah,
is a
I
good
feel
way
like
to interact.
I feel like how are they feeling is pretty accurate. I just
Okay. Then of course, as Daco said, you kind of get the feeling that she's, paying pretty heavy attention to the leaderboard rather than the costumes, which, now you're paying a little more attention to than the board. Not that you're not paying attention to it. And you're able to sort of feel that shared anxiety.
Yeah, and sitting up here, what I have noticed, the note passing taking place behind me.
I guess that depends on how quietly you guys were trying to do it, or if you were just doing it in general, because Nightwalker did say you guys can talk to each other.
He wasn't trying to be sneaky at all.
Okay, then you might have noticed eventually that there was a conversation and a lot of note passing, like, directly behind you.
Joey's gonna write a note.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
She's just gonna write a little note, and it's just gonna say, "Are you okay?" And I'm gonna pass it. Pass it on to Lily, and I'm kind of gonna reach and be like, "Hey."
Are you reaching directly to Lily, or are you passing it to someone else to pass to Lily?
No, I'm passing it to Lily.
Okay. Lily, do you respond?
I think it would probably take a few, whispers to get her attention.
Yeah.
To snap out of it, but she would just look down and be like, okay, and would take the piece of paper
And it
and
says,
read it.
Mm-hmm. It
Yeah, it
says, "Are
says-
you okay?"
Yeah. I'm fine.
Kind of like stressful, right?
What the hero costume stuff?
Yeah, and just the leaderboard.
Oh, leaderboard. It's nothing. Wasn't even thinking about it. More on the costume, which I'm not gonna partake in.
Oh, you're not gonna have a costume?
No, they all look kind of lame, and tacky, so I don't want to.
Robert is just kind of like sitting here, like listening now that you guys have started talking, and he just sort of pipes up and says, "Yeah, I'm not really gonna be big on a costume myself either, though I am interested in the fact that they're gonna make us wear these athletic uniforms he mentioned."
That's actually a good point. Hey, Nightwalker,
Yes.
what did the athletic outfits look like?
We've got a basic maroon and white design on it. It is a sort of... it is a pattern vaguely reminiscent of our school logo, which is not the logo of the campaign. It's kind of like a fancy SH in a fashion, but you can imagine lines of white on a maroon background in some way. It just kind of looks like a what's the word I'm looking
Like
for?
a PE uniform.
Kind of.
Tracks.
Yeah.
Sounds like a referee.
It kind of not like a referee. It kind of is like a tracksuit. Yeah.
But like in stripes.
Well, when I say stripes, it's like the S and the H from the school is kind of made into a sort of design on it. Like, think the My Hero like track uniforms. You know, the ones they wear, similar to that, but it's it's maroon and white instead, and not the exact ones. But you get what I mean. You get what I mean.
If Joey could sweat, there would be a sweat drop on her forehead.
Nightwalker.
So it's just like a tracksuit. I'm not gonna have to wear like a helmet or something.
You will get the required protective gear.
Okay, is it a helmet? Is the helmet included?
He kind of looks around, and just sort of like adjusts his mask a bit with a little bit of a sigh and says, "We have a lot of students this year that will not be requiring the basic tracksuit, but with the tracksuit there will be adequate headgear, but it's not quite as simple as a helmet. It is.
I'm probably not gonna wear it.
You will have to wear it.
If
There
it's
is
a
no
helmet, I'm
question
not gonna
about
wear it.
this.
Okay, could I just order a hero outfit that's that outfit but without the helmet?
No,
Why not?
because we need to make sure you're protecting your head during these tests.
Okay, but
Unless
if
your
other people
powers
aren't wearing
protect your
helmets,
head on their own.
They do.
They don't.
Echo's trying not to lose it in the back. He's just holding his mouth, just trying not to crack.
If you want to talk to the costume department, you may.
I'm sorry, but do I have to wear all this?
Do you say that in regard to the tracksuit?
Yeah, I'm like looking at the teacher right now.
He looks over you, and obviously, with your robotic build and the fact that you don't
I am
wear
a
clothes.
robot.
Yeah. He looks over you and gives you a nod and says, you are one of the students that would be quite awkward to try and make you wear a standard uniform, but thankfully your body is naturally protective.
Cool.
He looks to the back and says, that goes for you as well, Aiden. And he goes, oh, thank goodness. I didn't know how I was going to wear pants.
Echo pauses. He's like, "You've tried to wear pants."
I wanted to see what they'd be like. It wasn't very good.
How did it go?
Not good.
He has like a sympathetic face as he just looks back at his notebook.
Nightwalker goes back to typing on his computer.
Joey is like looking at everybody in class right now for a second, and she's like looking at everybody wearing clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "Am I naked?"
Robert looks over at you and pats you on the shoulder and just kind of gives you a little bit of a nod. Not in like, yeah, you're naked, but just kind of
He
like,
knows. He
yeah,
knows.
yeah. He's like, I feel you. Also, his art doesn't show it, but Robert is wearing like shorts. He's just wearing like track shorts.
I'm glad he's not naked.
Completely understand.
He just gives a sympathetic nod. It's like, yeah, we share this weirdness about us.
Your clothes?
I'm sorry. Nicole, were you about to say something?
No,
Okay.
I'm just making a funny comment.
Okay. Go on, Chloe.
I want to wear clothes.
Uh,
I mean, not real clothes. I mean, if I wore that type of stuff, it would probably just break every time that I transformed. But
have you ever thought about getting a paint job?
no. But I kind of do really like the color yellow.
Oh.
So I wonder if it is possible.
Well, hey, go to a near car shop and get a paint job. I mean, you could kind of wear whatever you want or look whatever you want, which is pretty cool. You could get flames or like lightning bolts or something. Those have yellow in them.
She's like looking at the empty journal and like starts picking up markers like enthusiastically for a second here.
When he sees you enthusiastically, kind of starting to get to it, Robert smiles. He finds this endearing.
You think that I could just wear it all the time?
What do you mean? The paint job?
The clothes. If I had clothes.
Oh, I think you're probably right that if you transform, you'll probably break whatever clothes you wear, unless they, like, transform with you. I'm sure they have clothes like that. I'm not really an expert. Nelson, like, slams his hand on his desk. Nightwalker very quickly responding, quiet, and Nelson kind of pipes down a little bit, but excitedly is like, they do have clothes for shapeshifters.
Clothes that change with me.
Are you writing that down, or are you just saying that?
She's saying it as she's, like, crazily starting to draw something.
Nelson
she's
and
like
Robert
using
just sort of
she's
nod to
using
each other.
both her hands, like she's ambidextrous and she's just drawing something.
Nice. Okay. Does anybody else have anything, any interactions they want to do in this scene?
Echo's gonna do one thing.
Okay.
Because Nightwalker's wearing a mask, right?
Yes.
He's gonna just casually, yes, laugh at me, Deco. Pull down his goggles, and he's gonna go to see if he can tell what the mask is made out of.
Yeah. You pull down your goggles, and which mode of your goggles are you using?
The zoom enhance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you zoom and enhance, and it just seems like a really old wooden mask.
You can't see his eyes under it, can you?
No, you do just see those sort of glowing orbs.
That's terrifying.
After a moment, you don't see any physical change, but you feel like he's looking at you.
Echo, like, immediately on, like, getting that feeling, that, like, spine sensation running down his spine, he immediately looks down to his notebook and, like, rubs the side of his head.
All right. Anyone else?
I think I'm good.
Okay. Well, after a little while, the bell rings, and you are moved along to first period, which today is biology.
Oh, no, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Okay, so, after going to your lockers and moving through the halls, you find your way to the biology lab. In a moment, class is going to get started. Where do you want to sit?
Oh, that's a good
You have
question.
to choose lab partners.
I'm gonna,
you guys took your places so fast. God damn it.
I had to.
Yeah, you find your way over to the girls, and they greet you very happily.
I'll come over here.
Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna sit next to Danny.
Okay.
Alone.
Priscilla.
Priscilla seems very happy about the fact that nobody sat with her. But yeah, so moving up through the classroom. Actually, we'll move from the back first. Terry, you make your way all the way to the back and sit down next to Lawrence here, who gives you the face and his token, and he's like, "What are you doing back here?"
Sitting.
Why here? Go sit over there with Priscilla.
No. Here is fine. I do not wish to be in her presence.
He kind of looks over to
I
Evan.
hear that.
Lawrence kind of looks to Evan, and Evan is just like kind of, messing with his phone, and just kind of doesn't seem bothered by you being here. But Lawrence seems exceedingly bothered by the fact that you guys are on either side of him, and he just sort of shrinks down in his chair, trying to cover his face with his hat.
Dude, Harry knows this would happen. That's why he did it. Fear is fantastic.
Yeah, God, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Lily, after you comment to Terry, after being greeted by the girls, you kind of see that that Triffany is getting her stuff together, and she just sort of seems eager to be sitting with you two, and Olivia is just sort of keeping quiet and to herself with a single notebook in front of her, which the notebook seems to be, like, really fucked up. Like, it looks like it was dragged through the dirt and then burned.
What?
Olivia, what's up with your notebook?
I'm just using a really old one. I need to get a new one. I have to, I just need to get a new one.
Okay.
And she kind of, after you say that, she just kind of puts it away and seems embarrassed.
No, I mean, you could use it. I was just curious. It just seemed like it went through hell. I was just curious.
Oh, yeah. That kind of just happens. She kind of just puts it back on the desk, seemingly begrudgingly.
You'll forget that, though. Girls. Are
Yeah?
either of you getting costumes?
Olivia just sort of, like, shakes her head a little bit with her shoulders kind of tensed up, and she just says, I can't really wear anything else other than this. And Triffany just sort of pipes up and says, "Oh, I would love to have a costume someday, but right now, I am not quite sure what I want. But I am excited about the school tracksuits, so I am going to be happy with that."
But if they give us a helmet, we can't wear it. We have to stand together on that.
I do wonder if I could wear a helmet.
They
She
can't
says
take us
with
all
her-
down for not wearing the helmet.
her little antenna, like, kind of bounce around a little bit. And Olivia, as you're, like, saying, like, we need to have a pact to not wear the helmets, Olivia just sort of feels her head and she's like, I think I need a helmet. I hit my head a lot.
No, you'll be fine, Olivia.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
Helmets are last season. No one wears helmets anymore.
Triffany kind of tilts her head and she says, didn't Mr. Nightwalker say they might not be helmets?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If they're helmets, I'm not wearing them.
Oh, I do see. You are quite perceptive, yes.
Like, if they're gonna fuck with my hair, I'm not doing that.
Oh, your hair is very pretty, by the way.
Oh my god, thank you, Triffany. Your hair looks great, too.
Oh, thank you very much. And you guys kind of, you guys are, what am I looking for? I was gonna say geek out. That's not accurate. You guys are just talking about your hair, and Olivia just kind of, like, feels her short, like, really poorly cut hair as you guys are talking about it. We move up to Echo. You're sitting next to Nelson and Evan. Nelson, who is, like, studiously looking over the syllabus for this class, like, almost as if he's trying to memorize it, and Evan is just sort of leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head.
Echo looks over to Nelson's like, so what can we expect?
In terms of today or the entire semester?
The entire semester, let's hear it quickly. You got 5 sentences to say it. Go.
He does start spouting a bunch of lessons at you, talking about the different kinds of kind of specific biology you're going to be learning. It does seem like you're going to be starting with basic biology and then moving into some of the more superhuman or meta biology topics.
Oh, wait. Thank you, Nelson, my friend, and he pats his shoulder.
Of course! When you pat his shoulder, he raises a hand and very stiffly pats your back.
Echo's not that, like, strong, so he's kind of getting, like, pushed forward with his chairs, like, getting pushed forward with each back pat. So he kind of grunts, but he looks over to Evan, how is Evan doing after yesterday?
Evan just kind of seems, like, aloof at the moment. He's just sort of not paying attention.
Echo,
You do see that there are bandages around his head where he hit it on the ground.
Echo kind of looks over and kind of waves to him. He's like, "You okay, mate?"
Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm doing all right. What about you? Hey, by the way, congratulations! You're like at the top of the class, dude.
Echo kind of like blushes and rubs the back of his head. He's like, it's nothing. I just, competition, and I'm used to jumping around a lot.
Nelson turns to you and says, "Yes, you did very good yesterday. I aspire to be at the place that you're in currently. Yes, you're going to be good competition." And he breaks a pencil in his hand.
Nelson, you're one below me.
Yes, I am in the top fourth. That is a good way to look at it, but I must be at the top of the class. And he pulls out a new pencil and starts writing stuff down.
Echo looks at Evan like, did you just break a pencil?
Evan just sort of shrugs, like, I don't know.
Okay. And Echo kind of goes down and looks at the sink in front of him.
Moving on over, Joey, you sit down with Robert and Aiden over here, who just sort of seem to be chatting to each other, and when you sit down, they both greet you very warmly.
Thanks. Oh, actually, do you think one of you guys could swap places with me? I don't know if I'll be much use if I'm the one man in the sink.
Do you think you'll be much more use if you're right next to Aiden? No offense.
Joey's like looking around the class for a second, like, this place is a death trap.
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Do you still want to swap places?
I'm okay. I'll stay here.
I promise I won't do anything to hurt you.
I trust you, Aiden. It's not you. I'm just kind of clumsy anyway, so...
Oh, okay. That's okay. And he just sort of looks down, disappointed.
So you guys know what we're doing? Our teacher looks kind of cool.
Yeah, you look over, and you notice that this is actually a person that Nelson told you a little bit about during lunch yesterday. This is Chrysalis, seemingly a newer teacher here. Before we move on too much farther, though, Nicole, you walk on over here and sit down. Well, not sit down. You guys are kind of... Well, yeah, no. You guys are sitting behind the desks as of now. You can tell you'll probably have to stand up and move around later, given this is a science lab. But you move over, you sit down, and you're sitting next to Danny, who seems like one of the cooler kids in class, and Maya, who seems like, somebody that probably wouldn't be as cool or socially forward. But they're just kind of sitting together, chilling out.
Yeah, I come over and I just kind of sit down quietly, wait for them to say something, because I'm kind of intimidated by Danny's coolness and by was it Maya?
Yeah.
Her intimidating aura.
Yeah, you sit down with these two, and Maya doesn't look at you, but all of the snakes on her head do. But in front of her, Danny just sort of looks at you and is like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Hey, not much. You did really awesome on the test yesterday, by the way.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was bound to happen. But you did pretty good too. Sucks about what happened with Crazy Hair Kid, though.
Yeah.
You talked to him yet, or you just kind of staying away from that?
I'll let him come to me if he wants to talk.
Oh, damn. All right. She just kind of looks down at her phone after you say that, kind of being like, all right, dang, some respect about that one. And she looks down at her phone and starts messing with it. But yeah, after everybody's seated, Chrysalis stands up and starts taking roll. before introducing herself to you. Once again, this is Chrysalis. She is a small-time support hero who focused a lot of her career on environmental projects. Let me actually share her with you guys. She's a relatively new teacher at the academy and seems very excited to be here for you guys. She gives big new teacher energy. But she starts speaking up again after her introduction. Since it's our first day in class, I wanted to start off with something kind of fun. So you guys will be getting into chemistry next semester, but we're going to dip into it a little bit today because we're going to be making slime. There are various responses throughout the classroom at that. Some people are like, oh, okay, we just get to make slime, and other people that are like, really? But she continues and says, under your desks, you'll find a few labeled vials and a sheet of instructions on how to make the slime. Work together with the others at your station to make your slime. I'll walk around the room every so often, so if you have any questions, please raise your hand and I'll come right over. Everyone starts pulling out the ingredients and looking over the instructions, and you guys note that there are some spots where it seems like you can use a variety of methods to make the slime. And somebody raises a hand and asks about this. Oh, feel free to mess with the ingredients a little bit, as stated in the instructions. Depending on what you put in it, it could change color, get stickier, a whole host of things could happen with our ingredients. Just play around with it and make the slime your own. And then Chrysalis giggles to herself, pleased with her icebreaker. And you guys are given apparently about like 20 to 30 minutes to work together and make your slime as everyone gets to work mixing their ingredients together to their heart's content. Don't worry, I'm not actually making you guys make slime. But yeah, you guys are given some time to work with the other people at your tables and get your slime together. Yeah, go on.
This is gonna sound so dumb, but you said that and I was like, my random procrastination video watching of slime review videos has just like paid off suddenly.
Oh my
I
god.
was like, I'm making cloud slime.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
The softest slime.
you get into this, and Joey, you've got big connection to internet in your head, and you're just very eager in general to make slime because this is a normal kid activity. So you're very eager about it, and Robert just sort of like goes along with it, and when you get really excited and sort of start like finding a method, and you're like, okay, we gotta do this and this, and we're gonna get this, Aiden gets super excited and is like, oh, this is gonna be so cool. So it seems like everybody at your table's working together pretty well on this.
I like raise my hand real fast.
Oh, yes?
Do you have any, like glitter?
Oh, yes. In one of the jars beneath your station, you should have some, but if it's not down there, kind of deep beneath the sink, I can go grab some for you.
Oh, let me check.
Is it down there?
Yeah, it's down there.
Okay, cool. I like just take it and I'm like, because I imagine if the slime is like near done, I'm like, watch this, and I just like put it in and I start folding it basically, and then as you like pull the slime, now the slime is glittery.
Yeah, you start molding this glittery slime together, and Chrysalis is giggling as you do it, very pleased by your enthusiasm. Echo, how are you guys working on this? You see that when instructions are pulled out by Nelson, he very quickly gets to work, like basically going by the book as he can, while Evan doesn't really seem to be helping that much and just sort of watching Nelson go.
Echo's gonna pretend to he's curious to see how the slime will react to something like the extreme cold. So he's gonna like pretend to like pour a little bit into the sink in front of him, because I assume the sink is fairly deep.
Yeah.
And he's gonna make a small what are we making this slime in?
What do you mean?
Like, are we making it do we have like little vials we can put it in?
Yeah, you've got like little vials, beakers, glass canisters, and the like. Just kind of, whatever stuff you would normally find in a biology lab in terms of glass containers, you've kind of got access to it all. And if you need anything else, you know that there are cabinets at the back you could grab more stuff from.
I just want to say mixing slime is like mixing batter in a big bowl, and then you can just like distribute it into different bottles to give it different colors and stuff.
I've never made slime, so I wouldn't know, but it sounds like fun. Regardless, Echo's gonna check to see if Nelson's not paying attention to him, because he knows he's gonna rat him out. Is Nelson not paying attention to him?
Nelson is just he's kind of going about this as if he's your guys' teacher and is teaching you how to do this as he's like going through the instructions. So it seems like he's paying attention to you, but like not enough that he's like watching you, you know?
Okay. Echo's gonna go to actually let me roll for something. Hold up.
Okay. What are you rolling for?
My own sanity.
Okay.
Easy.
Roll
Easy
mundane for me?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. All right.
Monday. Echo's gonna sigh. He's gonna do the good kid thing, and he's gonna raise his hand.
Yes?
Was that Nelson or the teacher?
No, that was you. Or sorry, that was you. No, Nelson said that to you. He says yes?
Oh, sorry, mate, not you. And he pats his shoulder, Nelson's shoulder. He hey, teach, and he kind of waves to him.
Oh, yes?
I was curious how the slime would react to cold temperatures. Can I just... And he kind of makes like a circle with his finger as if to indicate he assumes she knows what he can do.
She kind of tilts her head a bit, and she then perks up after a second and, like, very quickly and sort of clumsily pulls out her own sort of iPad sort of thing. It seems different from your digital handbooks, much more similar to what Nightwalker had in the classroom. And she sort of, like, you know, scrolls through it and reads it for a second and says, "Oh, yes, but it has to be very, very small, and I won't tell a soul, okay?"
Okay, thank you. And he kind of gives like 2 thumbs up, and he just shows her what he's gonna do. And he basically, with his finger, he draws a little circle about the size of the beaker, taps it, and it makes a portal to the ice realm. And he just gently puts the slime into it, so it kind of sits like on like a stand.
Okay. Yeah,
and he lets it kind of...
she seems pleased by your experimental nature, and just sort of like gives you a little clap and says, "I'm very curious how it comes out."
I am too. I'll let you know.
Alex, you guys are back here, and you end up being the one that has to take out the instructions because Danny doesn't seem like super keen on jumping on it, and Maya is just completely like absent. She's not even paying attention.
Yeah, so I get out the instructions and I ask, so should we split up how we do this?
Oh, and this is Danny responding. Maya just is not paying any attention at all. Danny sort of looks over her shoulder at Maya and is like, "Yeah, give me a sec." And she sort of grabs some of the ingredients, kind of glances over the instructions a bit over your shoulder, and she shoves some of them towards Maya and is like, "All right, you're doing step 3. I'll work on step 2. Alex, when you're done, you just kind of hand it to us and we'll go down the line, all right?"
Sounds good.
And Maya just sort of like glares at you two, and Danny gives her a look back. And Maya begrudgingly starts getting to work as all of her snakes start stirring together a few different ingredients. Lily, when you're as you're sitting up here with the girls, it seemed like Olivia was sort of like working on lifting and getting all of the ingredients out on the table while Triffany is looking over the instructions and just sort of like sharing it with you as she's like, "Oh my, we are making slime? That sounds most delicious."
Oh man, yeah, it does sound delicious, doesn't it, Triff?
"Oh boy, I do wonder what flavor it will be. Perhaps Bombardier Beetle?"
Lily like leans forward to look at Olivia, kind of like Lily thinks this sounds funny and wonders if they should let Triffany try to eat the slime.
Olivia looks at you, and just kind of is like, kind of looks around, gestures to herself like, "Are you looking at me?"
Yeah, sure, Triff. I'm sure it'll be delicious.
"Oh boy." And she's sort of, she's just sort of reading over the ingredients again, nodding to herself. And as you guys are talking about this, Chrysalis steps over and says, "Please do not eat the slime. I'm not quite sure if it would fit with your diet, Triffany. She goes, oh, that is disappointing. Then, what is slime for? And she looks to you, Lily.
I was on the same boat with you, Trip. I thought it was supposed to eat it.
Chrysalis just sort of giggles at that and says, oh, you girls be careful now, but no, it is not for eating. It's just sort of something to be cool to look at, you know? And Triffany just sort of tilts her head, wondering about that as Chrysalis moves on to this back table. Terry, back here,
Yep.
Much like Alex's table, Gabe has not pulled anything out, Lawrence has not pulled anything out. Have you pulled out anything?
Oh yeah, he's doing it. He's
Okay.
making the slime.
Yeah, Chrysalis comes over and looks at just you making the slime and both of your teammates. Like, Gabe seems to be not helping, but like, almost like he's just sort of not really realized it's begun.
He doesn't even know where he is.
Yeah, and Lawrence is very adamantly, like, not looking at you and not paying attention to you. And Chrysalis taps on the table and says, Lawrence? Yeah. Could you please help Terry here? You too, Gabriel. And Gabriel just sort of gives a level look at her and just sort of looks away again. And she sighs and says, you're doing a very good job, Terry.
Oh, thank you.
She nods and says, what kind of slime are you trying to make?
Oh, just something normal. I would like to experiment on it further with my powers, but I'd
Oh.
rather not do that here.
Let me look. She kind of pulls out her pad again, scrolls through it, seems to find you and reads. She's like, oh, yes, maybe experimentation with that at a later time would be better. But if you do end up doing that, please let me know how that goes.
I will.
And she nods to you happily and moves along to Priscilla, who she notices is alone and not doing anything, so she moves over to, like, try to help her get started. Meanwhile, Lawrence just kind of groans and comes over to you and is like, alright, what are we doing? We're making slime?
Who's saying that?
Lawrence is saying that to Terry.
Okay.
We're making slime. What are we doing? Kai?
Yep.
Lawrence is talking to you, or are you just not answering him?
Sorry. What did you say? I was on a tangent.
He walked over to you, or not walked over, he sort of groaned and then scooted closer and was like, alright, we're making slime. What are we doing?
Yeah, just following the rules.
Sort of looks over and is like for what though? Like, it's just gonna be a sloppy mess. Like, there's, I mean, I guess it could look kind of cool maybe, but
Oh, I intend on taking it after I'm done. I have plans.
Hey, could you split up what you have? Maybe give me like half in a cup.
Sure. He'd find a beaker here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd just kind of like pour half of what he had in like a little bowl he was using into the beaker and then slide it over.
He picks it up and gives a little finger gun to you. He's like, thanks. You both start like stirring away. And minutes pass, of course, as all of this is going on, and you're all getting pretty close to being done with your slime. And you kind of get done with your very normal slime, Terry, and you're wondering, like, all right, I wonder how my powers would work with this, if that would do anything. But you kind of hear some cackling next to you, and you look over as Lawrence has opened his dark magic book with, like, a black aura sort of rising from it, and he's, like, sprinkling this weird kind of ash into his slime.
Yeah, Lawrence does not read like safety and or danger like things in his book.
No.
This dude ignores warning symbols 100%.
Yeah, you can't really read what the pages in his book say, but you can tell that there are a lot of labels that are very clearly like, this is dangerous. Whatever he's doing. What do you do, Kai? Do you do anything?
Thinking. What would Harry do? Nah, he doesn't want anything bad to happen. He'd kind of like look at Lawrence and go, is that safe?
Oh yeah, totally safe, dude. Look, watch this. It's gonna be so cool when it's done. And he kind of pulls out a little sack, and he opens it up, and he drops like a few teeth into his hand and drops them into the vial of slime. Stirs it up a bit, and you see that he's got it on like a little stand with an open flame under it, as you do in science and chemistry, in order to heat it up. And black smoke starts rising from the slime.
Will anyone be able to notice this smoke just starting to rise in the corner of class?
Yeah. So
while we're doing a project that does not involve fire?
Yeah, Olivia at Lily's table. You notice that Olivia gets more skittish than usual as she's looking at the table behind you. So it catches your eye. Echo, you just sort of notice because Spark kind of pings you that something's off in the area. When you start looking over, of course, it draws Nelson's attention. Joey and Alex, you both just sort of pick up on this. But yeah, as this smoke is starting to rise, Nelson is just like, is something on fire? And of course, Lawrence just sort of responds like, hey, shh, it's not a big deal. Look, listen, you guys are gonna dig this. It's gonna be so cool when it's done. And it's actually almost, I just need... And he reaches over towards your head, Terry, to try and tear out a little bit of your hair.
He, actually, vaults to the left, even if that means falling out of his chair.
Let's see. Yeah, you kind of, fall out of the way and onto the ground, which draws Chrysalis's attention, and she goes, Oh, are you okay, Terry? And at this, while she's distracted, Lawrence just kind of shrugs, yanks out a little bit of his own hair, drops it in the vial, and stirs it around with a cackle before it seemingly explodes in his face. And you see the vial on his table start to shake wildly before a big glob of fleshy slop flies up towards the ceiling and splats against it. And that, everyone in the classroom looks over at Lawrence as he's cackling like a madman and saying, yes, it's alive! Alive! And it just sort of falls to the ground, grows these little limbs, and starts crawling around. How do you guys react to this?
Lily starts backing up because it's a slimy little monster and she doesn't want to get that on her.
Yeah, Triffany is backing up with you, Olivia in the corner, which seems to make her more panicked. Gabriel is just looking at it deadpan. Terry, Chrysalis helps you up, and Chrysalis says, oh, that's not what this slime is supposed to be. What did you two do to your slime? And she sort of looks that you guys have different slime vials, and is sort of starting to put it together. But then the slime jumps across the table at what you guys had set up and starts knocking all of it over, including a bunch of random ingredients that spill onto it.
Come on! Triffany was gonna eat that!
Triffany says, I really wanted to! Very quickly. More of the slime starts coming alive and jumping around the classroom wildly. One of them actually jumps on your head, Echo, and then jumps from you over to Joey's head and over here. And after a couple of seconds, it passes you by really quickly with these things jumping around the room and seemingly multiplying, very soon the whole classroom is filled with these fleshy, slimy little beasts that you're not quite able to tell what they are. They just kind of seem like weird little science experiments rather than demons, at least. But as one jumps into the center of the classroom and knocks over some stuff that's in the cabinets here, you see more of them appearing on the ground around Chrysalis, who backs up and is like, oh, they're gonna be so mad at me.
Oh no.
So, we're entering combat as a team, everybody. So, real quick, we're gonna do a fun little thing here. I want everyone to private message me on Discord and say, out of your 5 characters, who do you actually, out of everyone in the classroom, to make it a little more fair and you have more options, out of everyone in the classroom, who do you think is the leader of this combat encounter?
Oh dear.
Okay, I've got 2 answers. Okay. And I'm just waiting for Kai. There we go. Alright, let's see. Okay, you all answered somebody different. Each one of you. Let's see. So, at the beginning of every session, you guys get a shared single team point in the pool, and when you enter into battle against a foe as a team, we add 2 more, so you have 3 team points. Since you guys did not share a leader, you do not add or subtract any more points. So, you guys have 3 team points that you're allowed to spend on a team move, which in this context is basically going to mean that if someone else is doing something, you can assist them and add one of your team points to their roll, even after they've rolled it. So, like, if somebody misses or gets a partial hit, and you're like, oh, I want to help them make this succeed, you can add a point out of your pool in order to make their roll better. But you're all sharing from the same pool of 3, so once 3 points are used, that's it. But we're going to start out here with Terry. You're closest to the eye of the storm. What do you do as these little gremlins are surrounding you, Lily, and Chrysalis here?
Well, he's still on. Did he get helped up by a teacher
Yes,
here, or is he
yes.
still on the ground? Okay, he's just gonna punt it. He's gonna punt this one. Try and kick it.
All right. Roll for me to directly engage a threat. So you're going to be rolling plus danger.
Plus danger. So just roll my danger thing.
Yeah, there's the little button next to danger on your little character sheet.
Situational bonus or penalties is 0, I assume.
Yep. Okay. You're ready to destroy this thing. So from the directly engage a threat list, you can pick 2. You definitely hit this thing, but you're trading blows with it by default. You get to pick 2 of these options. You can either resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity for your allies, or impress, surprise, or frighten people.
Well, he's gonna create an opportunity for the teacher to do something.
Okay. And I assume you also want to avoid any blows they give, since you give 2 options.
Not gonna.
Okay.
Awful looking.
So yeah, you punt this one directly in front of you, and without even using your powers, it seems like your kick is able to cleave right through it and destroy it, which actually scatters and opens up this area a bit as these monsters jump back and spread out. And at this opportunity, Chrysalis raises her hands, and little valves across her arms open up as a swarm of bugs fly out and start coating these 3 creatures in the middle of the room, seemingly starting to take care of them. Lily, what do you do now that the whole classroom is full of monsters?
Looks like me and the girls are kind of in the thick of it, and that doesn't seem good for me. So I'm just gonna try to get my ghosts to like pick the 3 of us up and move us at least to the front of the class so we're not surrounded by them.
Okay.
Like get them to just carry us along.
Okay. At that, I'll have you roll Freak for me to unleash your powers.
It wouldn't be commanding my spirits.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right.
Baba Booey. Because this is my funny new move thing.
Yeah, your custom move, we got you.
Baba Booey.
Yeah, listen up, spirits. Alright, so yeah, at that, you command your spirits. You gave them a stern talking to after yesterday. And especially, like, you kind of went to the bathroom earlier. You were like, alright, shitheads, listen up. We're at the bottom of the class almost. So the ghosts very quickly pick all 3 of you up and float you basically, over everyone's heads into the front of the classroom, which, as this is happening, Olivia is freaking the hell out, and Triffany
Lily
is...
would say something beforehand to, like, warn them. Like she would just say, "I'm gonna just move us a bit, girls. This seems ungood."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do that, and Olivia still freaks the fuck out. But
Okay.
Triffidy is just sort of clapping, like, "Ooh, your powers are so wonderful!" As you guys get dropped at the front of the classroom. Echo, what do you do?
I'm gonna do. Echo's gonna look around, notice all these things. He's gonna be like, "Oh, what can I do? What can I do?" And then he realizes and he snaps, and he kind of flicks his earring and goes, "Sparkmate, we're gonna need the dog." And he's gonna go. I'm gonna do. I hate calling the cavalry.
All right. So what do you have to do for that again?
When you call, I need to roll superior on a hit. Someone shows up to lend you a hand.
Mm-hmm.
On the 7 to 9, they're dragging in their own problems. On a miss, it can go horrible.
Yeah. All right. Roll us that roll if you could.
The one time I actually needed to go good. Here, yes. All right.
Okay. Imagine not getting a full hit. Good
All
enough.
right. So on a partial hit, remind me what it's doing again.
It just says on a hit, someone shows up to lend you a hand. On the 7 to 9, they're dragging their own problem.
Okay. Cool. Give me a sec. Where are you opening up this portal at, and in what direction?
He's going to open it up here.
Okay, and like down the way, like towards your teacher.
Yeah. He's basically gonna be like, "Hey, Spark, get the dog. Let's eat some of these."
Okay. Yeah. You do that. You open up a white portal. And you open it right up, and you summon in your funny little creature. And everyone around the classroom's able to see this like ice dog essentially come out. This clearly extra-dimensional being, but it jumps out of the portal and rushes forward. Very quickly, like stepping on and destroying this puddle of monster as the bugs scatter. And then you hear a rumbling, and you look over at your portal, and an avalanche rushes through it, filling the classroom with snow. At that, of course, Chrysalis gets knocked forward and hits into the cabinets here and slumps on the ground as her bugs disperse and start flying towards the top of the classroom to get away from the snow.
So I guess it says marker condition, so I'm gonna assume we're gonna go with guilty.
Okay, yeah.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
But yeah, you have got a dog on the field. Joey, you're in the middle of the classroom, you're watching all this chaos in front of you. What do you want to do?
First, do I have to dodge any of this type of snow?
I'm gonna say that you were not in the direct line of fire of that snow.
Okay, good.
But you guys do notice that through this portal, as much as the snow is not flowing through anymore, there is a harsh wind blowing away from that open portal, which, Echo, you'll have to close here in a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'd like to assess the situation.
Alright, go for it.
The question I have two different questions, like a backup question.
Let's roll first, and then we'll ask questions after.
Okay, cool.
Everyone just took my luck.
Oh god, you're right. Okay, so, full hit on assessing the situation. So you get to ask 2 questions from that list. So what do you want to know?
Yeah.
And ask me one at a time.
Yeah. The one that's not on the list that I'm like wondering if it's an okay question, because Joey knows about this slime, and slime dissolves in water. So I want to assess whether or not using, because we all have sinks at our aid here, if we could just like all splash like a significant amount of water on these and dissolve them like you would normal slime.
Given your full hit, yeah, you also have snow now. Given your full hit, you do know that since these guys are mostly made of slime, regardless of the magical influence bringing them to life, their body should still be salutable.
Awesome. And then my second question is, who is most vulnerable in the room? Like, who looks like they're actually having a bad time and don't want to handle this? Like, you know?
I'll give you two answers. The first answer is Chrysalis, as she was seemingly knocked half-conscious by the sudden avalanche that slammed into her back.
Okay.
In terms of the conscious students, it seems like Olivia is having a real bad time. Even though Lily pulled her out of harm's way, it seems like she is just panicking at any kind of conflict that's going on.
Okay. Got it.
Alright, Alex, you see the madness opening before you. An avalanche opens up that just barely misses you as this dog leaps right in front of you, slamming on the ground and destroying the slime. And thankfully, you know that your friend is able to open up portals, or you might think that this thing was here to attack you. So what do you want to do?
You're muted.
Nicole, you're muted.
Oh no.
Sorry, I was eating chips. I was talking and I forgot that I was muted.
Okay.
So I have a few different things that I can do with my powers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if it's possible for me to kind of like pick up some of them and kind of carry them and like dunk them in the snow.
Okay. Yeah, you feel like that's something you could probably do, but you're gonna have to unleash your powers to see just how well that goes and how much you manage to control it.
Okay. So would I roll...
To unleash your
Freak?
powers, you'll be rolling Freak.
Okay.
Okay, a 9. To unleash your powers... okay, so... You're able to use your powers as intended, but you have to either mark a condition, or I will tell you how it's unstable or temporary. Which one do you want to choose?
What was the second option?
You can either mark a condition, or I am going to decide how this effect is unstable or temporary.
I already have a condition marked, so I'm gonna go for the unstable or temporary.
Okay. Yeah, where's the gravity field you want to be affecting, like the general area?
I'm gonna try to get all these guys here.
Makes
I don't know
sense.
if you can see where I'm tapping.
Yeah.
Because they're right near where the snow came out.
Okay. And how is this movement? Are you, like, grabbing them, lifting them in the air, and pulling them towards the snow, or are you kind of pulling them all in towards the portal together?
I guess I'm kind of pulling them in towards the snow, like maybe I decrease gravity on them so they float first, and then I make the center of gravity in that area the snow.
Okay. So yeah, you do that. That area, you guys watch as a group of these slimy monsters float into the air, and then slam down more towards the snow pile directly outside of the portal. And you're like, okay, good. You know, I was able to do that and not like destroy anything. But these guys, after being dunked into a pile of snow, start crawling out, and they kind of seem to be melting a little bit. But it does not seem like you fully destroyed them. And as such as well, it does not seem like, you know, after you did your move, you kind of lost grip of them, and you're not able to, like, hold them under the snow like you're drowning them or something. You just kind of dropped them in and then lost your grip. But you do that, and Joey, after you assess the situation, and you additionally get to see now that these guys are kind of melting in the snow a little bit, you know, you call over to Aiden, and you're like, yeah, what do you say to Aiden?
Yeah, I want to just be like, Eden, get over here. You can do this. Just knock everything off. You're made of water. They'll totally dissolve.
Okay. And he raises his arms into the air and spirals upwards, and you guys see as he gets like twice as tall as normal, because, you know, he can just extend his body at will. And he slams his hands on both counters to either side of him in order to lift himself up, seemingly ready to fly over Robert, but in the process, his arms just sort of absorb and dissolve two of these random monsters as he starts moving towards you, Joey, and like slithering through the air, leaving two in the back here, which at first you're concerned about, but then you remember you all have superpowers as Robert over here just sort of jumps up and kicks this monster back into the corner, and it splats against the wall. and Maya's snake hair just descends on this creature in front of her and tears it into tiny pieces. And it just kind of splats onto the table. It seems like it's wanting to sort of bring itself back together after she does so, though. So clearly tearing it apart is not as good of a solution as splatting it. But yeah, Aiden moves his way over to you and says, "Oh, where do you need me?"
Get all the ones that are over here.
Oh, okay.
He like points over there.
Back to Terry. What do you want to do?
Use all of my strength to punt a single boy.
All right, which boy?
Peter's unconscious.
Yeah.
Lily's escaped. Echo summon. This is the snow.
That's
Right.
not the snow. That is an icy dog that was running from the snow.
Oh, okay. So there's just something else here now.
Yeah, just a weird dimensional
Fantastic.
creature.
Ah, fantastic. Okay. Think for a second. Using powers just makes this entire situation like 3 times worse. Are these things actively gonna try and like nibble on the teacher? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it seems like they're about to pounce down on her.
Yeah, he's gonna go try and like run and like, I don't know, punch, like grab this one, try and just rip it in half.
Okay.
They're made of goo. Not exactly durable thing.
Okay, yeah, roll to directly engage a threat again.
Okay. Oh no, I sense a 4.
Oh, you did get a 6 though. So let's see.
I knew I sensed a 4.
Yeah, you run over towards this thing, and you kind of like dig your hands into it and try to rip it in half, and you realize, oh wait, this thing's made of slime. As it just sort of starts molding over your forearms and like gnashing at your neck, as it's kind of made itself into almost like a pair of slimy handcuffs, if you will. And you kind of back up against Lawrence again at that, and from the back of the room, Priscilla, just standing here, launches a sort of a mirror duplicate of herself that flies out almost in a row of copies as they reflect forward over the teacher and do like a sort of split kick and destroy, or not a split kick, she runs over and just sort of does like an axe kick through the air and destroys the other one that didn't attach itself to you before the mirror images dissipate and she steps back from the ones on the counter here.
Ethan.
Yeah.
Before like my turn ends and I'm just sitting here, could Terry turn around and just kind of present this thing to Lawrence, like get it off, like just looking directly at him?
Yeah, you do that, and he just sort of cackles and is like, "Oh, what's the matter? Is that too much for you?"
Terry would just smile at him. That's it. He wouldn't say anything.
Lily, what do you want to do?
Lily is, not, we're out of the immediate danger. And Lily doesn't care enough to really get involved. Plus, they're like goopy, and she's afraid that if she smashes them, she will get them on her clothing. So she is going to just she's going to sort of dash in front of the other two and just say like, "Don't worry, girls, I've got it." And is going like as if to protect them, but I am just telling my ghosts to like stand in front of us. So it looks like I'm protecting us, but really I'm making ghosts do it.
Okay. Yeah. You can feel your ghosts moving in a line in front of you and standing at attention.
That would be because I was looking at the moves. Would that be the defend thing to try to defend them from a threat?
Yeah, because these two that are right in front of you, they were sort of like gnashing at Evan, and he was like whipping them away as, the red and blue tendrils sort of come out of his sleeves again. But when you move in front and sort of make the like, I'll protect you guys, you kind of do that at the same time as they give up on him and are happening to jump over towards you guys. So you timed it very well. So roll a defense roll for me to protect your friends. Ooh.
God is dead. God hates me.
God is dead.
I'm pretty sure failure just means I've unnecessarily drawn danger to myself, or I escalate the situation.
Yeah, let me see here.
Kaya, remember to mark potential by the way.
So yeah, you have just sort of called out and drawn attention to yourself, and these guys jump at you as you do that, and you're like, my ghosts will be here in time. And they're just a little bit too slow as these guys jump onto your face and the ghosts make a line blocking them from going back to the table. Echo, you hear as Lily is just sort of like angrily like swatting at these things on her face for a moment. What do you want to do now that your dog is out here and the classroom's full of snow?
Where is the snow specifically? Like, can you
it's in this whole line here.
So it's like roughly...
Yeah.
Like this?
Yeah.
Okay. How thick is it?
It's pretty thick. Basically an avalanche just poured through a tiny portal, and whatever could fit out here did.
Okay. Echo's gonna whistle to Spark, and be like... and he's gonna point to the... What are these guys? Because they're just stuck in the snow, or are they like levitating still?
No, they're just sort of crawling out of the snow, half melting.
Yeah, he's gonna gesture to them as if to indicate to like punt them through the portal.
Okay, cool.
And then
go on.
That's, can I do the dog? Can I? Because we never described this. Can I have the dog do that and then Echo do something else?
Yes, you can. So for the dog, roll to directly engage a threat for me. Just with your stats.
What do you want me to roll again, sir?
Directly engage a threat, so roll danger. Yes, and also remember, if you guys have been marking misses, or if you guys have been getting misses, mark potential. Alright, mark potential.
Speaking of marking.
So yeah, your dog runs through the snow here, and tries to pounce on them, but they just sort of slip out of the way, and, crawl back up onto the counters before the dog can finish its pounce. And they all start growling before they jump onto your dog, and just start trying to eat away at it like it's a giant slushie. What do you want to do?
Echo, meanwhile, is going... he's going to use his portals. He's going to open a portal just so he can get there quicker. Okay. He is going to open a portal here, just to the Sand Realm, and there.
Alright.
He's going to jump. It's just for visual reference. He's going to jump over to the teacher, because he feels bad. He is pale. He just knocked out arguably one of his favorite teachers from day one. And he's just going to try to wake her up.
Yeah, you come over here, and it's just been a few moments, but you come over and you're able to see she's already sort of getting up. She's been hit by harder, being an environmental hero, so thankfully it seems like she's used to this kind of situation. But, you come over and start trying to get her to come to, and she quickly does and says, what's happening? What happened?
Sorry, there's killer slime, and he kind of looks around. Are you okay? He seems more concerned about her at the moment.
She stands up and looks around. As she looks around, Echo, what is the move under guilty to get rid of it real quick?
Like to absolve it?
Yeah, do something to absolve your guilt. Okay. I just wanted to keep that in mind. Okay, so, yeah, you're running over and trying to check on her, and she's looking around the classroom. Real quick, as she looks around, you guys see Nelson just, like, punch down onto this slime that's on the table, and to make it go splat as he makes a dent in the biology desk, and then he crawls up on the table and seems to get ready to body slam you, Lily, and he's like, don't worry, I'll get them off of you real quick! Aiden is, like, slithering over onto the snow and ice creature and expanding his form, and is like, oh, I don't know if I should touch all of this snow, but, I'll try my best. Terry, how's your interaction with Lawrence going?
Well, how is it? I was thinking Hector. Well, like, how is it going? Is Lawrence helping at all?
No, he's just sort of laughing at you.
This disappointing, but not unexpected.
Okay.
Well, so this thing's like handcuffs, right? Does it have a head at anywhere?
Yeah, it's kind of like, imagine you got both of your hands stuck together, like kind of fists together in a big glob of slime, and you like pull them apart like taffy, and in that little middle stretch, a head is coming out and trying to gnash at you.
Okay. Well, he's just gonna like try to pull his hands apart and then smash its back of its head on the corner of the counter.
Okay, yeah, considering it can't get away from you and you can keep it out of reach, you very easily manage to do this as you splat it over the corner of the counter and just destroy it. And when you look at Lawrence, it seems like he is having a grand old time at your expense. Alex, any more uses of your powers as you see a bunch of things sort of convening in the middle of the room?
I think we still haven't dealt with these two back here.
Okay.
So my thought is to increase the gravity so they float up towards the ceiling, and then increase it and they slam down, and hopefully try to squish them.
Okay. Yeah, then roll to unleash your powers once again. Nice. All right. Let's see. To unleash your powers. Yeah, there is no problem here, as you very deftly make the gravity lighter and almost actually fling them straight into the ceiling to splat them on the way up there, and then you just, for good measure, slam them back down on the table and splat them again. And you guys are able to see now, as more of these things die and splat all over the place, the room is getting to be an absolute mess, more so than before. Of course, in the middle of the room, Aiden is trying to cover these slime creatures in order to dissolve them, but seemingly, as he, kind of slides through the snow and slithers through it, he actually seems to get very subtly larger. Not by much, but you do see he seems to be absorbing it. But as he's wrapping around and trying to get the creatures, the dog that's trying to fight them ends up backing into him and freezing part of his body, which makes him start to panic. Everything is going absolutely buck wild. Half of the classroom seems pretty calm down here and is just sort of watching, while the top half is going absolutely nuts. And Echo, as you help Chrysalis up, she just sort of adjusts a valve on her mask and shouts, "Okay, that's enough!" And as all of the valves across her suit open, another swarm of insects flies out of it. And this does something kind of crazy, because the swarm of insects from before was already staying towards the ceiling before they start moving down. So very quickly, the classroom is just filled with bugs of various kinds. A maelstrom of insects is just blinding your vision. Everyone's screaming wildly. Your hearing is deafened by buzzing. You're worried that they're gonna get in your mouth. They're all over you. This is absolutely insane.
Echo he's seen some weird shit so far in his life, but this kind of takes the cake. He's trying not to wig out.
Yeah. And after that, hard cut to 30 minutes later. Let me delete some of this stuff. As we very calmly move everybody back into their original seats. Get you over here. And yeah, hard cut to hard cut to 30 minutes later, and you guys are being lectured by the man himself.
The hall monitor.
Yes, it's him. Yeah, so the monitor is giving you guys a lecture about reckless behavior and following instructions. And Chrysalis is standing at the back of the room. Her shoulders are slumped as she's clearly just sort of disappointed by how the icebreaker went. And for a majority of you guys, you can't help but feel this is kind of unfair since this wasn't your fault. But yeah, he's just sort of standing at the front and is saying, "Now if this happens again, I'm going to have to take you all to detention. And that's not going to be a fun time for any of you, now is it? And you hear some people in the classroom half-heartedly say, "Yes, Mr. Monitor." And after a long lecture, and after that, a fairly normal biology lesson regarding the basics of superpowered anatomy, you guys have a couple of minutes at the end of class before you move along to your next period. And yeah, half of you guys are still just covered in slime. It seems like in just a moment, they're sort of going to give you a couple of minutes to go to the chemistry showers, because you know those are a thing, to just sort of wash all of this slime off of yourselves. Thankfully, they do not seem to be toxic materials.
Lily would have already tried to get a start on it with the sink.
Okay.
Like basically throughout the hall monitor's lecture, just
Yeah.
be trying to like see if she can wash shit off, to see if it will stain her jacket or not.
Mm-hmm. It definitely seems like it's got some stains, but you know, nothing that can't be washed out.
At the end of class, then she will turn around and lean towards Lawrence. Hey, geek.
What is it?
If this shit doesn't come out of my jacket, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, have fun getting that out of your jacket.
I would like... We have chairs, don't we?
Yeah.
I would like for one of my ghosts to yank the chair out from under him.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like a pretty simple task. A ghost moves over and very quickly does that, and you hear a "wah" as he falls onto his ass on the floor. And there, some of the people, definitely your girls next to you, giggle at this. Terry, how do you respond to this?
Terry would try and help Lawrence up.
Lawrence,
He's pretty, deadpan, though. He looks as deadpan as the person that is, right? He just doesn't. Yeah, he's kind of just got Gabriel's look on him, like his picture. That's how he looks right now. But he's still gonna try and help Lawrence up.
Lawrence looks at you and just sort of squints at you and swats your hand away, and just sort of like stands up and is like, "I have to go to the bathroom." Oh, yeah, yes, that's fine. Just make sure to come back and get your stuff before the next class. Whatever. And he leaves the room.
Gosh.
Yeah,
I'm gonna talk to Aiden and Robert.
Okay.
Because as he leaves, Joey would be like, I can't believe that guy.
Yeah, that guy's kind of a... well, you know. And he just sort of is like messing with a pencil between his fingers, and he's like, that guy doesn't seem like he's gonna be making too many friends.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you guys did really good whenever all those things showed up, though. You two, especially Aiden.
oh, thank you. I tried very hard. But I mean, you know, about Lawrence, maybe he's just lashing out for attention. He might just need a friend or something. So, you know, I mean, like, I would try to be his friend. I don't know.
Is that what you want to do?
I just know that I want friends. So, you know, maybe that's just what he wants. I think he's probably just a dick, but that's a really nice thing to think. Thank you.
No, maybe we should all try together. We could all together try to do something that would maybe be nice for Lawrence.
You can count me out of that. It's a nice gesture, but I don't think he'd be too receptive to it.
What do you think, Aiden?
I mean, I want to try. I think it's a good idea.
Okay, I'll do it with you.
Awesome. Oh, I get to take my first friend to make my second friend. I'm very excited.
Oh,
Me too. I feel the same way. That would be my first friend to make my second friend also.
Oh, that's very cool. And Robert is just sort of looking between you guys, and he's just like, you guys are so innocent. Painting backwards through the class. Alex, you see that your table's pretty calm about the whole situation. Clearly there wasn't too much action immediately around you guys, but also, the people you're sitting with just kind of don't seem like the types to react too much to the kind of stuff that goes on around here.
I'm like, well, that was a mess.
Yeah, seems like we're gonna be getting a lot of those this year, and for the foreseeable future. And Maya is just sort of messing with her phone and says, yeah, it's not boring though, so that's something.
Might need to make sure we get slime-proof suits.
Danny chuckles at that, and Maya's like, yeah, I don't want any of that getting in my hair. Her snakes hiss at you. Echo, over here at your table, Evan's just sort of still chilling out. Nelson is writing in what looks like a diary, and you're able to tell kind of how the room is perceiving things as everyone's kind of excitement's dying down at the end of the period.
Did his slime make it? Because it was probably frozen by the time the other monsters attacked. Because the portal would still be there, still chilling.
Well, as you were opening all of these portals up, it seems like your portal eventually closed, but that's okay, because all of the slime was ruined. Except for Terry's one normal bit of slime. He did seem to keep that away from everyone else.
Yeah.
But all of the rest of the slime was sadly ruined.
Okay. He's sad about that.
Mm-hmm.
But he sighs. He's looking at the roof, or the ceiling rather, and he's like, oh. He feels bad. So he kind of walks over. I guess you could say he feels guilty about the situation.
Yeah.
He walks over to Chrysalis and he kind of does a bit of a bow.
Oh,
and he's like,
hello, Echo.
Hey, Teach, I just wanted to say sorry for and kind of looks back at the lack of snow. The snow and the knocking you out.
Oh, yes, well, that thing is bound to happen sometimes around here, isn't it? And you guys do remember that when the monitor came in, it seems like he came in with a giant snowplow. Not the machine, like the plow itself, and he physically moved all of the snow out of a window and dumped it outside. And that's, when he got into lecturing you all. But yeah, you're able to tell the room's kind of messed up, which, obviously the huge mess in terms of slime wasn't your fault. But you feel bad, the back cabinet's kind of cracked and dented a bit from her body. And, you can tell she's kind of nursing a bit of a headache. But she nods to you and gives a sort of sweet tone and says, You really don't have to worry about it, though. I know it was just an accident.
Is there anything I can do, Teach, just to help out? Like maybe help you come back and help clean up any other things that might have broken after school? Or
Oh, well, I'm not going to make you do that, but if you did want to do it, I would really appreciate any help. I know that I'm going to be the only one coming back and cleaning this place up since Catalyst isn't technically in charge of this classroom anymore. Yeah,
I'd like that, Teach. I'd like to help you out.
Well, thank you very much, Echo. And in return, I know that you're doing this because you feel bad. But I'll give you a little bit of extra credit for helping me, because it really, I don't want you to feel bad, because, accidents are going to happen. It is okay.
Thanks, Teach. He kind of smiles and rubs the back of his head.
And she nods to you. And yeah, after school, you're going to come back and clean up. So when that happens, we can clear your condition, but not until then.
Okay, because he definitely would still feel guilty about it throughout the day. Like, man, I knocked out a teacher. That's not good.
You kind of knocked her out. You kind of knocked her into a tizzy for a bit. But yeah, to end us out, Terry, after Lawrence left the room, stormed out, everyone's talking to each other, you're just sort of left alone in this row with Gabriel. Kind of quiet, top of the class, didn't really do anything when everything was going down. You have anything to say to him, or are you just kind of chilling in silence?
No, He's just chilling in silence. He kind of gets Gabriel's deal, and like he's not gonna try to make him do anything because it's pointless. He's not gonna do anything.
Okay.
He's happy he has the slime though.
Yeah. Thankfully you had kept it separate from his slime, and his slime was jumping around everywhere else. So you're very very lucky that it didn't get destroyed. But yeah, after not too much longer, the bell rings and you move along to your next class, History. Which, you know, by the time you guys are leaving, you don't see Lawrence again, but you can assume that between classes he ended up coming back to get his stuff, because as we move over here, you see that he eventually makes his way back to class, though he is the last one to arrive. So let me get us zoomed out enough here in order to see the whole classroom. Yeah, let me open this up. When you finally make it to Coach Braun's class, you take a load off as she calls roll. Afterward, just as the rest of your teachers did, she briefly introduces herself. Let me show you this teacher. Man. This is Coach Braun.
I love her too.
This is Coach Braun, or at least that's what she wants you to. That's what she tells you to call her. Her hero name is Miss Molten, a woman who can create and bend lava to her will by superheating the earth and controlling the heat that she generates in it. Normally, I'm running one of the gym classes and some of the sports teams, so some of you might see me again out there. But you got lucky, and you got me in history too. Now, I'd tell you about the kind of work I did and what I do now, but that can wait. We got a lot to go over today. And with that, she turns to the blackboard and gets into her lesson for the day. She seems pretty laid back about it, talking about what's on the board pretty casually, though she does also take a lot of questions and spins into tangents fairly often. Regardless of what she said about having a lot to go over, it seems like she's intent to do the lesson her way. But let's get into this little lesson that you guys are learning now.
Is it lore time?
Yeah, this is where he quizzes us on lore.
So, as for what you learn, given it's your first day of history, you start at the beginning of the curriculum, namely in the Golden Age of Heroes, around the time of World War II. Most of what you hear today is common knowledge. You hear of how World War II was going until some nuclear tests went awry, which, as you all know, would eventually cause World War II to spiral into nuclear conflict. You briefly go over the origin of Atomic Man, a soldier in the war and the first documented superhero from this era who gained superpowers after an experimental weapon blew up in his face. Meanwhile, as the Allies teamed up against the Axis powers, Russia developed their own nuclear-powered supersuit and gave a test pilot the chance to fight. This later became the hero known as the Red Hammer. You also hear about a certain teacher's involvement, being Liberty Eagle. Being a fighter pilot while the war was going on, a nuclear shockwave sent his plane into a devastating crash. When he woke up, his senses were heightened and he was ready to fight, taking a prototype wingsuit from the hangar and heading out to help Atomic Man on the field. Eventually, Hitler was taken down, but because of the nuclear influence and the appearance of supers, Russia decided to take this momentum and launch a surprise attack on the Allies, more specifically, the US. It was during this time that New York City was destroyed, which would later become Terminal City. A historic battle between forces took place, where Atomic Man and Liberty Eagle fought the Red Hammer and Russia's horde of robots. In the end, the Red Hammer was defeated, and the war closed out with the nuclear scare and the super scare becoming one and the same. To this day, it's still questioned if the Red Hammer should be considered a Golden Age hero or villain, based on all of his actions and the fact that he, too, was only fighting for his country. You start getting into a little bit more detail, but at this time, the bell finally rings. Coach Braun lets you go, and you make your way towards the dining hall. A simple lecture.
Did anyone get kicked out of Roll20, or is it just me?
I had an issue with it.
I did as
Oh boy. Yeah, I do see that. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Haha! And now back to Star Heights Academy. Whoa!
Oh!
It's lunchtime again.
Yeah. So after our brief commercial break, you guys are making your way to lunch. Let me just make sure everything's up and running. Okay. Once again, of course, the bell rings, the end of history, and you enter the dining hall for lunch. After moving through the line to grab your grub, you get to decide where to sit. So, where does everybody want to sit for lunch?
Well,
Sit right here.
Okay. Plenty
Right
of
here.
options.
Yeah, Terry just moves over and sits beside Frog.
Okay. Okay.
Master for Osby. It's like the best name ever. I love that.
Okay. And Joey, where do you sit?
Eden.
Hmm?
Did you
Yeah.
maybe wanna,
Oh!
and I point out Lawrence sitting by himself.
He nods to you quietly but like determined, and he looks to everyone else at the table and is like, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I wanted to sit with you guys, but..." And Aiden kind of gives him a little thumbs up, like, "Hey, you're good to go." And then he'll join you and follow you.
Alright.
You guys make your way across as Aiden slithers behind you, leaving a little trail of water.
Yeah.
And you guys make your way over to the
Question
table.
mark.
And yeah, you get over here, and let's start with this scene over here, since this is the most likely tiny conflict over here. You guys get over here.
You're cut.
Hmm?
You're cutting out just a bit, Ethan.
Oh, here, give me a second. No, I was just disconnecting and reconnecting.
And did you hit record?
Yeah, I did.
Can you hear us still? Or don't
Yes,
you-
I can.
Okay.
I think I was talking a little far from my mic.
Okay.
But yeah, okay, so, yeah, you two start moving across the cafeteria, Aiden slithering along. And yeah, you make your way over here, you round the corner with Lawrence, and he kind of looks up from his lunch. He's got his, like, dark tome open, he's leafing through some of the pages, and you guys come over and he's like, "What? Hey.
Mind if we sit here?
Yeah, I kinda do.
Oh, like, you do mind?
Yeah, could you guys leave me alone?" Oh,
Oh.
aren't you kind of lonely just sitting over here, by yourself? No. Oh. Aiden just kind of looks at you.
Yeah, well, we both like exchange glances with each other. I'd suspect.
Well, don't say we didn't try.
Okay. Yeah, bye. And as you start walking away, Aiden's like, "Well, but I mean, maybe we should sit there anyway. Maybe he's just a little, I don't know. You think he's just like defensive, or?"
I'm not sure. I guess I haven't really had to deal with this kind of problem before.
Yeah, me neither. I assume he wants friends, because that's what I want. But I don't know, like, is this wrong? Like, I think that if he wants friends, like, maybe we should sit with him, right?
I want to assess the situation.
Go for it. If you want to, let me look here, actually. It might be more apt to pierce the mask.
Got it. Yeah. Because I'm trying to assess him. Lawrence,
Yeah.
See how he's.
Let's pierce the mask with mundane. That will give you different questions. Ooh.
You.
Yeah, no, you have no idea what he's thinking, but, like, you know you want friends, and you know Aiden wants friends, so surely this guy must want friends, and he's just kind of shy.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Exactly.
You know what? Let's do it then.
Oh, okay. You guys
Just gonna do it.
come around
Sit.
and
Yep.
sit here in front of him. And Aiden, tries to make sure he gives you personal space.
Yeah.
And you guys sit down, and Lawrence looks back up from his book and is like, seriously? Didn't I just tell you two to get lost?
Yeah, but I thought that I would sit here anyways.
I did too.
And wanted to ask you what that book is.
Oh. It's nothing much. It's a dark tome that I've signed a pact with so I can use my magic. It's kind of a whole thing.
It's kind of super cool though. Where did you get it from?
He kind of squints at you, and then he squints at Aiden, and he's like, why are you two even talking to me?
I don't know, because we're new to school, and I'm new to this world, and it's kind of fun to be able to make a friend, and I want to roll not from around here.
Okay.
If that is applicable here, because I feel like I'm in a sticky, mundane situation right now.
Yeah, what's the description of the move? What is it?
It's when you act clueless, goofy, or confused to get out of a sticky, mundane situation.
Okay.
And so I kind of he's having this thing where it's like, what are you up to? What are you trying to gain? And I want this moment of I'm just trying to be your friend because I'm a fucking baby.
Okay. Yeah, roll it for me.
Hell yeah. Gonna hit it.
Okay. What does it say on a 7 to 9? Let's look here at your sheet.
I also feel the weight of playing the clown.
You feel what?
I feel the weight of playing the clown is what
Oh.
it says.
I'm having a hard
It's
time.
it's
Okay.
like a sympathy move, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I'm just kind of stupid, and people are like, oh, honey.
Okay.
And then I'm like, I
Well-
guess people look down on me a little.
Yeah, we're gonna actually get back to that. We'll
Okay.
pan away from you guys for a second in the middle of that interaction, and we're gonna move on over here to Lily.
Yeah, that's cool.
So yeah, Lily, you of course, you see the girls. They've sat at a table together. They're chatting, getting to know each other, and you move right over and sit with them. And how do you greet your friends at the lunch table?
Lily, because I was also a little surprised to not see them sitting here with the main big tail, so she'd be a little surprised coming over. Like, oh, I guess we're sitting over here today?
Triffany gives a little clap of her hands and said, "Oh, I thought it would be fun to get a little personal time with the girls, as it was."
Heck yeah. Triffany, that is a great idea. You're a genius.
Oh, thank you very much. You are very smart as well.
Thank you.
And Olivia is just kind of quietly staring at her tray of food.
What'd she get?
You see a salad and some toast. Very bland foods, but she's also not making any move to eat them.
Not hungry today, Olivia?
Oh, I'm very hungry.
Then why don't you eat?
I just get kind of anxious when when people see me eat.
Do you chew with your mouth open?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm sorry. It's
No, you're fine. You can eat.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And she seems a little tentative. But she takes off the, like, sort of rebreather on her mask. You're able to see it's sort of a separate piece rather than taking off the whole mask. And when she does that and she sets it down, she sort of moves to start eating, and you're very quickly able to tell it looks like her lips and the area around her mouth is, like, horribly scarred.
Well, noticing that, Lily would for sure not draw attention to it, so she'd probably just try to talk to Triffany instead to, like, make it so they aren't just staring at Olivia.
Yeah, Triffany, when you start talking to her, is very quick to go into bubbly conversation with you as we pan over to Echo. You're moving around the big table in the middle of the classroom, in the middle of the cafeteria, and you're making your way down to a very interesting table where you see 3 students sitting very far away from each other, not really interacting at all. And of course, one student that you've not seen before, unless you maybe have seen her around in the halls or something. But what are you doing as you sit down here?
Echo went and got his classic burger. He loves burgers from this place for whatever reason. It's just good to eat good food. So he sits down and he seems to be eyeing Gabe. And he's like, "Gabe, my mate, how you doing?"
Oh, it's you. I'm doing fine.
Wanted to congratulate you on your place on the scoreboard. You happy about that?
I guess. Kind of just how things go.
I was curious, what is your power?
Oh. It's kind of hard to explain, but if I had to put it in simple terms, I guess I kind of use vibrations.
I noticed that when you were throwing the shock put. I was watching. You threw it pretty hard. So for the track where your feet vibrating and it created a sort of a kind of a skates?
No. If I did that with my feet, I would break my ankles. I was just sort of vibrating the ground and letting it slide me along. Wasn't really that hard.
It's actually really cool, mate.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that and other things. He just kind of like, he's answering like he doesn't really know what to say about it. But not as if people have not talked to him about this before, just sort of like you get the sense that he's had to talk about this too much.
What is he eating, out of curiosity?
He's just got like a BLT.
Yeah, Echo kind of nods, feeling like that a conversation is going to end there. He doesn't want to disturb poor Gabe and his sandwich. So he turns to the girl beside him, and with a bright smile goes, "Hey, mate, I'm Echo," and he extends his hand.
She kind of looks over her shoulder at you and like eyes you up and down and looks back to her food and says, "Haley, let me share her sheet with you."
Sharp.
Yeah.
Echo kind of, she doesn't take his hand, does she?
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, he kind of looks at his hand and he kind of lowers it awkwardly, and he coughs into it. Are you in the other class?
Yeah, I haven't seen any of you guys around.
Yeah, well, we did get in trouble last class. That's a long story, but I think I saw you in the halls in the year orientation.
Yeah, I was there.
Who are any of your classmates around here?
Yeah, we're at lunch right now. So they're around.
Cool. He's like, oh, God, I picked the bad. In his mind, he's like, I picked the worst table.
Yeah, Maya's not even making a move to join the conversation. She is, like, far and away, like, not even a part of this, as her snakes are eating from her food.
Well, what's your power then, mate?
Oh. I don't really have powers.
Oh?
Yeah, I kind of just use gadgets and fight with my hands.
Oh, but his eyes kind of sparkle at that. What kind of gadgets?
Nothing special.
Well, gotta be special if you're here, mate.
Well, it's not really the gadgets that make me special. I've been doing this for a while, I guess.
Well, it's good to have you here. And he kind of lowers his head and just kind of goes to eat.
Gabe looks back up at you and just kind of looks back at his food without saying anything. But it seems like he's keeping an eye on you during lunch.
Oh, interesting.
We'll move up to this table with Alex and Terry. Alex, you sit down next to Nelson, and he greets you warmly and passionately, as he always does. And Terry, you sit across the way. You get a bright reaction from Nelson once again, as he's like, "Ah, hello, you two! Fancy seeing you here!" And Robert just sort of nods to you as you sit down, like, "Hey, what's up?"
Hey guys.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, you guys just kind of get to eating. As you guys sit down here, Alex, you might look across the way at Evan, who seems like he is explicitly trying not to look at you.
I kind of try to look at him from over Nelson and be like, You all right?
Nelson gets in the way and says, "I'm fine. Why?"
I wasn't talking to you, Nelson. I was talking to Evan.
Oh, he looks at Evan and back to you, and Evan kind of like puts his hand near his face, like as if he is trying to pretend he can't hear you. And Nelson says, "Oh, right, because of what happened yesterday. I'm gonna go." And he gets up and starts moving away. What do? Do you let him go, or?
I let him go. I'm not gonna push it.
Okay. Yeah, then he walks off. And actually, Lily, while you're talking to Triffany, you see Evan come over and he says, "Hey, is the seat taken?"
Well, it's yeah, sure, go ahead.
Thanks.
Kind of a girl's thing. That's fine.
He sets down his food and starts eating. It doesn't seem like he's intent to get in the way of your conversation, but he's just here to chill out. Yeah, back to Alex. You watch him walk off, and Nelson looks at you, kind of with like a, I'm sorry about that. I guess you two have not talked to each other?
Not much. Kind of tried to apologize to him in the infirmary, but that was a little raw, so...
Well, I hope you two can talk it out. He has seemed a little off today. Maybe it would help if you two could talk one-on-one.
I don't wanna push it. It's clear he's uncomfortable.
You know, Robert pipes up and says, "Yeah, I wouldn't get in his face about it." And additionally, Danny speaks up and says, "I don't know. An apology could go a long way, but you do you, girl."
Yeah, I know that maybe a little bit further down the line, but to just keep pestering him, I don't want to do right after it happened, because I know it is my fault. I don't blame him for reacting like this.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even know why he's reacting this much. Like, surely we're gonna get hurt during these exercises.
I guess that's true, but that wasn't the point of the race.
Well, yeah. It was a little rough watching it happen ahead of me. I guess it's a good thing I wasn't up towards the top.
I laugh a little and I'm like, yeah, you're probably right.
And Robert looks to you, Terry, and says, "Hey, by the way, so you were sitting with Lawrence during biology earlier, right?
Yep, I was.
I mean, how did he seem after everything? Did he even seem like he really cared about what happened, or...
Oh, he was having a blast. Mostly at our expense.
I guess we're bound to see some of that. Whatever.
Well, considering at no point did he actually seem genuinely afraid, I don't think we were actually in any legitimate danger from his perspective. If anything, it was almost like a bit of...
A prank?
Pranking? Almost. And I asked him beforehand if it was safe, and he seemed to think so. So I wasn't exactly that alarmed, even though it was quite annoying to deal with.
Yeah, they were really weak. It's not like they were really too much of a danger at all. It was just kind of hectic. He kind of shrugs and lets that roll off. He kind of giving that you have a point there. At that, we'll flash back over to you, Joey, who's in the middle of talking to Lawrence. And you're giving your sort of, I'm not really from around here. I don't really know how these things work. Sort of vibe. But Lawrence still has his eyes narrowed at you, he doesn't really trust it, and he's like, seriously though, I mean, not only are you guys, I don't even know why you guys are over here. I mean, you say you want to make friends. I guess that makes sense, but can you guys even be friends?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're not people. So,
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying,
Excuse me?
I mean, you're not a do you even, I don't know, are you even able to have, relationships? You're, programmed to do shit, right?
Smoke starts to fume out of Joey's rocket thrusters.
That's kind of mean. We probably shouldn't, talk about this. Yeah, you're no different. I mean, you're what, water? How do you even talk? Do you even have a brain in there? What are you? I just don't get why you guys are allowed to go here.
I'll have you know that both me and my friend here are just as much a person as anybody else in this cafeteria. And I'm not
Okay.
going to try to take advice from a guy who can only sit by himself and talk to his damn book all day. Come on, Aiden, let's go. He obviously doesn't know how to make friends.
Alright. Yeah, see ya, tin girl. Okay. And Aiden kind of slithers behind you, holding his lunch tray. Oh, that was kind of mean.
That was a very bad experience.
I'm sorry I made us go over there.
No, it was just as much me as you. It was both our ideas.
I'm gonna huff as I sit down next to Terry.
Hey, guys.
Nerve of that guy.
Yeah, I guess, talking to Lawrence didn't go that well.
No, it didn't.
What'd he say?
I don't want to talk about it.
Robert shrugs and gives you a nod. Oh, that sucks. I really wanted to be his friend.
Yeah.
Well, you can be our friend instead. Nelson stands up and starts giving a motivational speech to you two. Which, may or may not hit as hard as he wants it to, but it seems like he's trying very hard to brighten your spirits and make some people at the table laugh. But yeah, we'll pan back down here to Lily, and yeah, you have some girl talk for a little while with Tiffany. Olivia just sort of eating quietly and quickly before putting her rebreather back on. And Evan's just sort of chilled out after he finished the last little bit of his food, which it didn't really seem like he had much of in the first place. And Tiffany, after finishing talking with you about what you guys were talking about, looks over to Evan and says, Oh, Evan, by the way, how is your dome? I'm doing fine. I'm all right. Are you sure? It looks like it hurts a lot. I could help the pain stop if you want. It's all right, really. But thanks. Thank you. Yeah, well, Suit,
You
what
can
is...
kind of get your shit rocked out there.
You say that to Evan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Evan just sort of chuckles and he's like, yeah, I didn't really expect Alex to, well, you know, kind of caught me off guard, I guess. Won't let that happen again.
Right, using your powers on someone else. The gall.
It's dangerous. I guess we gotta be extra careful now. But, you know, what are you gonna do?
I don't know, not get your shit rocked, I guess.
Yeah, I'll try and watch out for that next time. Ugh.
What is, hey, you know, I don't know if this is really touchy for a lot of people. What is your thing? Like, what's you have like tendrils?
Oh, yeah, kinda. And he kind of lightens up and starts talking about it. It's kind of weird. So my, how do I put this? I guess I can control my hair?
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I with a comb.
Well, yeah, but like I can, you know, make stuff out of it. And you know,
Sure.
it get, you know, like, let me give an example. And he kind of holds up his hand, and you see that the red and blue tendrils come out from his sleeve again, and they kind of like coil around his hand, and he kind of moves it around a bit, showing that it's malleable. And then his hand almost looks like it shapeshifts into like a little blade, then into like a little hammer, and then they just kind of disperse and go back down his sleeve. And he just says, yeah, I guess it's not like just hair anymore, which makes things really difficult, but it's kind of like steel fibers, I guess. What I'm saying is it really sucks trying to style my hair, which is why it looks the way it does.
Does it grow still?
When I want it to, which is...
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. And, just to, you know... I was not born with this power. I just kinda got it at some point. Kind of a story to it, but, yeah, and, you know, after a crazy event happens, now I can do this, and, I don't think I'm ever gonna be getting rid of it, so, you know, I figured why not use it for good.
Yeah, hey, at least you got a good one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I at least hope it'll help me keep up with some of our class, but I mean, we've kind of got some crazy people in our class this year, so I don't know. But you know, just gotta try your best. And yeah, you guys are able to continue on. You know, conversation goes on as normal and casually moves along. Evan kind of like poking in every so often, but you know, not trying to like force himself on your conversations too much. Back to Echo here. You've been eating in silence for a while. Haley is not really talking to you. Evan's not talking to you. Maya is sitting away from everyone and does not seem intent on talking. You're getting close to finishing your food.
Is Gabe still looking at him the odd time?
Yeah, every so often. It's like not frequent, but it's enough that it's like you'll catch it out of the corner of your eye, and it's not like he's trying to be sneaky about it. It's just kind of like he's keeping an eye on you, and you're like, for a second, you like wonder if you should like give Haley the sort of look of like, oh, what's going on? But you notice that she's doing it too.
Yeah. He kind of picks up on this aura, let's call it, and he kind of looks between the two and goes, should I move? Or
Haley just pipes up and says, "You don't have to move."
Did I do something wrong?
Oh, no. I keep an eye on people that very suddenly want to get close to me. It's kind of weird.
Oh, I can. And he kind of scoots a little bit on the bench and gives her a small smile.
She just kind of shrugs and keeps eating. But Gabe didn't pipe up during any of that. He's just kind of looking at you now, not looking away. Like, just sort of like scanning you, almost.
Lose some scrap over here, mate.
You ranked third in the whole class.
Yeah.
You did surprise me yesterday. I didn't think you were going to be capable of much.
He looks like he was hurt for a second, but that quickly turns into contempt, and he goes, well, never judge a book by its cover, mate.
I guess so. And he kind of gets up, holding his tray, like, you know, because he's ready to take it and throw it away. And he says, I'm gonna be eager to see if I can rip that cover off someday. And he goes to throw away his food.
Echo kind of like a shiver runs down his spine. Oh.
Haley looks at you and says, "If it makes you feel any better, that's not why I was looking at you."
That's good to know. How's the food?
It's okay. What's that guy's deal?
I honestly don't know. And he kind of like looks at Gabe behind him.
Yeah, Gabe's just off throwing away his food, and it seems like some other people are kind of like moving up to talk to him, which he seems extremely dismissive of, but he's just sort of letting it happen.
He looks at Haley and he's like, I couldn't tell you, mate.
Weird.
Yeah. Oh, did I introduce myself? He kind of wants to change topics.
No, you didn't. I found that really weird.
Yeah, I'm not from around here. Sorry. My name's Echo. He kind of raises his gauntleted hand for a fist bump.
She looks at you and looks at the hand and she's like, "Maybe you did introduce yourself. I thought you were saying something else earlier. Your name is Echo?"
Yes.
Oh.
He frowns. You don't like it?
I'm just surprised. Is that like your hero name, or...?
No, that's just my name. As I said, I'm not from around here.
Oh. Sorry.
You're fine. And he kind of gives her a smile, kind of to like make sure she doesn't like get sad or anything, or like think it's awkward.
No, she seems like very, like not emotionally invested. Really, she's just kind of confused.
He kind of gives her a little smile and he taps his nose as he uses his finger to draw a little hole on the table, and he pokes it as it opens a small, like, I guess, I don't know how to describe the size of this hole, but it's small. Not enough to fit a juice box through. And just he opens it to like the, let's say, the sand realm, and he just kind of gestures to it.
I was gonna say, if you opened it to the fire realm, she was gonna ask if you were from hell. Yeah, you open it up, and she kind of furrows her brow at it, not seemingly surprised like a lot of the people you've shown, but just kind of like curious. Not enough to ask clearly, but she's like, "Oh, well, that's cool, I guess."
He raises his hand, like a finger, as if to wait, and then he taps it again, and it goes to the fire realm. It's briefly, and then he taps it again, and it goes to the ice realm. Then he taps it again, and it shuts.
Interesting. So, which one are you from?
The sand realm.
Oh. Huh. And you're saying realm, so not this universe?
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
He's kind of beaming at that. He's kind of smiling.
She responds in the way of just saying like crazy, which like sounds like she doesn't care, but like clearly she's like, huh, that's something that you don't see every day. And she just kind of continues eating.
Yeah, he nods and gives her a small smile as he goes to grit his tray. He's like, it was nice meeting you today.
Yeah, maybe we'll see each other again.
Absolutely. I hope so.
Yeah.
And he goes to...
As you're
get rid
going
of
to
his tray.
throw away your tray, Gabe passes by you and does not look at you.
The temptation to try to trip him is so high, but I'm not going to do that because, you know, he could beat the shit out of me.
Yeah, after you throw away your tray, do you go back to the same table or do you move to a different table?
He's just gonna go sit with. He's gonna go sit beside Nelson.
Okay. You sit down and Nelson says, "Oh, hello, Echo. Where have you been?"
Catching up with the other classmates.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you. How are they doing?
Good, Nate. Good. Just I think they're good. He seems a little shaken now that he's realizing about what Gabe said. He's like, oh, and he kind of just. How's everything over here?
And just to mention in the background, Evan eventually kind of waves by to the girls and goes to throw away his tray, and then he eventually kind of like moves over here and starts talking to some people at this table. It seems like now he's just sort of floating and getting to know people. But repeat for me, Will, what did you ask him?
He just was asking the table, how's everyone doing?
Joey is angry ranting about Lawrence.
Mm-hmm. Would you say
talking
that...
about... I would say Joey's angry if you're asking if Joey's angry.
Oh, yes.
The answer is yes.
Real quick, Chloe.
Yeah.
Since I didn't have you do this before, could you roll to take a powerful blow from what Lawrence said earlier?
Yeah. Which one is that? I'm sorry. Okay. Is it just conditions?
Yes. Okay. Thankfully, no, missing is good. Whenever I have you roll take a powerful blow, you want to miss, because you're rolling for the opposition.
Okay.
So yeah, you're angry at him, but you are standing strong and firm in yourself. And you get to mark potential.
Cool. Joey knows what she believes in. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and he said that, she was like, no, that is not right.
Mm-hmm.
That is not correct.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, just brainstorming ideas of how she can show people that he's wrong.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, you kind of bring this up a little bit to Echo to let him know what happened, and Aiden looks at you and says, I'm still really sorry about that. If it makes you feel better, I think you're a person.
I know you do, Aiden, and it's not your fault. It's totally their fault.
Yeah. It really
just grosses me out that people even think that way.
Yeah. Yeah. And he kind of melts into a sort of puddle in his seat. Not all the way, but he clearly is like kind of thinking about that now.
Echo kind of has his brow raised as he's looking at Joey and Aiden. He's like, so what are you going to do about it then?
I don't know. I'm still trying to think it through. Maybe we could just, make some sort of club, for all the people who, I guess, have this kind of issue where people try to tell them that they're not a person. Just because they're maybe, not from here, or created differently, or made up of different things.
Yeah, Robert pipes up and says, yeah, I was, I guess I was kind of surprised to hear it, but also kind of not really. I mean, you think the world's more progressive than it is sometimes, but people are still gonna be saying some racist shit, apparently.
I know, and you warned us. It's just that maybe now it's making me realize that we should do something to form some sort of, community for these people, though.
Wow.
I wouldn't have wanted to go through that alone. I mean, the only reason why I was able to say anything was because I was trying to say it to Aiden too.
Oh, thank you. And Robert just says, "If it makes you feel any better, I'd join your club."
Really?
Yeah, people usually judge me based on my appearance, so...
Then
Nelson,
maybe that's what I'll do.
Nelson looks around and he says, "Yes, this is a travesty. In fact, you know what? I think I should go talk to him." And he goes to stand up from the table.
Oh boy.
I'm going
Nelson, Nelson.
Don't stop. Let him do it.
Echo goes to like grab his wrist.
Why are you stopping me? Someone needs to go teach that Neanderthal what for.
Yeah, Nelson, I 100% agree with you, mate, but I don't know if that is the correct course of action. Think this through.
Well, I'm only going to go speak to him.
Nelson. Terry would just say something. Sometimes you need a scalpel, sometimes you need a hammer. You're quite hammer-like. I don't think you'll help him more than just make him entrench. And then you take a sip of his apple juice, because he's drinking apple juice.
Perhaps, but... I don't know. Just... maybe he needs to be informed of how things go around here, you know? It's fine. But...
Echo pats his back.
If he does or says anything like that to you guys again and I'm around, I'll show him what for.
Thanks, Nelson.
And Danny's over here at the side, not really participating in the conversation, but she seems pleasantly, like, she seems pleased by the conversation going on.
Oh, yeah.
The coolest kid in the entire school.
But yeah, with that, is there anything specific that you guys want to do with the rest of your time and lunch? Anybody that you want to specifically talk to?
No. Right now, Joey's like journal is back out and she's doing her crazy scribbling again.
Okay. All right.
She's planning for her club because now I know what kind of club I'm gonna make.
We get to do clubs.
Lily would at some point towards the end of lunch ask the girls for like contact info or try to make like a Snapchat group chat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The girls.
Yeah, you get both of their contact information, and you're able to very easily make like a group chat with them, which Tiffany is of course very excited about. And you know, Olivia is like clearly nervous, but also very openly excited.
Lily, towards the end, also when they're sharing contact info, looks to Olivia and is like, "Olivia, by the way, Tiffany, you did great. You're great on that leaderboard. That lame leaderboard that I think was made a little too early, but you know that's fine. But
Thank
Olivia,
you very much.
We're gonna rise. I'm telling you, girl. You and me, we're gonna be up there with Tiffany."
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think that you could go all the way to the top, but I don't know.
No, Olivia, look at me. You can do it. We can do it. We're gonna do it. We just have to help each other.
Are you trying to... Are you trying to comfort or support, or are you just sort of like talking to her?
I mean, I guess I could comfort and support her, but I'm mostly just trying to hype her up so that we will work together.
Okay. Yeah, let's do a comfort or support roll, which is plus mundane.
I'm so good at those.
You got this.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yo.
So let's see. Okay. Yeah, you say this, and she's open to it. You managed to like genuinely hype her up, and you know, she still seems very reserved, but you can tell that you've given her some energy, and she's like, "Yeah. Okay, yeah. If I'm with you guys, I can at least try."
Hell yeah.
And she seems very happy about this. And as everyone finishes their food and talks for a little while longer, the bell finally rings. You're ushered along to third period, which is government and law once again. Liberty Eagle goes over more of the laws that came into being during the Silver Age and the effects they had, and after a lecture that was either intensely interesting or long-winded and boring, depending on who you are, you find yourself heading to the gym for your final period of the day.
Yo, gym class, let's go.
So.
Who am I going to hit with a dodgeball? Oh, we're playing basketball.
Oh, I mean, we just kind of have basketball hoops in the court.
Oh, that's just the gym. Oh, okay, my bad.
But let me get this open. Everyone files into the gym at varying times, picking out where they want to sit on the bleachers. Where do you guys sit? Nice. There we go.
You gotta be strategic.
You formed a triangle.
Yeah, you formed it. I can't ruin that.
And by the way, is wet below Aiden. And actually, Joey, when you come in, if you want to, you could also.
Gosh. No, go ahead.
When you come in, if you wanted to, Robert could make a spot between himself and Aiden, so you could sit with both of them, or you could sit right there.
Yeah, I kind of want to sit with both of them.
Okay. You can just move between them here.
No.
Yeah, here you go. I'll
We've
give
lost
you a
our
little
power.
bit of room. Sorry. Couldn't let the power stay there. Yeah, and Echo, you move up here
We can complete the we could still complete the pyramid.
by, like, moving in a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
The pyramid is complete.
Perfect.
Yeah. After everyone gets seated, the gym teacher moves in front of the bleachers to call roll. And you see as she's walking along, her footsteps, like, thud against the ground, as she is clearly, like, a ton. And this is your gym teacher. This is the hero known as Jackhammer. She's not only known for her incredible strength, but the steel skin that makes her almost invulnerable. After getting everyone's names down, she immediately addresses you all. Welcome to PE. In this school where you're training to be heroes, physical fitness is incredibly important. And since you'll be in this class between your crime-fighting classes, we need to work extra hard to make sure you're in top shape. We'll be running plenty of laps, doing plenty of exercise, and you will have plenty of physical tests this semester. I hope you're ready. Groans resound across the bleachers, except from Nelson, who seems pumped up for it. Jackhammer smirks at the chorus of groans and continues. Since this is your first day, we're going to start strong. Then she raises her leg into the air and drop kicks the ground. The entire gym shakes, which startles almost every student, and from the ceiling, red balls drop down at various spots. They bounce around a little bit and roll into place here. Today, we are playing Dodgeball. And at that, everyone gets way more psyched when Jackhammer announces this, except for Nelson, who is now only moderately excited. Jackhammer smiles at the class. She explains the rules of Dodgeball for those in the class that might not have heard of it before, namely Joey, Aiden, and the like. In addition to the main rules of the game, if you catch a ball that someone else throws at you, they're out, and you get to call a teammate back in from the bench. You're not allowed to leave your half of the arena, or you're out. Additionally, she mentions another very important rule. Using your powers is allowed. However, you absolutely must not use your powers to harm another student. If you hit someone in the head with a ball, or hurt someone with your powers, then you are out. No excuses, no second chances. Now, we're going to need 2 team captains. Who wants to volunteer?
Lily raises her hand.
Okay. Yeah, who all out of the players wants to raise their hand for being team leaders for Dodgeball? Or team captains? Nobody else?
Joey raised her hand.
Oh, Joey did? Oh, okay, I see it in chat. Alright, yeah, then Lily and Joey, and like Nelson and a couple of others maybe, raise their hands. But Jackhammer chooses you, Joey, and you, Lily, to be team leaders. Alright, come down here and stand in front of the bleachers for me. Okay. Let's see. You're gonna be able to speak in a second, or are we gonna need to wait for a sec for you? Okay. Then, real quick, we'll be right back. Alright. Welcome back. So yeah, Joey raises her hand and Lily raises her hand to be team captains, and Jackhammer calls you down to the front, and, instructs you duly and says, now, we're going to go back and forth between you and alternate, and you two will pick members from your class for your teams. In order to start us off, I'm going to have you play rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first. So,
oh, fantastic.
You guys, face each other, get ready, and DM me what you choose.
Got it.
I almost DM'd Chloe what I was gonna do.
Uh-oh.
Mind game.
Okay, you guys go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And let's see what you guys throw. Okay. You guys in the stands watch as Joey throws scissors and Lily throws rock. So Jackhammer raises your hand into the air, Lily, and says, we have a winner. Lily, you'll be picking your teammates first. And she just kind of gestures for you guys to kind of separate so your teams have room to stand behind you as she moves over to the side.
Do we go back and forth?
Yes, first Lily will choose, and then you will choose, and then we will continue like that.
Okay.
And she smiles at you. Lily, you get to pick first.
Triffany.
Yes! And she flutters her wings and flies on down to you and gives you a little high five.
Of course.
Alright.
Aiden.
Oh, I've never been picked first for anything before. But I guess I've never been in school before. I just hear that it's something you want to have happen, right?
He just assumed he would fall into the trope of picked last, even though it never happened.
Poor guy.
Alright.
Poor dude.
Olivia.
Oh, I've never been picked towards the start before, and I have gone to school before.
Olivia.
And
I give her a high five as she passes.
she gives you a timid but very excited high five.
I'm gonna go with Robert.
Ha, alright. And he jumps over these people and then jumps behind you.
Yeah.
Lily fist pumps when Joey picks Robert and immediately blurts out, Gabe, come down here. I'm taking Gabe.
You guys look up as Gabe quietly stands up and starts moving down the stands. And he walks by you, Joey, and just sort of locks eyes with you as he goes by. And as he walks over to you, he just nods and says, good choice.
Of course.
I'm gonna choose Alex.
Nicole, are you muted? No, you're not.
I'm not muted, I just don't really have a reaction. I just go walk down and join the team.
Okay.
But I am a little excited that Joey picked me instead of Lily.
Okay.
That's so mean. Portal boy,
Ooh.
come down here.
Oh boy.
Echo nods as he passes.
Wait.
He stays up there.
Yeah, Gabe looks at you and says, huh, that's a shame.
Echo gives Gabe a thumbs up and a wink.
Annie.
Danny stands up and shoots you a little finger gun and is like, hey, good choice. Nelson, meanwhile, is bobbing up and down and is like, oh, come on.
Lily looks back to the rest of her team. Do we want Nelson?
Gabe shrugs, and Triffany says, oh, I'm sure whoever you pick will be a great decision.
He can be
Yeah,
cloned.
fine, Nelson.
Huh. Yes. I'll make sure to make you proud, Lily.
Yeah.
Hi, boys. How you
Echo
doing?
No. 5-5.
Boys.
Civil War.
Maya.
She just walks over quietly.
I'll take Evan.
Alright. He gets up and heads on over. And as he gets over here, he kind of glances to you, Alex, but not seemingly with any intent. He just kind of looks over to you, noting that you're on the other team.
I want to say out of character that I want to pick Terry, but I also want to pick Priscilla just so Priscilla and Lily are on different teams. I know there's still the chance.
And think carefully, because now that you're at the final 3...
I know, and I don't want Lawrence on my team.
Priscilla.
Cool. And she stands up and struts down the bleachers. She kind of gives you a little bit of a look, Lily. She just, mutters to herself, finally, took you guys long enough.
I was really hoping she'd be chosen last.
Oh. The circle.
Lily looks between the two of them. She doesn't like Lawrence, and she doesn't know what Terry does.
Wanna flip a coin?
Terry waves at Lily.
Terry, what the fuck do you do? Yeah, okay, we'll take Terry.
What'd he say?
It's a secret.
Okay, yeah. Alright, Terry. You're on Lily's team. And Lawrence is just like, great.
Joey rolls her eyes that she has to have Lawrence on her team.
Yeah,
Yeah, kind of
ruins the circle. He ruins the harmony. It's imagery. It's imagery.
yeah, you guys, all 4 at the front of your team are glaring at him, and he's like, great, I'm on the team of freaks. Except for you, as he passes by Danny, and she's kind of just shrugs at him. And Jackhammer moves in front of you all, and she says, now, Lily, if you could move your team on the other side of the dodgeballs. Joey, your team will stay over here. I'll give you each a minute to discuss plans with your team, and then we will get into position and start playing.
Alright.
And I'll let you guys move your tokens, and then I'll just both move all of these guys over here. There you go.
Now, we didn't get Danny, but I still think our team is pretty stacked. I mean, look at us.
Yes, of course. We do have some of the top players in our class, especially Gabriel here. And she, pats his chest a little bit. And he just sort of, looks at her with a furrowed brow and is like, yeah, this'll be easy.
I want to say I knew a Gabriel in school, and so every time he talks, I just can't help but picture this actual person that I knew. Just always monotone, always no reaction. Not as smug, though. Gabriel's kind of smug.
What'd you say, Kai?
He's OP, and he knows he is.
Yeah.
I can't wait till we do trivia.
Alright. So, I've never played dodgeball before, but I know that we could win.
Yeah, I've never played dodgeball before either. It sounds kind of dangerous.
How many of us have played dodgeball before?
Alex raises her hand.
Yeah, Danny just says, I think everybody here but you two, but that's okay. You'll get used to it pretty quick.
Okay.
And she kind of gives you a brief refresher of the rules of dodgeball, of you throw a ball and you hit them, but don't hit them in the head and don't hurt them too much.
So, who feels really comfortable catching? Who thinks they'd be really good at catching stuff?
Aiden raises his hand, and Danny just kind of shrugs and says, I can kind of do whatever's needed. I'll jump around. And
Okay,
Robert
cool.
nods at that.
Alright, cool. I think that I'd be really good at throwing them. I'm really good at aiming.
Oh yeah, I guess you would be. Alright.
Maya, do you think that you would be good at catching with, maybe the snakes can help?
Maya just looks at you flatly and says, I would pop all of the balls.
Oh, right.
My snakes
Yeah,
have teeth.
right.
But,
Well, hey, I mean, if you catch it and it pops, that's still a catch, right?
she kind of looks at the teacher and back to you and says, I guess we'll find out.
Hey, no, there's no problem with trying. They said that our powers are fine, so...
She just kind of shrugs, nods at
One
that.
day.
Back over here with Lily, Echo, and Terry's team. You guys have anything else to talk about before the game?
So looks at Lily and is like, all right, so what's the plan, mate?
Well, I can just work on trying to keep the balls out of their hands, you know, or fuck up their shots. I'm not really, you know, I played volleyball. I didn't really play a lot of, you know, basketball or anything that would help me with, you know, throwing like football. So I don't know. I'm not too much of a thrower. I can just run interference.
I can throw or defend. This game's a lot like Hot Socket back home.
Gabe, are your powers gonna be helpful here, or are you gonna kill them if you try? So you're probably like, what's the situation?
It looks like he's about to speak up when you ask that question, but when you say, would you like kill them if you try, he sort of stops and seems to think about it, and just says, I'll make things quick.
Okay.
Terry laughs.
I'm gonna make sure we get the balls first.
Really.
And then we can kind of just like figure it out from there. Terry, are you gonna do anything?
Oh, no. If I would use my powers, I would harm all of them. Or all of you. Or everyone in this gym. So no.
Like you can't control that?
Oh, no, I can. Just... Think fire and grass.
Okay. You can't like control burn them?
I don't think anyone likes to be burned, regardless of how controlled it is.
Okay,
Evan-
but I mean like you can't burn them just enough that like the teachers don't get mad.
Evan kind of shrugs and is like... Evan kind of shrugs and follows up with what Lily said and says, every little bit of help helps.
I'm not in the business of hurting people anymore. But I'll do what I can.
We're not trying to hurt him, we're just trying to hit him with the ball, you know. Can your powers do that?
No. Well, no. I don't... it's a secret. You just kind of turn around.
Oh, alright.
You have powers, right? You're not just like lying?
I wish I was lying. I do.
Yeah, okay, that's relatable, that's fine.
What are... Lily, if I might be so bold, mate, what do you do?
Telekinesis.
I wondered.
Yep.
Nelson kind of thinks and he was like, oh, I thought someone in our class might have that. Like muttering to himself.
But I didn't do while we were running. Olivia, what's your power situation, girl?
I don't really like to talk about it.
Okay, that's fine. Are you not gonna use it?
If I used my powers, I might get kicked out of school.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's not that's fine, as in that's fine to do. That's fine. You don't have to do it.
Okay.
You can just run around behind us. Any balls that roll past us, get them to us. Like pick them up, hand them to someone.
She nods enthusiastically and she says, yeah, I can do that.
Hell yeah.
All right. And at that, after a few minutes, Jackhammer moves to the center of the room and says, all right, teams, at your back lines. Gesturing for all of you to move to the opposite ends of the room. Let's see where we can fit everybody in.
Corner.
Move these guys down a
I
little
like how
bit.
the three player characters are in the corner.
Nelson moves up here. Olivia here. Okay.
I would like to do something before the game does begin.
Okay.
Which is I'm ordering my ghosts. I'm like silently whispering instructions to just have them like be lining up on this side, and as soon as the whistle is rung, they will just kick the balls towards us.
Okay. Roll,
So dirty.
roll your power for me.
Oh yeah.
That's such a dirty play in dodgeball. I love it.
I want to win. Oh boy.
Okay.
What are the things?
We'll decide that in a second. I just wanted to see
Okay.
how it would go. So, as you guys are standing at either side of the room, you're eyeing each other from across the gym. Each person that's standing directly ahead of you. Alex, you're just about standing directly across from Evan, and even though you guys aren't directly in front of each other, you know, he kind of like locks eyes with you. Lawrence is just kind of like not in the game, like he's just kind of not paying attention. But everybody else seems to be pretty into it. Everyone seems pretty excited to show off what they've got. And so Jackhammer raises her hand in the air and says, "Now, on the count of 3, you all will go." And there's a moment of silence, just briefly. And she starts counting down. 1, 2, 3. And at that, you all start moving. Oh, don't run ahead yet. Don't run ahead yet. We're gonna make this an orderly thing. So, first, Dako, you were preparing before the game started. So what from the list are you going to choose with Listen Up Spirits?
I think I'm just gonna mark my Doom track.
Okay. You're trying really hard to get this to work, and you can feel like your force on the spirits. And yeah, as everyone... So, before I have that effect go off, Terry, are you going to be running forward for a ball, or staying back here?
Oh no, he's staying back here. This is a room with. Okay, let me check. 3. Yeah, there's around 16 people with powers that he doesn't have a full lock on. If he runs and everyone starts doing their shit, he's actually gonna just get like thrown through the floor. So no, he's just gonna stay in the corner.
Okay.
He's
It's like some Hunger Games cornucopia shit. If you run in the middle, it's gonna be a bloodbath.
Echo, are you gonna move forward, or are you gonna stay where you are?
He's gonna move forward.
Okay. Lily, I assume you're staying back because of your move. Okay. Let's see. Alex, are you gonna... I assume you and Joey are running forward because you tried to before.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Nicole, you too?
I'm gonna run forward, yeah.
Okay. So here's how this plays out. Echo, you start running forward towards the middle of the room. Nelson does the same. Olivia stays back here. Gabe also stays back.
Oh.
Evan starts running. And Triffany starts flying ahead as well. On the opposite end, Robert starts hopping forward. Aiden stays back. Maya stays back. Lawrence stays back. Priscilla stays back. Alex and Joey, you two start moving forward, so I will move you... I'll move you, like, here. Joey, you're, like, right up with her. But yeah, you all notice that very suddenly, all of the dodgeballs are punted away from you by an invisible force towards the enemy team. And, you know, since nobody touched them, and obviously, you know, they're not flying through the air fast enough to, like, beam people, but they're all getting onto the opposite side of the court. And here's how it's going to turn out here. We've got this here. We're going to have some varying strengths of the ghosts to make this visually interesting.
Heck yeah.
Some of the ghosts are children.
Yeah, where's the ghost that is just like an infant, like what, like half year
Uh,
old? Oh my god, that's the infant.
but there's one ball that doesn't manage to get kicked away, as in a bright flash.
I expected that probably would happen.
Yeah, in a bright flash, Danny is holding a dodgeball, and you know, everyone on the opposite team, Alex and Joey specifically, you guys are taken aback as the balls very quickly go on the other side of the court, and you are in danger. And Danny, just as she blitzes to get the ball, chucks it forward, and as Triffany is flying through the air and going to catch one of the balls you prepped for her, Lily, she gets beamed in the side and knocked out instantly.
No, Triff!
Oh, I did not even get to play!
You didn't even get to play.
Oh. And she flies over the gym and goes to sit down, and she goes, oh, phooey. And Danny pumps her fist. But now, this team has an advantage. So anybody that wants to make a move, just kind of speak up, and I'll start. We'll just start going about this as naturally as we can.
Lily's gonna trot over to Gabe.
Okay. Yeah, you go over there, and you watch as, like, Nelson and Gabe and Echo are kind of running and making a front line. Do you say anything to him over here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, like, Gabe, I got us the balls. Go, dude. What are you doing?
He looks at the balls that have come over, and he just sort of nods to himself and, like, calmly walks past you. Because, you know, clearly he's not in any danger of getting hit.
I am just following Gabe.
Okay.
That is all I will be doing.
Okay. Are you standing behind him or just kind of with him?
Like behind him and with him, kind of.
Okay.
I'll just say if it looks like Gabe is about to be hit, I'm going to sacrifice myself for Gabe.
Okay. All right. But yeah, as we get up here, Echo, what do you want to do?
He is going to grab this dodgeball here.
Okay.
And he's going to take aim at our good froggy friend here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to be doing something a little bit interesting. He's going to make a portal in front of him, throw the ball through it, make another portal in front of his chest, and basically have it, because the distance is a bit faster, hit him. But not only that, he wants it to be the ice realm, because probably the wind is going to mess with his eyesight.
Also, a colder dodgeball will hurt more.
All right.
Jesus.
If you want to do that, then we're going to have you unleash your powers. We're going to see how that turns out.
So freak, right?
Yep.
Oh, I closed my sheet. No! Okay, I'm good.
No!
Okay. So you can either mark a condition, or I can tell you how this is unstable or temporary.
What does that mean?
It'll mean whatever I say it means, but you have to decide first.
Unstable or temporary? Sure, I'll take the unstable or temporary.
All right. You chuck the dodgeball into this portal, and it flies through, and you see it soaring through the ice realm. But when he sees you throw the ball, Robert is going to bend down and jump into the air. And you see the dodgeball pop out of the portal, hit the ground, and just almost scrape his leg, but he manages to flip over it, as the instability of the icy wind in that realm knocked it off course.
He's gonna be like, nice dodge!
He lands and flashes you a thumbs up, but as he does that, he whips his tongue over to the dodgeball and goes to chuck it at you. And this happens pretty quick. So, what are you going to do about it?
He is going to... Well, is it quick enough that he can't open a portal? Because he already had one going.
If you open a portal, it'll likely come through with you.
He's just going to try to dodge it.
Okay. Then roll, take a powerful blow, and we'll see if it misses.
What am I rolling for that?
So
That
is he
conditions.
is hoping to miss it?
Yes, if he misses, he is basically rolling for Robert here.
Got it.
So if you see the button on your character sheet that says conditions, you'll want to roll that.
Oh, I see. Take a powerful blow. Gotcha.
Yes. That's a hit, but that... So, to also be transparent, a hit in this sense does not literally mean the ball hits you. It is to be interpreted because of the different effects. So, let's see. You got an 8, so you get to choose one. You can either lash out verbally to provoke a teammate to foolhardy action. You can give ground, or you can struggle past the pain and mark 2 conditions.
Jeez.
So I'm gonna give these context for you. You can either just barely dodge it, but you have to verbally lash out, pretty straightforward, and provoke a teammate to do something stupid. If you give ground, and your opposition gets an opportunity, then I'm going to say that somebody else, or rather, if you give ground, you're probably just gonna get hit. And if you struggle past the pain, you're forcing yourself to dodge this probably faster and a little hardier than you normally would be, maybe using a portal jumping through the fire realm, but if you choose that, you have to mark 2 conditions.
Okay. Interesting. I'll take the second one.
You want to give ground to be knocked out of the game?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Don't say that.
I'm just asking if you're sure you want to be knocked out of the game.
What was the first option again?
The first one is lash out verbally. So you have to provoke a teammate into foolhardy action. So you're basically yelling at somebody specific to do something in a mean way.
I'll take the second one actually. So, he's gonna look to Nelson. Oh man, what can I say?
Yeah, you're.
Wait, do you mean the first one? So you're doing... Are you giving ground, or are you...
No, I'm doing the first one.
Okay.
The first
so
one.
You're,
Okay, got it.
He slings this dodgeball at you with his tongue, and it's coming at you fast, and you just barely manage to, like, fall back into a portal through the fire realm. You don't get burned, thankfully, but you stumble back into our realm, onto your back as the ball flies over you, back towards Terry. And it just barely missed you, but you're running on adrenaline at the moment, and you look to Nelson, and what do you say? What do you shout at him?
It has to be something mean, right?
Yeah, you gotta lash out at him, and you have to provoke him into foolhardy action.
Nelson, I thought you were a superhero. What are you doing? Help us!
Nelson runs forward and grabs the ball and says, "Oh, right!" And he's gonna charge forward, holding his dodgeball, jump up in the air, and, like, go to volleyball spike it towards Robert over here.
Can I do something?
Yeah, sure.
Can I make myself attract the ball so that it comes towards me and I can catch it?
Let me see. Joe, were you beneath or above Alex before?
I was, like, right here.
Okay. All right.
Because Joey's essentially just going to these people in the back and is like, come on, get ready to catch them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah. Alex, if you want to do that, roll to unleash your powers. We'll see how this goes.
Okay. Let me pull back up my sheet.
I felt bad yelling at Nelson.
I'm just telling the soldier to get to work. Ooh,
Oh, no.
let's see what that means. To unleash your powers. Okay. So, you reach out. Yeah, first of all, mark potential. Anytime you guys miss, mark potential. And if, by the way, if your potential track is full, add an advancement under the list. Give it like a dummy name. Fill it with dashes or A's or whatever. And then just clear out your potential and mark a new one. You do keep marking potential even if you filled it out.
Yeah, that made mine full, so I guess I have one.
Mm-hmm. You're very quickly, like, you see Nelson leap into the air ready to volleyball spike it, and you panic. And you go to attract the dodgeball towards yourself. And thankfully, you manage to do it, because it swerves around from Robert, and it does not slam into him. However, it doesn't exactly go as you intended, because you're the middle of this big sort of orbit, and the ball goes and flies and slams into Maya's face, and she falls back onto the ground. And
Sorry.
yeah, you do that, and you're like, oh god, I hurt somebody else. So first of all, your guilt is mounting. But Nelson lands and looks extremely panicked and goes, "Oh, I didn't mean to do that." And Jackhammer just blows a whistle and says, "You're out."
What?
She looks over to Maya, who is out cold. She just says, "Continue with the game," and she comes over to remove Maya, who is unconscious.
Is it clear that it was Alex's powers that made that happen?
Roll
Like
to...
the weird unnatural curve to it?
It is obvious that something happened to it. Roll to assess the situation for me.
Yep.
Because I want to see if you can tell exactly what it was.
Can I roll as well? Because sharpen
Yeah, sure.
dice?
Yeah.
I can ask one question.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess my question would be that.
Yeah, then yes, you can tell that Alex did something because she did a body motion in enough of a way where you're like, oh, she did something and that happened. So clearly she made that happen. And Echo, you're the same way. You're able to tell like, oh shit, she did that. Uh-oh.
Then I'm gonna tap Gabe and just say, get her, and I'm gonna point to Alex.
Okay, and yeah, he picks up the dodgeball. And you guys on the opposite team are able to watch as the dodgeball vibrates in his hand, and he lowers his hand and it stays in the air before he taps it with a finger, and it flies with crazy speed towards you, Alex. Roll take a powerful blow.
What do I do for that?
Roll the button in your character sheet that says conditions.
Okay.
Conditions.
And can I roll to intervene?
Let's see how this goes first.
Yeah, I actually was also gonna ask that.
Oh,
If I could
right, you did it.
intervene.
Okay, so you got an 8 on the conditions. So let's see. Let me see here. Okay, Joey first, because you're right here next to her.
Yeah.
You can roll to defend.
Yep.
Using Savior, and I'll make something happen based off of these two rolls.
Okay.
Okay, you got a 9. So, Alex, you watch as this thing comes towards you, and you're sort of preparing to use your powers to deflect it, and Joey rockets over and, kind of like knocks you out of the way as you both fall to the ground. But, Joey, since you rolled a regular hit, a partial hit, it's going to cost you. So you can keep her safe, but you have to either expose yourself to danger or escalate the situation.
When you say escalate, what do you mean?
Probably
Because
getting, like, really aggressive.
okay, because I already thought in my head, like, am I catching it or am I just knocking her out of the way?
You're gonna have to knock her out of the way. If you got a full, I might have said that you catch it. But you're mostly just intending on getting her out of the way of this, because it's moving crazy fast. It's actually kind of insane that you got to her in time. It's that fast.
So, I'm gonna escalate the situation.
Okay.
Because Joey, in her, like saving her and cockiness in the moment, is going to try to hurl a ball at Gabe.
Okay. So, as we go through...
She's gonna try to get Gabe out, basically.
First, this ball that flew straight towards you guys, it slams into the stage at the back of the gym and lodges itself in it. And Alex, you fall to the ground. And while Joey is about to escalate the situation, you get the same decision that Echo got before. You can either lash out verbally, or you can struggle past the pain, since you're being saved. I would say probably lashing out verbally would just sort of add to what Joey's doing in making the situation, escalate.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so what do you call out to Gabe as Joey is, like, standing up and preparing to do something?
No, I don't even know. I'm like, is that all you got?
Gabe, like, as you guys, like, narrowly avoid it and are, like, eating shit, and you're, like, trying to smack talk him, he just looks at his hand and goes, that was a little too fast. And, yeah. Joey, what do you want to do as Gabe calmly walks and goes to pick up another dodgeball? And Evan looks ready to throw a couple of dodgeballs your way himself.
I think... I Because a part of me wants to use some of my, like, transform power a little bit,
Okay.
but I can't adapt to this situation yet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm just thinking.
I would tell you that you could do something specifically to catch, but at this point, since you're trying to escalate the situation, I would say that you probably want to... Maybe, you know what we'll do? We'll save this for just a second. Because Evan, his tendrils come out of his sleeves, and he slings 2 dodgeballs your way, because both of you are prone on the ground, and, like, starting to get up, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'll take both of them out. As he flings the first one over, the first one kind of, like, flies wide because you guys were moving down onto the ground, but the second one looks aimed to hit at least one of you, but as he throws it at you, Danny flashes in and intercepts by catching it. So she lands in front of you guys, and Evan's like, shit.
Going for this ball.
He has to
walk
out. And
doing good.
You scramble up, run back to get the dodgeball, and Danny basically, like, tosses the ball above her head, like, over her shoulder to you, Alex, and then in a flash, she's on the opposite end of the gym with Robert.
Oh, cool.
So, Joey, now that you have a dodgeball, what are you wanting to do?
I'm trying to hit Gabe. I'm trying to get Gabe out.
Okay. Roll to throw that dodgeball. And I think, actually, because you're trying to aggress on him, and he is clearly ready to throw a dodgeball at you, roll danger for me, because you are currently directly engaging a threat.
Got it.
Yes. Ooh. All right. On a 10 plus,
I would like to defend Gabe.
Okay. First, let's figure out what this move is doing. So you get to pick 2 from this list. Of course, by default, you guys are trading blows, and you can change the scene based on the 2 you pick from the directly engage a threat list. So what do you want to do?
I can choose 2 from that list?
Yep.
Okay. So, besides just throwing the ball at him, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to resist or avoid their blows because he's holding that ball in his hand and she's looking at it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like kind of prepping herself to like quickly dodge right after she throws.
Mm-hmm.
But she's also kind of like, as she does this, she like takes a nod to Alex because she's trying to create an opportunity for Alex so that whether she gets Gabe or Lily out, one of them will be there for Alex to try to get out directly afterwards.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you're going to chuck this ball through the air with rocket power as Gabe is prepping to launch a ball towards you. And he kind of raises his brows a bit at the fact that you're about to like very quickly rebound. And so yeah, he launches a ball forward in the air, much weaker than last time, but still flying straight towards you, and you chuck the dodgeball through the air. In order to create an opportunity and resist his blow, your dodgeballs clash in the middle of the gym, and there's like the anime sort of like wind pulsing out from them, and you create the opportunity for Alex if you want to throw the dodgeball at him.
Yes, I'm gonna try and throw it at Gabe.
Okay.
Can I use a team point? Can I use a team point to help Alex?
Well, let's go over this first. So, Alex, are you regularly throwing it, or are you using your gravity powers?
Part of me wants to make him attract it, but I think that would be too high of a risk of hurting someone, and my character would not want to do that again.
Okay.
So I'll just throw it regular.
Okay. Then you throw it. And, you're chucking it through the air while he is, unable to defend himself. So, let's see here. I'm going to say that you're just able to throw it normally. And, Lily, you can roll to defend Gabe.
Okay.
And yes, since Joey mentioned it, you guys can all pull from the pool of now 5 team points and you can just use it on your own teams.
Yeah, I want to use team points to help Alex.
Oh, she's not rolling.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
You can always help
My
me.
No, my feelings. I thought.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yes, yeah.
Terry
Oh,
and
wow.
Echo, if you guys can do anything in the fiction to help Lily, you can spend team points to help Lily.
I think it would take 2 team points to make it a 7, which is at least a hit.
I'm gonna help out Lily.
Okay. Terry, are you going to?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. So, and also, Dako, since you can't add a team point to this since you're the one rolling, there is a rule where if you are with NPCs, you can have them help you and spend a point for them. Do you want to spend a point for Gabe?
It would still keep it in a hit, so I don't think I need to, because adding 3 would be the same as adding 2.
Sure. All right. So yeah, Echo and Terry, talk amongst yourselves. How are you going to help this situation? What's going on is Alex is just normally chucking a dodgeball through the air, and it might be a little fast and a little hard considering her powers, but it is a regular dodgeball arc going towards Gabe, and Lily is like jumping in front of him and trying to protect him. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay.
Echo would probably open up a portal facing upwards so that the winds of the Ice Realm lift it higher than it should go.
Okay. And Terry, what about you? What can you do in this situation to help?
That's a good question. What can I do in this situation?
You know what you're capable of doing.
But she's not that,
But
careless.
you can.
I wish she was that careless. There's so much fun shit I can do. But at the same time, no.
Let go, Kai.
No. Fuck
How
off.
fun would it be there, guy?
Dude, it's not worth the ramifications, you know? Very self-aware. So, give me a rundown of what's happening, get any, big brain shit.
Alex is chucking a dodgeball through the air, and Lily is, jumping in front of Gabe to help defend him. She's chucking it in an arc through the air, and Echo, opens a portal along the floor or something, or, in the air, open air, facing up, to kind of, add icy wind, which raises the dodgeball further into the air, and it seems like it might overshoot them, but it's still possible it hits either of them in the head.
Could Terry try and throw his dodge, pick up this one and try and toss it to, collide with that dodgeball to Ultra Force?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you pick up your dodgeball, you chuck it through the air, and Echo, you because of the tensity of the situation and how quick everything's moving along, the ball almost hits into them, but thankfully Terry chucks a ball through the air as well. They bounce off of each other, and they end up here and here. Lily, you end up, in front of Gabe. And Gabe just sort of watches all of this happen, and he looks to you, and he just says, "You don't have to protect me."
You were gonna get hit.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, whatever. Which one are you gonna hit next?
He looks at Alex.
Would you two lovebirds quit fighting?
He looks at Alex and just walks over to this and goes to pick it up.
Got it.
Yeah, Echo, what are you gonna do now as you see Danny blip over to this dodgeball, and then blip over back towards you and chuck the dodgeball in your direction?
So he yells, "Would you two lovebirds do something?" He turns around, sees Danny, he's like, "Oh, shit." How fast is this ball going?
Very fast. She basically, she turned into the bright flash or the crash of thunder as she appeared picking up the dodgeball. The same flash happened again, and after that flash, she chucked the dodgeball right at you. So it's got a pretty good momentum to it.
He's gonna see if he can grab this dodgeball quick enough and use it, because if it bounces off a dodgeball you're holding, that doesn't count, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna see if he can scramble to grab it and raise it to deflect it off Danny's ball.
Okay. Roll to directly engage a threat, plus danger.
God. I picked the most stacked team and we're getting creamed.
Well, two of us just literally can't use our powers, so
I mean, that's fair. But also, like, 3 of their team hasn't moved from the back line.
Alright, you got a 9. So obviously, you're trading blows, but you get to pick one from the list. You can either resist or avoid their blows, which is the dodgeball, take something from them, so the dodgeball, create an opportunity for your allies, or impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
He's gonna take the dodgeball.
Okay, yeah. You manage to bump the dodgeball in the air with your own, and you catch it after, but clearly it doesn't seem like it's counted as a catch since you hit it before you had to catch it. So Danny is still in. And yeah, what are you going to do after that?
He is going to try to scoop up the second dodgeball and
you got
jump
them both.
through a port.
You got them both.
Yeah, and then he is going to smile, wink to Danny and the frog, and he's going to jump through a portal and wait until an opportune time to throw balls at them.
As you're going into the portal, you hear Jackhammer say, "Don't hide in that portal for more than a moment."
Yes, ma'am, and he still jumps into it.
Okay.
He's going to walk a little bit over where they don't suspect him, probably here, and then throw a ball at Evan. Or, not Evan.
Robert.
Robert.
Alright, you're going to appear right here. And as this is happening, you guys see a couple of the almost speedsters in your class acting at the same time, as Danny quickly appears by this dodgeball, chucks it back towards you, Alex, and then dashes over by Robert, seemingly intent on helping him. So moving down to Gabe and Alex, Gabe is going to launch this dodgeball towards you, Alex. What are you going to do?
I am going to try to catch it.
Okay. In that case, let's see.
I can hear the intrigue in your voice.
Let's directly engage a threat here.
Roll danger.
Yep. What's up, Danger? Thanks. Thanks for a reaction. Okay, got an 8. Once again, trading blows, you get to pick one from that list. Can either resist it, take the dodgeball, create an opportunity for your allies, or impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
I'm definitely going to take the dodgeball. I'm going to get him out.
Okay. Yeah, the dodgeball comes towards you, and you're able to have it, like, orbit around you and then land in your other hand, as you, like Echo, are now holding 2 dodgeballs. So let's see here. Yeah, Echo, you throw both of your dodgeballs towards Robert and Danny. Are you doing anything?
Wait, hold on. Is Gabe out then?
And Gabe is out, right?
Let me think about that.
Because she caught it.
Yeah, I caught it.
Yeah, you know what?
Entirely fair.
That is
Will
true.
rolled a 9 when, and that isn't how it worked.
Wait, what's up?
Will just did the same thing, and that isn't how it worked.
Yeah, I'll say that the ball like orbited around you long enough that it's clear you were able to sort of stop it with gravity and get the ball, but you did not catch it like out of the air.
I mean, I was trying to.
Yeah, it's true though. That's fair.
That's how it's gotta be. If I had everything be 1-1, this dodgeball game would have ended much quicker. But it's okay, because now you have 2 dodgeballs and an opportunity to throw them at Evan. Or, not Evan, fuck. At Gabe.
Now I got you saying it.
So yeah, at the same time, both of you can throw your dodgeballs at your intended targets. Echo, I believe you're throwing them at Danny and Robert.
Yes.
And Alex, you're throwing them at, I guess, Lily and Gabe, since they're both there. But
Yeah.
Are either of you doing anything special, or are you just throwing your dodgeballs regular?
He's gonna jump into a portal again and reappear somewhere else.
Okay, and then you're going to try to jump out from there and like, throw
beat a
dodgeballs.
ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then for you, roll to unleash your powers.
Okay, here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
I have guilty mark. This doesn't apply to this roll, but does it automatically deduct it when you roll?
That's a good question that I don't know the answer to, because I don't know the math behind these sheets.
Roll here. There's -2 to address the situation. Let me just roll.
Roll it to see what it looks like.
It does.
Okay, it does not. So yeah, we'll have to remember that.
that's just something to keep in mind for everybody, because when I first did that, I was like, it should -2 for me. So
I do wonder why they didn't make that automatic, because these sheets can do that. But
I just thought I'd let you know.
yeah, good to know. All right,
Freak.
roll that freak for me.
Oh, I am a freak.
Oh, you're a freak. Oh my God, you're a
I
freak.
am a freak.
Yeah, it seems like Danny is ready to defend Robert as you're doing this, and you pop into the portal. You jump out like where do you jump out at?
Probably like where they least expect it, right in front of them.
Okay. Yeah, you do this. It looks like you're like about to throw your dodgeball. You pop into a portal and pop out over here, being all tricky. And where Danny was originally going to try to help defend Robert, she very quickly realizes she'll get hit if she stays there, so she darts away. But very easily, you're able to pelt Robert with both of these dodgeballs in the chest, and he gets knocked on his ass. Just goes, all right. Yeah, these bounce off here and here.
Gives a thumbs up to Robert.
Robert gives you a little thumbs up and is like, that was pretty good. And he hops out of the ring. Alex, are you doing anything special with your dodgeballs?
Yes, I'm going to, kind of like I did with the shot put the other time, right after I throw them, I'm going to decrease the gravity so they fly through the air faster, so hopefully they'll have less reaction time.
Okay. In that case, let's see here. I'm wondering if I should make you unleash your powers or just kind of say it happens.
That's up to you.
Here's what I'll do. You throw the first ball, and you do this. You chuck it through the air, and it's going towards Gabe. Lily, do you react to this, or do you not protect him this time because of what he said?
Does it look like Gabe is just thinking like, I can take a dodgeball hit, like as if he's like tough? Not like does he know he needs to dodge and not just weather a blow?
It seems like he's just standing there waiting for it.
Fuck it, I'll let him do it.
Okay. Yeah. You chuck this dodgeball through the air, and even though he does not have a ball, Nicole, I want you to roll directly engage a threat.
Okay.
Whoa!
Alright, so you get to choose 2 from the list, once again. You get to resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity, or impress, surprise, or frighten. You can choose 2 from that list.
I wish. Where is this list? Is there anywhere I can just see this?
Yes,
So I don't have to keep
in
asking
the
you?
rules and mechanics chat, if you go into the pinned messages, the basic moves sheet.
I'm trying to find that.
Are you not able to find it, or are you not able to open it?
I'm not able to find it.
In rules and mechanics, hit the pinned messages towards the top of the screen, like the push pin icon, and then scroll down in that list of pinned messages, and it's like the second to last one.
Okay, there we go.
I don't.
Because I don't want to keep asking you, because I can never remember all of them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
It is recommended you guys have this open during the game.
And this one is for which? Directly engage a threat?
Yep. And you get to choose 2 from that little list.
Okay, so I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm going to resist or avoid their blows.
Okay.
Hopefully that means I'll resist whatever he's doing and actually hit him. And I'm going to create an opportunity for my allies. So hopefully one of my teammates can get Lily after I get him.
Okay. So yeah, you chuck your first ball through the air, because remember I am only having you throw the one. And you chuck it through the air. And you are able to see, as he stands there with his hands in his pockets, this ball slams into solid air and bounces off. And that's when you guys remember that he was just jumping on air during the physical tests. And just kind of walking down an invisible staircase. So this ball hits this invisible wall, bounces off towards you, but thankfully you dodge out of the way so it doesn't hit you. But now, it seems like he's wide open. So you create an opportunity for your teammates, which would likely either be yourself or Joey.
I'm going for it!
All right. So you're going
I just
for
picked
this.
this up. I ran from over here because I saw a dodgeball land. I picked it up. I'm gonna run back over.
Okay.
Throwing it!
All right. And Lily, in the
am-
meantime, do you want to move, grab one of the dodgeballs near you? What's up with you?
So he seems fine on his own.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Good luck, Gabe. I'm going to run over. I guess I don't really have any. I have something in mind, but it's not something I can do right now.
Okay. Do you
So
just
I will
wanna...
just stand. I'll pick up this ball, but I'll like stand ready.
Okay. All right. Then, Joey, you've got an opportunity now, as Lily's going to get this dodgeball, and, you know, Gabe is, like, focused on Alex, like, laser focused on her. So what do you want to do?
I'm trying to hit Gabe.
Okay. Then, let's directly engage a threat here.
Got it. I am winding up my arm.
Okay. And I'm going to say that you get a bonus point on that because Alex was helping you and setting you up.
Yeah.
Not that it really changes anything, it is still an 8, but that was the original intention on this roll. So you get to pick one from that list on directly engaging a threat.
I am
and
going...
Since you were set up, I'm going to say you know, there are no blows you're having to avoid this time.
I'm going to impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
Okay.
I want him to be impressed with me.
Okay. Yeah. You're like almost soaring through the air. You know, your turbines are going as you're once again like from the air launching this dodgeball towards him. And you know, he moves. How to describe this? He kind of slides backwards at a quick enough pace that this dodgeball just narrowly manages to avoid him. But as he stops and looks at you, and this dodgeball, you know, goes flying out of the court, he just looks between you two and says, I thought this would be more boring. And at that, Alex, you've now got 2 dodgeballs once again, as I'm going to say you were able to pick up the second one. Lily, you've got a dodgeball. Echo, what do you want to do in the meantime as you see their congregation at the back of the room, and you're up here kind of surrounded by a couple of stray dodgeballs? Will, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted.
There you go.
Let me see here. Echo's gonna look back for a moment and see the 2 people who aren't doing anything. And kind of do like a gesture like, come on, do something.
Olivia gets a pass. Leave her alone.
Do you shout that?
No, he just kind of gestures like, he like points to the balls and like gives like a frantic face. As he goes and grabs this ball.
Okay.
And he's gonna go to throw it at Joey.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, because I had you kind of sitting out for a little while, so... now that Joey has thrown her ball, I'm going to say that you can just sort of chuck it in Joey's direction. But Alex, you see this coming. Do you want to defend Joey?
Yeah, I'll defend Joey.
Okay, then roll me that fun defense roll, which is plus savior.
Whew!
Ooh,
Gosh, today.
dang.
They got
Oh, our friendship is strong.
Our friendship's really strong.
Okay, with you, Echo, because of how PC threats work, I'm going to have you roll danger.
What's up, Danger?
What's up, danger? Could you let me know what's up?
Yeah, sure, I'll let you know.
-2.
Mm-hmm.
Is Danger in -2?
No, because she defended and got a hit, your
Yeah.
roll is -2.
Oh, okay, but so for the input value, what do I put?
Yeah, -2.
Sure. -2 is -2. But it's okay, you'll get 5.
Yeah, okay.
Mark that potential, boyo.
I always
So yeah, you chuck this ball through the air towards Joey, and Alex, you very easily launch one of the dodgeballs in your hand towards it. They bounce off of each other, and go, kind of scattered this way.
Sorry, Joey.
It's fine.
And then I throw it at Joey.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Now you roll danger, and Alex, I'll have you guys compete once again.
Would it be? Oh, okay, never mind.
So Nicole, you get to roll savior.
God
damn. And Dako, you can roll danger, or if you want to do something special, by all means.
Yo, Chloe,
No, danger and freak are the same, and I can't imagine a way I can worm superior into this.
If you're just ordering a ghost to do something, maybe, but you can go ahead.
Well, but I have to throw it. I couldn't have a ghost throw the ball, because then I would imagine that is the same as the reason why when the ghosts kicked
True.
it didn't count as someone getting out.
Mm-hmm.
So danger -2. Hey!
So let's see. Since you got an 8, you expose yourself to cost, retribution, or judgment. Or no, I'm sorry. I was reading that backwards. So let's see. You have the -2. You got an 8 on directly engage a threat. So you're able to pick one from that list. Which obviously there are no blows coming your way. So what do you want to do?
I'm thinking. Would creating an opportunity for my allies and beckoning Gabe to come back in, would that be something?
Yeah, that'd be something.
While they're distracted with the ball, I scurry over here and slap this one towards Gabe.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so Alex, you managed to throw your other ball and thankfully protect Joey once again as the balls go, flying and bouncing off of each other in this way. And meanwhile, Lily, you pass the ball back to Gabe. He catches it and then very quickly flicks it from his palm. It goes flying over you and right towards you, Alex. Actually, hold on. Who was that? You were originally throwing it at Joey, right? Do you make a gesture at which one you want him to hit?
No, Alex. Does Alex still have a ball? Is this ball below hers?
No, she had to let go of her ball to protect Joey.
Okay, then yeah, whoever. I don't care.
Okay, then he is going to
During
flick
this
his
time,
ball, and because you impressed him recently, Joey, he's going to throw the ball at you. Roll to take a powerful blow.
Can I try to catch it? Is that what I'm doing?
If you succeed on take a powerful blow, you just might. But we gotta see how it goes first.
Okay.
Oh, that's not bad.
Ooh. That's wait, no, that's good. That's good.
Good.
You get to mark
Oh yeah,
potential.
because Oh yeah, nice.
Mark potential, and missing on the conditions roll is good. So, let's see. Yeah, say how you weather the blow, Joey.
So wait, do I get hit or not?
No, you do not get hit. So
Okay,
you can
so-
either dodge or I will let you catch it now.
I can catch it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. So Joey was just starting to make way for this other dodgeball over here.
Mhm.
When out of the corner of her eye, she sees this coming towards her. And
know
she
what?
just lifts her left hand and just catches it dead in the air.
Let me give you guys this music.
Is it Joey's thing?
Not Joey's theme. There's some team efforts going on, but the vibes have changed. You quickly pivot around, and you're able to extend both of your hands and catch the ball dead in the air. Which thankfully he did not launch it nearly as hard as he did the first time, or else you feel like it might have cleaved right through you. But thankfully, it was not launched with kill intention, and you catch it. And Gabe just stares at you, and then quietly turns and walks away.
When it's caught, Lily would look back to Gabe wide-eyed and just mocking and be like, "Oh, let's make this quick. Yeah, okay."
He goes to sit down.
Number one, you bored my ass.
Meanwhile,
Looking back laughter.
Alex, you were able to pick up the dodgeball near you. Joey, you're holding a dodgeball. Terry, you're at the back of the room. What do you want to do?
Kai, you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Kai.
Oh no.
If he's here. Kai, are you here?
Kai, speak to me.
Okay. Echo, what do you want to do?
Oh no, God!
And you do additionally see Danny blitz up here and grab this ball. What do you want to do?
Oh no, we have no balls. He's gonna, I guess, open a portal here just to try to blow a ball towards him.
Okay. Roll.
Actually, he's gonna open it here and blow 2 balls towards the
Okay.
side.
Yeah, roll to unleash your powers for me. Kapow!
Yo, kapow.
Kapow!
Is that
You roll a pathetic
Ooh.
Wow.
You rolled crazy, crazy good. Yeah, you do it. And in fact, you actually do it so well. Do you want to send one to Lily?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, yeah. You open a portal on their end of the arena. One ball, flies over into your hand. One bounces across the way, and you're able to move in and catch it, Lily. And you guys are at a stare down as all 4 of you are holding balls and ready to throw them at each other. What do all you guys want to do? Who wants to move first?
Hey, Joey.
Yeah.
Could you, in a second here, step to the left and give me at least something before this game is over?
Hmm.
I'm about to throw it to you. Dodge to the left. That's all I'm saying.
Joey looks like she's calculating in her head for just a second. And then she goes,
Okay, but then tomorrow at lunch you have to sit by us. You and your friends.
Triffany can sit by us too, of course.
Yeah, but you have to get them
Yeah,
on
sure.
board.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Echo's just like watching this, like
She
really?
like squints her eyes and looks at her and goes, Lawrence.
What'd you say?
Oh, I can hit Lords. Echo smiles.
Oh, you just say
you can
him.
type. And I'm just gonna have the ghost jump in me and give the strongest throw I can,
Okay.
and hope that Joey steps to the right, so I can just fucking beam Priscilla.
Okay.
I'm actually going to step like part. Oh, you're going for Priscilla, goddamn.
I'm going for Priscilla.
Yeah, I step partially here.
Dude.
Wait, I want to use Dark Visions.
Okay.
I want to use Dark Visions to see which way Priscilla is about to dodge to pre-aim there.
Can I roll superior to assess the situation to see?
Uh,
Because if it's gonna hit Priscilla, I'm gonna try to just block it with the ball in my hand.
we have this, Joey. We're losing anyway. I just want this.
Okay,
I
Dako.
know which way
Your
to
dark
go.
visions activate. Your eyes, glow with their dark aura for a brief instance, and you see yourself throwing the dodgeball towards her, and it seems like she's surrounding herself with mirror clones nonchalantly. Your ball flies through one of them randomly, and then they close back in and become her again, and you're actually not able to tell which one was her.
Yeah, sure, okay. I would say that counts as hitting a her, at least, and I would argue that with the teacher. It's cheating to not know. She could just claim it's never her.
And I will say, when it hits her, you do see it fly through her and shatter her like glass.
Okay, well, I would just use the dark visions to see which one is going to actually be her.
Oh, okay. You're seeing multiple futures and trying to see all right,
I'm
which
just
one?
trying to see what the throw I need to do unhindered to actually hit her.
Okay, cool. And real quick, is there anything additional with the visions, or is it just you spend the doom track and then you get the answer?
I spend the doom track and then I get the answer.
Right. Okay, yeah. When you're viewing multiple branching futures as you're throwing the ball, doing different trick shots, just kind of chucking it in different directions, and eventually you finally find the one that is her, which takes a single step to the side in the midst of all of these mirror images that are moving around towards Lawrence, and then stepping back. And it's a very deft movement, something that you wouldn't have caught if you weren't able to view all of these different futures.
So yeah, when I see the future, I cock my arm back and toss the ball, and I will call out to Joey, like, our lunch table's about to be the best lunch table in the school, and then I throw the ball.
Yeah, you chuck the ball through the air, and Joey, you said you wanted to try to do something. I will say you can try to defend Priscilla if you so wish.
Yeah, I do want to try to do that.
Oh, why?
The backstab.
And know
It's
that
not a backstab!
It is, we had a deal!
You said you'd hit Lawrence.
I didn't say I'd hit Lawrence. I said I would just wanted you to step to the right, and I
Echo said he'd handle Lawrence.
Dude, poggers.
Yeah, Echo said he'd get Lawrence.
Yeah, Echo said he'd handle Lawrence.
So before you throw it, though, you say that we're gonna have the best lunch table.
Yeah, the best lunch table in the school. It's gonna pop off.
I gotta put myself in the mind of Joey here because
Echo, what do you want to do while Joey's considering this in the brief
I-
moments of this throw?
yeah,
He's,
I'm gonna.
put
I'm
down
gonna-
his goggles and see if he can talk to Spark and do some weird deflective shit off the ground so Lawrence doesn't realize the ball's coming for him.
You have a feeling if you hit the ground with it first that it will not count.
Oh, no, he's just gonna throw it at Lawrence.
Okay, you want to do weird portal shit?
Yeah, no, he's gonna do weird portal shit. Is Lawrence look like he's paying attention, or is he just disengaged from
No,
those?
he's right now he is disengaged.
Oh, then yeah, no, he's just gonna do portal shit.
Okay, then yeah, you chuck your ball through the air, and I'm not gonna make you roll for it because you know your ball like flies through a portal, banks off of a few rocks in the fire dimension. It doesn't catch on fire or pop or anything, but it bounces out of a portal and slams into Lawrence's face because he's not paying attention, and it knocks him on his ass against the or not doesn't hit him in the face. I'm sorry, that would get you out.
Doesn't hit him in the face, I would
Hits him
be
in the
out.
chest. And knocks him back into like the base of the basketball thing. He's like, ah, what the hell? And at that, Joey, as you're stepping to the side, do you allow
Yep.
Lily to throw the ball at Priscilla?
I do. We're gonna have the best lunch table.
Okay.
And Lily looked a little bit pale. Lily looked a little pale and sad this morning whenever she looked at the leadership board, and so she was like, you know what? Yeah. But can I throw something? And do it. Can I chuck something?
What do you want to do?
I want to chuck a ball at Olivia.
Okay, sure.
Not this week.
Go for
No.
it. So yeah,
Thank you.
I will say, Lily, you see that in your vision as well.
What?
So what do you
The
do?
choice-
Do you still throw at Priscilla, or do you defend Olivia? And I'll say that I will allow you to automatically succeed at either.
Not aware of this pact that you have with Olivia. I'm sorry.
I already spent the Doom track.
No, but that's what I'm saying is, you can either automatically succeed in protecting her or hitting Priscilla.
Welcome to the choice you gave me when I was playing Kirby.
It's not that big of a
close.
deal.
That's hilarious that you said that. Oh, fuck.
Dago's been thrown off. I like that.
Revenge or friendship?
Well, it goes
That is
deciding.
friendship.
Can I say something quickly to Lawrence?
Yeah, you call out to Lawrence while he's walking. This is all happening at the same time. What do you say to Lawrence?
Sorry, Lawrence, I thought you were paying attention, mate.
He flips you off, which Jackhammer does not see. Neither does Nelson.
Can I make a counter offer to Chloe?
Okay.
If I throw this and then lurch into the ball's way and get hit myself, could that work? Could I just willingly get fucking slammed by Joey?
Oh yeah, yeah, I'll let you do that.
If Chloe's
Yeah,
okay with that.
I mean Joey. Yeah, I'm okay with that as well.
Okay.
It's just Joey wouldn't mean to do that. Like she'd
Yeah.
immediately she put her hands like over her mouth and be like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, you.
Only does this like weird like full force pitch of the ball towards Priscilla, and then before she even sees the result of that, just jerks and like stumbles to the side and like crouches so she gets beamed in the face by a ball.
Okay, are you getting beamed in the face or in the arm?
Well, she's just jumping in front of it.
Okay.
in any way she can fit to, and I
Okay.
think it's funny if she gets slammed in the face.
Okay, then here's what happens. So you look through all of these different futures, and you're looking through a few where you're like, oh, I hit Priscilla, but like if I have to like protect Olivia and stay in the game, I can't do both. So you decide to do this maneuver. You chuck it through the air, and nobody is paying attention or watching when Priscilla like makes the copies and is surprised when she's beamed in the chest and knocked back, not onto her ass or anything. She's still on her feet. But she seems very surprised that you predicted where she was going to be, and keeps that in mind for later. But you jump forward, and Joey chucks the ball, and it hits you. Let's see, how are we going to decide if this hits you in the face or on the arm? Because that's kind of funny to me.
Can I make a narrative joke?
Okay.
To say why it might hit her in the face?
Okay.
She's going through all the futures and then I lurch forward and block it with my hand, and then somehow the force is enough that it hits my hand and then goes to hit Olivia. And like she's seeing like same with the leg, same if I just try to chest bump it. Only the face will stop its trajectory enough.
Okay. Yeah, then you do that. You stumble in the way, you get beamed in the face by this dodgeball, and thankfully, it doesn't bust your nose, but it does hit you pretty good in the face and knock you back. And as that happens and the ball flies off, and Joey, you're like, oh! And you look around, Jackhammer points at you and says, you're out.
Points at who?
To you, because you hit her in the face.
Me?
Lily calls out like,
What?
I jumped in front of it willingly.
I didn't even aim for her. She was way over there.
I headbutt the ball.
Jackhammer just says, you know the rules. You hit someone in the face, you're out. And she gestures
Wait,
to you,
that's like
Joey.
a great tactic then.
Yeah, you stand up and you're like, hey, wait a second. Yeah, Joey, you're out.
I'm still out though, aren't I?
No, you're not out because you got hit in the face.
Oh, what?
Wait, what?
No, yeah, you're out because you got hit.
I'm
but-
like,
yeah, Joey's also
Yeah,
out.
that's
So you,
it's like Giga
I'm
Brain.
like, yeah, 'cause
Yeah,
then
you're
everyone
both
would
out.
Just be like, a ball comes for them, and they'd be like, it hit me in the face. I fucking won.
yeah, that would mean super durability people always win. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're both out. You both walk over. Joe, you sit next to Priscilla, and as you sit next to her, it seems like she is. Well, she kind of looks at you, and she. There you go. She looks at you and says, "That girl predicted where I was gonna be pretty good."
Yeah, I guess so.
But looking over the dodgeball field, yeah, Echo, you're standing, and Danny and Alex both have their eyes on you.
Echo kind of smiles and he like raises two hands. He's like, he takes a step back. Oh,
Aiden finally
Danny.
slithers forward and is like, "Oh, I can finally get a dodgeball. Cool." Alex, what do you want to do?
guys,
I'm gonna
we're
tell my
friends, right?
teammates, let's all aim for him at once. He can't dodge them all. And Can
Yeah.
I use a team point to support NPCs?
What I'll have you do, actually, so what you're doing right now, you're calling your team to action, and yeah, you're at 3 very different angles, and there are a lot of you, and you're right. He probably can't dodge you all at once, so you're gonna chuck your dodgeball through the air.
Wait. Ethan, I have a request. Can we see if Terry can do anything? Because it's been a while since
Well,
guy's
give
done anything.
me a second. Give me a second.
Okay.
So, Alex, you're chucking through your ball through the air. Do you do anything special?
I'm gonna do what I did with the last one and kind of decrease the gravity a little bit so it goes faster.
Okay.
As far as the shot.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
you're aiming where he's at, and from another angle, Aiden also launches the ball through the air with his water body, seemingly able to turn into like a little typhoon before he launches it forward. And you're
no.
both at different angles, launching it where he is. Echo, you start moving into a portal to try and dodge, and you see that Danny is sort of like preemptively starting to move. So, before we do that, okay, so I want you to roll to take a powerful blow. And, yeah, just roll to take a powerful blow for me.
Yeah, okay, I can do that. We're all right. We're well. He sees the
Yeah,
ball fly.
yeah, but now we know he'll get out. Sorry.
Ah, criff.
Aw, criff.
Ah, criff.
Okay, cool. So let's see here. I believe that just means okay. So yeah, you're dodging one way and another. You know, you dodge into a portal. These balls both just narrowly miss you as they fly by. You pop out of another portal. You know, Danny blitzes in front of you, tries to throw a ball at you, and you quickly fall back into another portal. You pop out like over here, and you have successfully, thankfully, dodged their assault on you. That was all at once, and you guys have the advantage. Olivia tentatively runs out and kind of stumbles trying to pick up this ball. Terry, what do you want to do?
Terry's gonna move up and grab this ball.
Okay. And Alex is grabbing that one. Danny blitzes over and grabs this one. And now, you're at another kind of standoff. But Danny's at the front, and you know her power, sorta. And Alex, you're at the back here. Who wants to make the first move?
I'll let Danny make the first move.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, you're both like kind of run into the balls that you can grab, grabbing them, and Danny blitzes this way and chucks the ball right at you, Echo. Roll once again for me to take a powerful blow.
Oh, you're focusing me down. You know I'm the.
You're very good.
I mean, it makes sense in character.
Oh, absolutely.
Who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm absolutely. I understand. Doesn't mean Echo's happy about it.
By the way, can I message you a quick thing?
Oh yeah, let me read that while Will rolls.
Okay, I'm praying to the gods, the gods above. Please be a miss. Oh wait, do I get potential on a miss I rolled
Yes.
for that?
Yes.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you do.
Oh wait, I have an important question real quick.
Okay.
Earlier when I did hit a miss and then we used team to make it into a hit, do I still mark potential for that?
No, because you're making it into a success.
Okay. I can't
Okay.
forget to ask.
Alright, Echo. What's it gonna be?
Yeah, I got full potential in 1+. That's nice.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm doing math, and I'm also delaying the inevitable.
Roll it! Roll it! Ooh, okay. Alright. You must either remove yourself from the situation, lose control of yourself or your powers in a terrible way, or two options from the 7 to 9 list.
Just remove him. Knock him out. Do
Okay.
thy
Yeah.
worst.
Danny blitzes over, very quickly throws the ball at you, and it slams into your chest and hits you so hard that you go flying back and let go of your ball as it falls to the middle of the field, and you go skidding on your back as Jackhammer blows the whistle, and you're out. Sadly, she moved so fast in the blink of an eye that you were not able to move into a portal in time.
And he raises his a thumbs up. He's like, "Good hit, Danny."
Danny shoots a little finger gun at you, and then blitzes back to the middle of the field. Terry, what do you want to do?
He'd look back to Olivia and be like, "You have any ideas?"
Olivia just shakes her head wildly.
We're in the same boat then.
Echo's
You're good
not-
at throwing things.
What'd you say?
He'd ask Olivia, "Are you good at throwing things?"
No.
Somewhat likewise.
Well,
He's just thinking.
let's do our best. And she runs forward, goes, ah! And lands right here.
Yeah, that's alright, Olivia. You look good doing it.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
Danny blitzes to the ball and goes to chuck it at her. Alex, are you also going to throw it at her?
I'm gonna wait and see how this goes, and if she's able to hit her, then I'll throw one at Terry.
Okay.
Terry would have waited until Danny went to grab the ball and try to hit Danny the moment she tried to hit Olivia.
Okay. Yeah, directly engage a threat for me.
Oh no, it's 6. 6 is a bad luck.
You actually got a 6. You're a madman.
I hate it when he calls the shot.
I hate it
other-
too.
Other people on the team, do you want to roll a point to have Olivia help in some way? Like a team point, I mean.
Honestly, I think no.
Yeah, no.
Look, guys, let's all look at the two that are left on the field. If we saved Olivia for another round, do you think they're gonna pop off?
They might. You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
If you get this point, it's possible Danny gets out.
I'm not gonna do it. Will, if you want to spend the point to help Olivia, you can.
Am I allowed to help
Yes.
though? I'm on the
No,
bench.
you can spend it so that Olivia can help. So what's happening
Yeah,
right now?
sure. I'll do it.
Okay. To explain what's happening right now, Terry is throwing a dodgeball and is 1 point away from being able to hit. So you guys are able to spend a point for Olivia so that she can help him make this a success. Which is a thing you're allowed to do. But yes, so thankfully for Olivia, she threw this ball, and it served as a perfect distraction as Danny blitzes over to it and goes to grab it and throw it from that crouched position. But Terry, you were ready for this because you've been watching her this whole game, and you're going to try to beam her when she's not blitzing around. So on a 7, you can pick one from the list to either resist or avoid her blows, take something from her, create an opportunity for her for your allies, or impress, surprise, or frighten her.
How do you frighten someone in dodgeball?
You know how you can frighten somebody.
Yeah, but that's fucked up. So like unnecessarily brutal for a game of dodgeball. I want to do it. I would normally. Barry's not a psychopath.
And what's
Not
it going
the
to be
first
from
one.
that list?
Can I take from you? Like it's so
No
like,
legs.
The dodgeball, not her legs. You could also take her attention. That's something as well. When you guys use these moves, you can take things like that, like take someone's attention. If you hit them hard enough, you could take their breath away, like literally, and knock the wind out of them. You can be kind of playful with those descriptions.
I see. Okay, if I give Olivia like an opportunity, she's just gonna whiff. I've seen this before. Ethan knows it too. 2 of these are a trap. Yeah, I'm just gonna. So, Danny's trying to hit Olivia, right? That's what's happening, and so
Yes.
is Alex. That is what is currently happening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Terry's gonna make it look like he's aiming for Danny, but he's gonna bet she's gonna dodge and he's gonna aim for Aiden.
For who? For Aiden?
Aiden.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like through Danny. I think that's gonna dodge. It's pointless. Two-faced.
Let's see. Let me think about that. Because you were originally throwing to hit Danny, right? I'm gonna say I still want the target to be Danny.
Okay. I'm just gonna try to do then.
Okay.
He can't help Olivia.
Well,
if he makes Danny miss, Alex hits.
Mhm.
So like it's kind of pointless.
So do you want to
I'm gonna
resist
go
or
walk
avoid
for
her
it.
blows, or try to take her dodgeball from her in some way?
It just does monkey pawing one.
All I'm looking for is an answer from my good friend Kai.
I know, but there's no good. Well, there's good answers, and not like winnable answers. I'd try and hit Danny. I won't try and resist anything. I'll try and hit her.
Okay. Yeah. So let's say you're taking her attention as an answer to that. So you're very clearly throwing the ball at her. You're catching her off guard because once again, you were watching her and trying to catch her when she's not blitzing. And last second she tries to change her pivot since she sees you throwing the ball at her. She chucks the ball through the air at you as you're throwing it at her. And since you took her attention but didn't avoid the blows, you guys trade, and you both hit each other with your dodgeballs. So you manage to hit her between blitzes, but she hits you in return instead of Olivia. And you're both called out.
I believe in the Olivia 1v2.
Yeah, you got this, Olivia. Just catch it.
Danny, Danny gets hit by the ball, and as you guys are both walking back to the bleachers, Terry, she gives you a look and a sort of nod of appreciation, like, "Hey, that was pretty good." As you both go to sit down, and now, Alex, it's you, and Aiden slithers up and grabs a ball, and Olivia stumbles back, trips over this dodgeball, and falls onto her ass, and she just says, "Oh." can't do this.
You could catch it, Olivia. You could catch it. This is how we move up. This is how we move up on the leaderboard.
Oh, now I feel bad.
Full transparency, I just realized. I think a couple of you caught balls earlier in the game. I forgot I made a rule where you're supposed to call people back in from the bleachers from catching a ball. But that's okay. That's not a rule anymore.
I think the only one who was actually caught was when Maya was she unconscious.
Maya is unconscious. She woke up partway through the game, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see. What do you guys think? Should I make it to where that is still the rule? Because I don't remember if I gypped any of you out of that or not.
No.
It's fine.
I don't think we gypped anyone, but also I'm fine if we just drop the rule. Because
Okay.
it doesn't matter that much.
That's fine.
I think we should just drop it and see how the game kind of ends.
Come on,
That's fine.
Olivia, come on, please.
Another reason I wanted to ask was because it's like, this game went about as long as I wanted it to, so I don't, since the game went about as long as I wanted, I don't think I need to, prolong it, so, okay.
No, yeah.
Lily, you call out to Olivia and you're like, hey, you can do this, and she's like, okay.
Even your mic's cutting out again.
You call out to Olivia, you're giving her that support, and she's like, okay, maybe I can do it. And you guys all watch as when Alex and Aiden are preparing to throw the balls at her, she actually takes off her gloves and drops them onto the ground, and she just stands there, like, looking ready to try and catch the ball.
Rest in peace.
Alex turns to Aiden. She's like, "Let's do this."
Okay.
Let's crush her.
I'll try not to hurt you, as he, launches the ball through the air. And Alex, you do the same. And as you do this, as Aiden launches his ball first, Olivia just kind of holds out her hands, and the dodgeball hits her hands, and suddenly it's gone. And everyone kind of blinks like, what happened? But, in the blink of an eye after, Alex throws her ball already through the air, it smacks into Olivia's shoulder, and knocks her down. She's like, oh, darn. And that's the game. Jackhammer blows the whistle and says, Joey's team wins. And, the students on that side, half of them are very excited, half of them are very quiet about it. And there you go.
I sent you a quick thing.
Okay. Let me look at this.
Echo sighs and jumps off the bleachers.
Okay.
He's running up and is like, "You did it!"
Aiden's like, yeah, we did it. I'm very happy that we won. And yeah, you guys are around Jackhammer. Are you talking to her?
Hey, Jackhammer.
Yes.
I don't know if you said this in the beginning and I wasn't listening. Does this affect the leaderboard?
She kind of looks over the gymnasium and she says, today's lesson was not intended to wildly affect the leaderboard, but certain individuals that stood out might get a little bonus of some kind.
Oh, cool. Love that.
You walk over and Olivia is just kind of she's kind of sobbing a little bit to herself, not crying, but she's clearly upset as she puts her gloves back on.
Hey, I mean, you outlasted the rest of the team. That counts for something.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't win it for us.
No, I'll be honest. That's not on you. And she kind of kneels close. Gabe was kind of dog shit.
I'm sure he was trying his best.
I mean, wouldn't know it looking at him. Kind of had that too cool to try look, and then he lost. The too cool to try thing only works if you then win.
She just kind of was like, I guess so. Yeah, everybody that's over here on the winning team, and Echo who's moved over to them. What are you guys talking about?
Echo walks over and he offers high fives to all of them.
High five him back.
Yeah, Aiden also high fives you and gets your arm.
Yes.
he like shakes his arms like, good job, guys.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a crazy game. That was
Oh.
fun for my first game of dodgeball.
I thought I was gonna get hit and get out pretty early, but I was just kind of playing it safe. I didn't want to like get in there and you know, get in anybody's way. But I'm glad we won.
I mean, as long as Gabe didn't try to kill you, that would have been. He
Danny
kinda
walks
looks back.
Yeah, Danny
Embedded.
walks over and is like, "Yeah, it seems like he wasn't really intent on keeping things down to earth. Hey, good job out there, by the way." And she kind of punches your shoulder.
He chuckles and rubs it and gives her like a smile. You did good too, mate.
Yeah, I'm
As
kind of into it.
Joey's kind of like doing almost like a little dance kind of on the court as her jets on the side are kind of like moving up and down and back and forth.
We did it. We did it.
Nelson comes over and says, "Well, I must begrudgingly hand you the victory. You guys did wonderful today. I only wish that I could have stepped up and really shown you what for." And then he kind of thinks for a second and says, "Oh, I didn't even make any copies of myself."
You
Yeah,
always
you
forget
didn't.
to do that, Nelson.
Oh, that probably would have helped.
I have a quick question, Ethan.
Yeah.
Since one of my lessons is that a superhero should always feel triumph after good accomplishments,
Mm-hmm.
and does this count as embodying one of my lessons?
Yeah.
Yay!
Learning something new every day.
We did it. We did it. Yeah.
Danny and
Echo dances with her just for the laugh.
Danny and Robert are not dancing, but they seem amused by this as they both just sort of watch you coolly from the side. And Nelson is just kind of walks back over to the other side of the arena. And, you know,
Chicken! Echo calls to Nelson as he leaves.
Nelson turns back around and says, "I am no chicken.
Then dance.
I don't
Come
want
on,
to.
let's see your dance.
I don't want to
I'm
dance."
dancing. Echo's dancing. And he's like, come on, Nelson, come on.
And Jackhammer just kind of seems intent to let you guys do whatever since, you know, class is sort of winding down. There's not much time left. Triffany flew over to you two and is just sort of like checking if you two are okay. It seems like she got like a little wet washcloth and is like kind of dabbing at the part of your face that was hit, Lily.
No, I'm Triff. I'm fine. I did it on purpose.
Oh, okay. If you don't mind me asking, because I know you're very good at the planning, why did you get slam dunked like that?
It, I mean, it would have hit Olivia.
Oh. And Olivia kind of like, you know, her shoulders slump a little bit and she's like, "Oh, you didn't have to get hit for me. I didn't really do
No, I
much
mean,
for this."
it was a rough hit. Like, I mean, Joey is literally like, so like, I felt like that probably would not have gone well for you. I have like, you know, telekinesis that softened the blow for me.
Oh. Thanks.
I mean, yeah, it's like whatever.
Well, it's kind of cool. I mean, I'm used to getting hit.
That is horrible to hear.
Well, thank you for stopping me from getting hit. And she just kind of like gives you a quick hug and then runs away and goes under the bleachers. And Triffany chuckles and says, "You did a good thing."
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't really doing much, so I figured maybe, I mean, she had her whole ball eating thing. That seemed like it could have done something.
Yes.
It's whatever, Tiffany. Look, the reason we lost is because they targeted you. Because Danny was quicker. But I want you to know, if you were in there, you would have crushed it.
Oh yes, I had this whole plan where I was going to fly where they couldn't hit me and come pick up balls and throw them from above. But I was hit very fast.
Yeah, and that blows.
It does blow.
You would have crushed it. I wanted to catch one to try to get you back, but also I don't know if that was a rule. But like that didn't happen, so.
Well, next time we are playing the ball dodge, we will get them back.
I don't know, maybe next time we play the ball dodge, our whole team can bring their A game. She says, like, looking over to Gabe.
Gabe is seemingly just not paying attention. Evan just sort of looks defeated and upset. And, you know, Terry's doing Terry things.
Terry's vibing.
Yeah.
You had fun with that. And you got to see everyone use their powers and understand them better.
That's
Yeah.
how I use telekinesis.
No, but yeah, everybody over in this group on the right is just sort of talking and having a good time. Aiden seems very happy.
Yeah, Joey's starting to head over to be like, "Hey, Lily."
Yeah, Joey or Lily would be coming over to go after. Yo, that game sucked. You obviously picked the better team. So congrats on that.
Hey, thanks.
Really,
But
it
I
was
think
the
that game
Danny
was.
pick.
I think that game was pretty cool.
I mean,
You did a really good job.
could have done better.
Yeah, I think that you guys all pulled your weight.
It was a very fun game. I wish I got to play.
I know. I wish
Yeah.
you did too.
Danny just kind of calls over and is like, sorry. Somebody had to be first. Oh, that is true.
I don't know. I wish maybe if it had to be somebody, it'd be somebody who wasn't even gonna use their powers anyway. Nelson.
I'll be over here.
You should be easier on Nelson.
He could have done a lot better.
Yeah, but like, so could certain people in my group, but I'm not gonna single them out.
It's because Danny's a monster. She picked up the black.
Danny-
No offense, Danny, like good monster.
Yeah, Danny just sort of like, you know, she flicks her sunglasses a little bit, just like, yeah, I'm a monster.
Like cool monster.
Yeah, yeah, she gets it. She gets it.
Anyway, if anything good came from the game, I appreciate that you let me hit Priscilla. I owe you one.
Yeah, of course, except you were supposed to hit Lawrence, she says, like, in a low voice.
I would have hit him if I had time.
Yeah, whatever. Just make sure, can you help me out? I'm gonna be starting a club.
You want me to bully Lauren? Oh,
No, I was talking about it at lunch, but you weren't there, so I think I'm gonna start a club soon. It's just gonna be for people who are not from around here, or maybe, like, new to the world, or made of something different, like robots or water, you know?
okay. What might I do? What
Well,
does that have to do with
I
me?
mean, you're pretty cool, so it would kind of help if some cool people maybe, like, talked about the club and said that it was cool too.
I am not from
Okay.
around here. Can I be in your club?
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, it would be so fun. We should all join the club. Why don't we have a club with the whole class in it?
That's okay, but we kind of do, and it's called the class.
Oh.
Go to that.
Oh, you are right. Silly me.
It's okay, Triffany. That idea was great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking, Triff, that it would be good to have you there because people who are new to the world should definitely be there. That way we can all talk about, like, just what we know and what we've learned and what's new to us and what we're still trying to figure out so we can help each other.
Oh, that does sound quite fun.
I have a question about this club.
Okay. Oh, was that in character?
Yeah, it was in character.
Okay, okay.
So, you're gonna get a bunch of people who don't know a lot about the world together to talk about the world and learn more about the world. Who among you is gonna be the one to teach others about the world if you all don't know a lot about the world?
Oh no.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that we would have, like, weekly people that could come in and talk to us about it. And
Take guest
After-
speakers.
yeah, after we get to know each other. Because that's the thing, too, is we could learn about where we all come from and why things are so different for us.
Okay.
I think it sounds like a good idea.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Aiden.
I'm really excited to be a part of a club. I've only read about them and heard about them on TV.
Me too.
Echo, you're walking down here. What are you up to?
He just he was coughing when they said, who hit,
They're like, oh, you were supposed to hit Lawrence, and you're like, but nobody paid attention to you, so you're just over here.
Yeah, I did. He sighs and looks over to Alex. And he gives her a smile. He's like, you did good today, mate.
Thank you. You did too.
So, like, you do gravity stuff?
Yeah. I'm still fine-tuning it a little bit, but
Fine-tuning? Like, did you see that orbit one you did? That was really good, though.
oh, thank you. You were a pretty impressive opponent yourself.
I'm just good at dodging.
Guess so.
Really it. And he kind of smiles and looks over to Joey and the rest of the crew, and he sighs.
Alright. Anybody else have anything for the conversation of the club?
I'm trying
Gotta
to
have a
think.
dope name.
What, Kai?
It's gotta have a dope name.
That's true.
Like Terry not saying this, but this is just me. It's gotta have a cool. It's either gotta have a cool acronym or a cool name.
It's got to be able to be put on a shirt.
Exactly.
And
That's it.
I feel like it would segue into Joey just being like, but yeah, maybe you could speak at it sometime.
Me?
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe.
Oh, you'd surely know much about the world. It would be very cool to hear how, what is the way I put it? It would be good to get great advice from you. Yes?
I mean, you know, I'm like pretty smart.
Oh, very
Yeah,
smart.
and it could be about things that you like to do and that you want other people to like too.
I guess.
Well, then that's it. That's what we'll do. I'll bring my notebook to lunch tomorrow.
Okay.
Perfect. She's actually like, she's
Oh,
probably.
wait. Yeah, Triff, sorry, we gotta sit with her at lunch tomorrow. Which, I mean, that's the table we were sitting at in the
Oh,
change.
yes. We will need to make sure there is room for Olivia.
Yeah, of course, we can just, like, kick Nelson off.
Speaking of... Oh, yes. I will go check on Olivia, actually. And she goes to fly over everything.
I guess she's got it.
She goes to check on Olivia. And over here, with you, Terry, Nelson originally came over here and was sort of like talking at Evan and Gabriel, trying to give them motivational speeches, and they just kind of weren't having any of it. And so now he's just sort of like talking about how good you did and the fact that you lasted towards the end of the game.
He'd just be sitting here thinking, really, but he'd be like, "Thank you, Nelson. Also, don't mind that you didn't use your powers. I didn't get to use mine either."
Oh,
He's just trying to like make him feel better because of what.
yes. It is something that I sort of forget to do. It's very easy to just sort of run in with or without a plan and just sort of act, but I really need to get a handle on using my powers. It's kind of awkward to activate, but, you know, if I can remember to use it, I would like to. There's so much potential there. I could have given us a whole one-man army. Maybe next time.
Cool. And there will be a next time. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, unless anybody else has anything distinctly important that they want to bring up, or like anyone they want to talk to, we can move along to the next scene.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last class.
Yeah. This is the last class. But let me read you guys off the next little bit that I got here. Not too much time passes, of course, before the bell rings and you guys are ushered along to the hallway, because the end of the school day has arrived, the final bell. And you know, you guys are walking through the hallway, you guys are going to your lockers, doing whatever you need to do at the end of the day. You know, everybody heads off to where they need to be. However, two of our students are heading to the same place, as today they both have meetings scheduled with the school counselor as a part of the programs that they're in with the school. Let me move us to this.
baseball. It's baseball referee, my favorite superhero.
Terry and Echo, both of you have meetings assigned today with the school counselor because of the programs you're in. And you both know the programs you're in. But as you're heading to the student counselor's office, sort of bump into each other on the way there.
Oh,
Hello, Echo.
hey mate, how you doing?
Fine, I guess.
No, no hard feelings about the dodgeball match, by the way.
Oh. No, I had no feelings for it. So don't worry about that.
Oh,
It was a fun
Oh.
distraction.
yeah. You're here to... What are you doing here?
Oh, I have an appointment.
Oh, I do as well.
After you.
Do we know where it is?
Yeah, you're
It's here,
standing right in
right?
front of the door, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, look, there's a cleverly labeled sign here. Let's head in.
Clever indeed.
Yeah, that's why you guys bumped into each other outside of the door. Yeah, you guys walk in, and you make your way along, and you see that the lady acting as receptionist is Liberty Dove. And she looks up at you and says, "Oh, hi boys, how can I help you?"
We
I
have...
have an appointment.
Yeah, appointment.
Oh, right. I'm sorry, could you give me your names? I'm still trying to get used to everyone.
Terry de Montaigne.
Echo.
Echo...
Echo. Echo.
Echo, Echo?
Just Echo.
Oh, right. Sorry. And she kind of starts clacking away at her computer. And after a moment, she gives a nod and says, "Yep, okay. Alright, if you could both sit down, Liberty Eagle will see you when he's ready." And you both get a moment to sit down and sort of chat to each other as you're, just kind of sitting and waiting in the counselor's, not the office, more like the lobby outside of it.
Waiting area.
Mm-hmm. And you actually see on the sign on this door next to you, this is actually...
So, what are you in for?
But it's necessary.
Say that again? Ethan?
Sorry, yeah, everything glitched out for me for a sec. Yeah, you guys see the sign next to the door that's beside you is not the student counselor's office. You're sitting in the right chairs, but this is actually the office of the monitor, and this is the disciplinary office. And you know that down the hallway, is where you guys will end up going. But you can continue talking to each other.
You just continue. It's a necessary part of the program I'm part of. I have to talk to the counselor every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm just here to chat. Yeah, and he kind of like claps his hands on his shorts. Why couldn't you use your power back in the gym?
They're not well suited for non-harming, I guess is the best way I could phrase it.
What is it suited for? You don't have to tell me what it is, mate. I just want to know what it's suited for.
Causing stress.
How bad?
As bad as I want it to be.
Like, I'm about to get eaten by a sandworm and have no food to last me for 300 days bad, or I have a migraine.
I don't know what a sandworm is, so I can't exactly comment on that.
Long, horrible creatures, like huge. They eat sand and they hate people like me.
I suppose stress I can cause depends entirely on the imagination of the person I'm causing stress for.
Imagination?
Yes.
How you figure, mate?
Well, I don't exactly experience what they experience. I have a general knowledge of what they're feeling. But, well, the difference between understanding what a burn feels like and being burned is quite large.
I see.
Again, I'm not exactly well suited to be a hero. I'm trying to get that part down still, but I'd rather not harm people who are so hopeful.
Why did you make this swap, if I might ask, mate?
Well, being a villain is exactly a happy life. Has no end goal. You're just surrounded by people equally as bad as you, with no future, just doing whatever someone else feels like who's more powerful than you. At least with a hero, I get to do what I want. Well, if I follow the rules.
I mean, if it's anything, I think you made the right choice. He kind of raises his hand for a fist bump.
Another reason why I'm here is to determine that. But thank you for the attempt to comfort. He'd respond with a fist bump.
Echo smiles at him and gives him a small nod as he has a little sparkle in his eyes.
Yeah, roll a comfort or support move, Will.
Oh no. This is a problem because he's currently feeling guilty about... Oh man, that's -3. Oh no, that's not guilty. Never mind. That's guilty doesn't affect that.
Safe.
But I still get a -1.
Don't roll a 5.
Shh.
Don't do it. Roll a 7.
Stop that. Stop it.
Okay, so
That's creepy.
Oh my god.
yeah, Kai, it feels good for somebody to be, talking to you and kind of reaching out to you a little bit. And you can either have Kai mark potential. You can have Kai clear condition. I don't think Kai has any conditions. Or Kai, you can choose to shift your labels if you want to open up to Echo a little bit more.
Kai, do you want potential or label swap?
What does shifting labels entail?
It means you shift one label up and one label down. Obviously, if you're at +3 or -2, you can't go any higher or lower, respectively.
Ooh, Hoggy Woggy.
What do you want, Kai?
I'll take potential.
I'll give him
Okay.
potential.
You get inside.
You get to decide what you get. You can mark potential. And at that, you know that you've been heard. You hear Liberty Eagle say, Echo, you're free to go in.
Oh, Echo kind of, he goes, he seems a little off-put by this. He gives a nod and decides to head in.
Okay. You make your way into this little room, and you see that Liberty Eagle is already sitting in a tiny, blue chair. Not tiny, but he's sitting in a plush blue chair, and he gestures to the couch and says, "Please take a seat."
Echo gives a bit of a bow to him and sits down.
So, your first couple of days at Star Heights Academy. How has it been?
Good, sir. He seems a little unsure of how to reply to this. Besides what happened in biology earlier.
Oh, what happened in biology?
You didn't hear?
Nothing was brought to my attention.
Then nothing happened in biology.
Son, you can tell me what happened. I'm not going to judge you for it.
He sighs. Well, there just was an incident with some slime and it got out of hand and I did nothing to help the situation. I might have caused a bit of distress to a teacher.
Oh dear. Well, that is bound to happen during our time here, what with so many powerful youths. But you clearly did not intend to harm your teacher. You were in biology, you said?
Yes.
Your teacher, I assume, was Chrysalis?
She did nothing wrong, sir.
No, I understand. I'm just wanting to make sure I understand the situation. It is a shame that happened. This is... Well, regardless. I assume you've spoken to her?
Yes, I was going to go to her class later and help her clean up.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Or is she forcing you to do this?
No, I felt bad about it and I wanted to help out.
Ah, and he nods and says, well, once again, that's very kind of you.
Just seemed like the right thing to do, sir.
Well, that is what we're all here to learn, isn't it?
Why did you become a hero?
Oh, let's see. I believe, have you all entered your history class yet?
Entered our what, sir?
Your history class.
Yes.
I do recognize that I am in some of the earlier chapters of your book. Not that I would presume that much of the lesson was focused on me. However, the reason why I became a hero, it does span pretty far back to the Golden Age. And he kind of goes on for a little bit, and you didn't expect such a long-winded response from him. And it's to the point where, like, in the middle of it, you, like, almost sort of lose your attention. You're like, oh, okay, no, gotta pay attention.
Yeah, he almost nodded off, but he's back to it.
You know, he's kind of rambling a bit, but he brings it back around and ultimately gets to his point. And he says, but the real reason why I became a hero was I was fighting for a cause already. I had something to run towards, but once I thought I wouldn't be able to run anymore, I just couldn't accept that. I decided instead to run regardless of the risks. I wanted to keep my dear friends safe and my country safe as well. And I can't say it was too much more than that, really. He says after a long-winded explanation.
Echo's rubbing his eyes, tickling out the sleep. That makes sense. I just was curious because I'm still figuring out why I'm here. It originally was for one reason, and I'm still just trying to figure it out. And he smiles gently at him.
Yes, so from my understanding, you're from another planet? Dimension?
Dimension, sir.
Right. I've never been quite caught up on the various dimensions that exist, as I am quite old-fashioned. If you don't mind me asking, you said you're trying to figure out why you're here. What was your original intention?
He seems to mull that over as if, man, should I tell him? Just most.
It's okay. You can tell me.
For the adventure. It was a nice change of pace, and I thought I could do some good.
He cracks a smile, and he sort of chuckles. And you're able, that for a second you're like, is he laughing at me? But you quickly realize that he finds this amusing for a reason he quickly explains and says, oh, you're much like I was at that age. The adventure. I mentioned that the reason I jumped out of that plane to help my friends is just because I felt that I should, but I can't say that there was none of me that was... Well, I was clearly looking for adventure. I wasn't ready to be done with the fight, and you are looking for something to pursue yourself, some sort of excitement, and that is valuable.
Yeah. Echo seems kind of he seems kind of like mad. He's just kind of putting that together in his head.
You're going to do just fine, Echo, I'm sure.
As long as I don't drop any more snow in class. He kind of chuckles to himself.
Yes, we must all be careful using our powers, especially in an environment such as this. But, moving on to a very important question for my sake and making sure you're doing all right. How have you been adjusting to Earth and Earth's culture?
And he kind of thinks this is what happened with Gabe and a couple other people. Better than most, I suppose. It's still a change because I'm not fighting to survive every day of my life. But the food here is good. He kind of gives a small smile.
Well, I'm very glad that you have access to better food, and I'm very glad you're not having to fight for your life. That said, I do suppose that's what being a hero is about sometimes.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, it wasn't my decision, but if it was, I would have let you in here in a heartbeat regardless. I won't keep you here much longer, but remember that if you ever have any concerns, any questions at all, or if you need some help adjusting, feel free to come by my office at any time, and if I'm not here, I'm likely around the school. Liberty Dove will help you find me.
For sure, sir. And he kind of scoots up, and he does like a very quick bow.
No need to be so formal, son.
Just how I was raised, sir.
That is admirable. Thank you very much.
And he smiles and gives a nod and adjusts his goggles as he goes to...
Okay. He lets you go. And you head on out. And Terry, as Echo comes out, and Liberty Dove gives you a nod as Echo is walking out, as in, you're ready to go in basically whenever you're ready. Yeah, Echo, do you do anything on the way out? Talk to anybody, or are you just trying to leave?
He nods to Liberty Dove on his way out and gives a small smile and a wave.
She waves to you and says, "Goodbye, Echo.
And,
have a good evening."
You too. And he smiles at Terry and just kind of walks by, and then he stops. He turns and spins on his heel and kind of looks at him. Terry, I hope you find what you're looking for.
Thank you, Echo. I hope I do too.
He smiles and gives a thumbs up. And then he heads out.
Okay. And yeah, Terry, you now know that the counselor is free, and you can head on in.
You just get up and walk over. You'd knock before entering.
And of course you hear him say, "Come in."
Come in.
Hello, Terry.
Hello.
Feel free to take a seat.
We'll take a seat.
How have your classes been the past couple of days?
Exactly what I expected.
Is that
Other than that, quite interesting.
I'm sorry, repeat that for me, Kai.
Other than that, quite interesting, he'd say.
He smiles and nods to you and says, "Is this a good thing or a bad thing?"
The course material is rather stale, but people I'm meeting are very interesting.
Well, that's very good. What people in particular are you meeting, and have you taken a shining to any friends, or are you just sort of getting to know your acquaintances?
So, I am just getting to know all of my classmates, but Lawrence and Gabriel have interested me the most.
Well, why is that?
They worry me.
How so?
Lawrence is one good push from doing something quite dangerous, and Gabriel's far too retracted.
This Gabriel is, Gabriel Knox?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, he is, he is an interesting case. He is not in any particular program, but, well, I know of the student you speak of. As for this Lawrence, what makes you say what you do about him?
He's prone to isolation. He's afraid of his own power, which is good. I'd be more worried about him if he wasn't. But that fear is very easily exploitable. Very easy to make him take rash actions. He's a very fun person to be around, though. I just fear that if he's alone for much longer, well, he might do something he'll regret, and I'd rather not that happen.
So you're going to reach out to him?
Most likely. I watched 2 of my other classmates try, just to get a feel for him. I hope they don't mind being my scapegoats, but doing things first is not recommended. Well, at least from my experience. It's always better to observe first.
It's good to be careful, yes. I do wish you luck in that endeavor. I do not remember this Lawrence. Your class is in my government and law 3rd period. Is Lawrence the one with the large hat and scarf?
Indeed.
Right. I do still have to get used to everyone's names. Yes, I do see what you mean. But it is quite admirable that you're thinking of reaching out to him. Well...
Merely trying to prevent things that could prove disruptive to my time here.
Well, that is very good of you. To ask another important question. How are you finding yourself adjusting to... What is the word? I suppose adjusting to the mindset of the faculty and other students here. I do wonder if you find kinship among your peers, or if you're feeling... well, if you're feeling ostracized in any way.
Oh, no. I've been quite straightforward with them all. Some of them are suspicious of me, as they should be, but I find their outlooks refreshing.
That's very good. The first mistake that a lot of criminals do make is lacking that foresight and understanding those around them, so you're doing a very good job, Terry.
Thank you.
Well, I won't keep you here much longer. Do remember that, of course, if you ever have any questions, have any issues, if you just want to talk to me, feel free to come by my office. And, well, we'll be speaking again at regular intervals, but it's never going to bother me if you ever want to talk anymore, okay?
Thank you.
Of course. You have a good evening now, Terry.
You as well.
He nods
And
to
you
you.
just leave.
Lets you leave, yeah. As you're heading out here, Liberty Dove gives you a wave and says, just, have a good evening, Terry.
You as well. And then he just... Before he left, he'd get some water in
Okay.
those little, shitty little white cups.
Yeah.
And then he'd leave.
Yeah, you get some water, you walk out in the hallway, and you notice a few students are kind of straggling at their lockers, just kind of getting their stuff. But you see when you walk out that a few of them kind of, give you the side eye, and just sort of, decide to quickly leave after that, as if, something was keeping them here, but once you come out, it's not really important anymore.
He'd just down the water, and then just walk to wherever his bed is.
Yeah, you're heading back onto the dorms for the evening. And yeah, you head on out, and as everyone else, go to find your bed, a good place to sleep, and relax for the rest of the night. And with that, that's all she wrote. The day is over, of course. Your second day at Star Heights Academy was very exciting, much like your first. You got to know a lot more about the other students that are in your class, and have gotten into a lot of interesting activities. And, there's more adventure to come. But for now, you guys get to rest, relax, and take the next couple of days to adjust to your stay at Star Heights Academy before something very interesting happens, which, as Nightwalker said, will be at the beginning of the next week at school, where you finally get to jump into some training classes with crime fighting. We gotta do our end of session moves. We had our little, our exposition at the end.
Yeah.
Before our end of session moves, we get to go around. Some characters get to do something special at the end of sessions, and overall we all get to do sort of a little talk about it. So I'm going to go down our little list in Discord, and I'm going to check in with each of you personally. So, Will, you get to choose one move at the end for your end of session move. You can grow closer to the team, grow into your own image of yourself, or grow away from the team, based on the events of the last 2 sessions. And of course, all of this is on the second sheet of the Basic Moves PDF, under End of Session. But yeah, how's Echo feeling? What are you feeling in terms of your relations with everybody? And when I say the team, it kind of means your class in general.
I think he's doing good. He's kind of growing better. He's not he's besides really Gabe. He's kind of welcomed by everyone.
Mm-hmm.
No one's really Why are you laughing?
I mean, I've actively groaned when you're near me.
Yeah, that's fair. He's doing good, better than I thought he would be. His personality jives well with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I think, if anything, he's kind of opening up more to people
Okay.
compared to his isolating life, his more isolated life that he came from.
Do you think you're maybe growing closer to your class?
Yeah, I think that is correct.
Okay. Then in that case, who specifically made you feel the most welcome? And, this could also be, an adult or something.
This is going to sound weird, but I do think it's the teacher who actually let him use his powers in class without harping on him.
Mm-hmm. Chrysalis?
Chrysalis, yeah.
Okay. Then you can give influence to that character, which, still goes with the rules of your handbook or playbook. I know that it's got some special rules on influence, but you can do it at the end of session. So give influence to Chrysalis, and you can either clear a condition or mark potential.
I'm going to give her an influence, and since he's helping her after class, does that get rid of the guilty?
We'll say that this is kind of a part of that. Yeah, you can clear your condition and not have to worry about it.
Okay, so I guess I will get. I'll just take the potential then.
Okay. All right. Next, Nicole. How's Alex feeling? And this is based on the last 2 sessions.
She still has some guilt over the incident with Evan, and the condition has not been cleared yet. But getting to do the dodgeball and everything, talking a little bit to some of the people, she's feeling pretty good about most of the teammates.
Okay.
And her relationship to them.
Okay. Is there anyone in particular that has made you feel welcome?
I'd say probably Echo, because he goes out of his way to talk to Alex.
Okay. Then you can give influence to Echo on your character sheet, and you can either clear a condition or mark potential.
I'm gonna go ahead and clear my condition.
Okay, are you gonna stop feeling guilty about Evan? Because remember that conditions are also a roleplay thing.
But I guess...
I mean, it's...
Time has passed.
There's a part of me, too, though, that, at lunch, multiple people were like, I don't know why he's upset, because we're gonna get hurt on accident all the time, and he's kind of holding a grudge at this point.
Well, to be fair, she also hasn't talked to him about it, so she doesn't know what he's thinking.
Well, she talked to him once, but yeah, true.
But yeah, you can do that. I will allow you. I'm just making it clear, if that's what's going on or not.
You know what? I guess I won't do that. I guess I'll do a potential.
Okay. Then you can mark potential. Now, Kai, how's Terry feeling?
Oh, he's fine.
Have you grown closer to or grown away from anyone, or are you sort of finding your own image of yourself?
Not necessarily. He's kind of peeved that none of these events are suited to him, but he was expecting that. Kind of. Not to this extent, though. He's like, wait, I'm actually just a regular person, and all these people have, powers that let them do things physically. And I can't, yeah. So he's feeling a bit upset with that, but other than that, no, he hasn't really grown close to anyone.
Okay. And maybe you're sort of finding your image of yourself. So you sort of, compared to your teammates in your class, you kind of feel normal in comparison to them, at least, physically, right?
Oh, yeah. But, he understood that was probably going to be the case. It's still jarring.
Okay.
To be kind of useless. But other than that.
Then what I'll have you do, I want you to mark mundane up for me, and you can mark any other stat that you want down by 1.
Okay. Progress up mundane. There you go.
Okay, makes sense. All right. Dako, how's Lily feeling? Oh, you're muted.
There you go, my boy, my Bob. Hello.
Hello?
Is it my turn? I have to stand up as your
Yeah,
your Kai.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, how's Lily feeling?
She doesn't want to be here,
Mm-hmm.
but since she has been here, it's been going better than she expected.
Okay. Has anyone in particular made you feel welcome?
I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying. Could I just give influence to both Triffany and Olivia?
Yeah, you
Or
can
do
do
I
that.
have to? Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't care to choose.
Mhm. Yeah, you guys can feel free to give influence to anyone else at any time. Just know that you cannot take away influence at any time. But yeah, so you can give influence to Triffany and Olivia, and you can either clear a condition or mark potential.
I have no conditions, so I won't mark potential.
All right. Finally, Chloe. How's Joey feeling? You've had a lot going on.
She had a great day.
She had a great day.
Yeah, her journal is becoming more full.
Mm-hmm.
She has a lot of designs for herself and for her club.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she just feels really, really great. She's embracing herself.
Okay, cool. In that case, how are you seeing yourself, and how is your sort of image of yourself changing?
The costume and clothes bit was kind of revolutionary for Joey today, and I also want to say, like, I feel like if that initial lesson didn't happen, she might have not been able to, like, stand up to Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
But she is really, like, trying to imagine herself as a superhero and also as now kind of like a person, you know? She's trying to think, you know, I have control to a certain degree over what I present myself as, and what do I want that to look like, basically. So she's kind of like on a journey of self-discovery here.
Okay.
She's going from a blank slate to actually like starting to probably decorate herself in a way, so she can kind of look how she wants to.
Yeah, that sounds very good. With that, you can either mark, because based on what you said, sounds like you either want to mark maybe mundane or savior up. And I guess that's down to, is it more about her finding herself as just a person in general, or are you finding your image as a hero and as sort of like in an icon?
It would likely actually be mundane.
Okay.
Because something about Joey is that whenever she does like discover her quote unquote costume, she's not gonna change out of it. She's going to actually like, if anything, I think it's gonna be funny because her costume is gonna be more like person and human like than what she looks like now, in a sense.
Okay. Then you can mark mundane up and any other stat down if you want. Or no, you have to. But any other stat down that you want.
Okay, got it.
And so which one are you going to mark down, and why is that?
I marked down superior.
Okay.
And it's because she's actually kind of focusing more on just what it's like to be how everybody else is, you know?
Yeah. It's not like, you know, I'm a robot and that makes me better than you. It's, I'm my own person and you are too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a robot and I'm just like you are, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, and I think that is it. Will, you had mentioned something. Did your character playbook have any other things that they do at the end of a session, specifically?
No. We just gotta talk about what Echo told Chrysalis, because there's a condition, or not a condition rather, but something she has to know about him.
Okay. Let me start it back up. Doko, what's your funny end of session thing?
My funny end of session thing, I'm the doomed.
Right, okay. What does that entail?
At the end of every session, I have to answer the question, Did I make
Right.
progress on defeating my nemesis? If the answer is yes, mark potential. If the answer is no, mark your doom track.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I just wanted to ask, would learning the ability that I have now that lets me command my spirits more, would you count that as something I did this session that is like a step towards defeating my nemesis?
In general, first of all, we're looking at like both sessions, so you don't have to worry about something
Okay.
like not counting. And yeah, you're already like, you know, learning to control your powers more. You're coming at a superhero school. I think it's safe to say that you're making progress.
Good. Then my doom track is not full. That was one off.
Okay.
Well, instead, mark potential. Okay, that was it.
Okay. All right. That's it. Time to go to the final scene. Woo! Okay. So we're here for the fun post-session secret scene with Echo.
I apologize to everyone in advance for this.
It's fine. Just a little extra at the end for people to watch
Yeah.
after the credits scene, or after the credits. But yeah, so for our after credits theme scene, fuck, and I'm not gonna start it over either. This is all gonna be in
Yeah, you're.
for the after credits scene. Echo. Of course, you are here in the biology lab. Oh fuck, the music changed. God. All right, here's your music again. Yeah, so you're in the biology lab again. You very, very recently left the student counselor's office, and you headed out here because you promised Chrysalis that you were going to help clean up. So with this scene, do you want it to be like, you know, as you're coming in? Do you want it to be like mid-cleaning, after you guys are getting done cleaning? What's your intention with this?
He's gonna just start right. We may as well just start at the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, then you walk in, and you see that, you know, she is already moving around and kind of just getting to cleaning on her own. When you walk in, she pipes up and goes, "Oh, hello, Echo. Thank you for coming. I wasn't, well, thank you for coming to help me clean up. It is quite the mess. I've gotten started. Here you go." And she, you know, kind of goes over to this table and gets some, you know, cleaning spray and a rag, and walks back over to you and hands it to you.
He takes it and gives a bow, and he's like, Teach, I just wanted to apologize again for what happened.
Oh, no, it's okay, really. I assume you mean about the snow and not the, you know, everything else that happened, which I'm a little foggy on what even caused that situation. I must have left some bad ingredients in one of those batches, but, well, regardless, it's not your fault, really.
In Echo's head, he's like, do I rat him out?
Do you?
No.
Okay.
Echo, actually, no, he kind of pauses, like, I don't think it was you, Teach. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Well, it is my job to worry, right? I mean, I know that today wasn't that big of a deal. The slime creatures, they weren't really that much of an actual threat, and it might have been good that you all got the opportunity to try a little bit of practical combat, but this isn't the class for that, and, well, I don't want anyone to get seriously harmed in my class, and my outburst at the end of class might not have helped that angle, but, well, at least all of the slime creatures are gone.
He just gave her a small, like, smile and raised both hands. He's like, Teach, breathe. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry you have to, see me like this. I'm kind of new at the job, but, well,
You're
you
doing
did very
fine.
well today, though. You summoned this ice creature. What was that?
I don't know the exact... He kind of shuts up and gets kind of really, like, red in the face. I don't know the exact name of it, but and he kind of taps his earring as he tries to summon Spark.
Oh, who's this?
He kind of gestures Spark. He's like, this is Spark. He's kind of like a friend.
Well, hello there, Spark. And she gives a little wave to Spark, and Spark dances around on your your little neck fur. He's quite
He smiles,
cute.
and he's a bit of a troublemaker. He helps me run my gear, and he gestures to his gauntlet and his goggles.
Oh, I see. Like a mobile power source.
Yeah, like that. He's kept me alive for a fair couple of years.
Well, you two have
Where I'm
quite the
from.
bond, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do without him. He kind of pats Spark with his thumb.
Spark nuzzles your chin, and she chuckles and says, "Well, regardless of what that creature was, you called it in here, and I guess that's what I saw. That little light. I saw your friend jump into that creature."
Yeah, yes, he does that so I can give it orders, or else it would just be a feral animal inside of a classroom. And he kind of looks to the side like, ugh.
I am very glad that you're able to issue commands to it. That would have been very bad.
Yeah. Thank you for not, like, losing it on me for using my powers in class. If this was any other class, I might have been in a lot of trouble.
Oh, well, it was all about stopping the situation at hand, and you weren't the only one using your powers. Everyone was, but, well, thankfully, I had a very good class today.
Why didn't you tell Liberty Eagle about what happened?
Oh, well, I haven't quite gotten around to everything yet. In fact, that's not even necessarily my job. It was, Mr. Monitor. Although, it's kind of more complicated than that. It's not like we keep these sort of situations secret. If something needs to be told to one of the teachers, then it is. And Liberty Eagle just... Well, maybe Mr. Monitor thought he didn't need to hear about this. More than likely, though, your homeroom teacher did. Whoever that is.
Okay. I don't know. Thank you for not getting mad at me.
Oh, of course.
He gives her a small smile.
Go on.
No, yeah. I'll just get cleaning. He stops and he pauses and he kind of just sighs. I thank you for giving me freedom of expression as well. I know powers are frowned on in class, even for and he kind of gestures over to the portals or where he was at, and he's like, using my portals to experiment with the slime. That was nice. I do enjoy using my powers, and I don't want to go overboard too much. They can be prone to some accidents if used horribly. And he kind of points down to his legs.
Oh my. Well, of course it is okay. The reason that a lot of teachers are very strict about the use of power is for that very reason. We don't want any of our students getting hurt, but I recognize that a lot of my students are very well aware of this and very well aware of their powers, and I have tact when it comes to this. It seems that you have a lot of control over your powers, maybe a little less control sometimes about what comes out of them, but it seems that there's always a direct intention. So during the experiments, of course, it's not a problem at all. Well, we'll all have to be careful if anything like that happens again, like with the slimes, right?
Of course, man. Thanks, Teach. You, for the record, and don't let anyone else hear this, but you are one of my favorite teachers so far.
Oh, that makes me very happy. Well, I'm glad to be someone's favorite teacher, and I'm not allowed to play favorites, but you're a very good student as well.
Yeah, and he chuckles and rubs the back of his head. Thanks, Teach. I'm gonna get cleaning. Just boss me around where you need me. I'll help.
Well, she looks around the room. I don't think you'll need much direction to find the slime and the stains. But it won't take too long to get out. Catalyst actually made a very special concoction for us. He says it'll get the stains right out, or they'll burn a hole through the floor. But he said that I should try it anyways, and it's his lab, so I'm just gonna do it and not really worry about it. We'll see what happens. I'll play some music for us. Why don't I?
Thanks. He kind of chuckles.
Yeah, and she gets some music turned on, and you guys start using the nurse Catalyst's special concoction, and it seems to clean away the grime very quickly, very efficiently. And yeah, you get to cleaning. Do you want to do the end of this interaction after cleaning, or would you like to call it it?
Sure, we can do the end of the interaction. That being said, though, could Echo take some of this concoction to give to Dago's character later, because she has stains on her hoodie? I don't think she'd have anything to get the slime out.
You ask this while you're cleaning, and Chrysalis remarks that you should probably ask Catalyst, but this was made to clean like hard surfaces, so it might burn clothing.
That is understandable. He makes note to do that, but he gets to cleaning, making sure this place is spotless. Yeah, and she helps you out as well. It seems that she's able to command her swarm of insects to carry various rags as she's basically like, running around the room and spraying, various spots, and then leaving and letting her bugs do the rest of the scrubbing. And yeah, after a while, the classroom is as spotless as you can make it. Obviously, there's some age, some wear and tear on this classroom. Not too much, but enough that it's like, it's been used for a couple of years by super-powered teens. But yeah, towards the end, you get the final stain scrubbed away. It actually looks a little bit cleaner than when you guys were here earlier. And of course, your guilt is absolved after you had a nice heart-to-heart talking with Chrysalis. And, as you stated earlier, giving her influence over you as you value a lot of what she has to say and what she has to think, and very much appreciate, of course, how she values you as a student, which is very important. When he's done, he kind of goes up and offers her the rag and the concoction. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Actually, Ethan, pause. Yep. What music did she put on? This is very important to her lore. She put on some fun, like, currently popular pop music. Oh, that's great. I honestly thought she put on like lo-fi or something. No, she's very much into the big current pop singles. Oh, she reminds me of one teacher I had. He nods and gives it back to her and is like, no problem, teach. Can I ask you a weird question? As long as it's not too weird. Yeah, no, I don't think it is. Too weird. I had to re-say that because I was like, I got caught up on the R in that word. As long as it's not too weird. Too weird. Are you like made of bugs? No, I'm not made of bugs. No. Oh, okay. I just curious because you seem to have a lot of them. Yeah, it's well, it's a little more complicated than that. He kind of goes right in the face. I won't ask anymore. I just was curious because I've where I'm from, you meet a lot of interesting people, and like I've bumped into so many interesting characters, and it kind of shuts up. If we ever have show and tell someday, I'm sure you would have something very interesting to bring to the table, and stories as well. In my work as a hero, I've been dealing a lot with environmental issues on Earth. What is the place that you came from like, if you don't mind me asking? I can show you. Oh, right. With your portals, you can make a portal to where you came from. Then. Yes, and he kind of steps to the side and he puts a portal right here. Okay. And of course, you open it up to Magea. Let me do something fun for us. Oh my goodness. Yeah. You open the portal,
and you show her, of course, your home realm of Magea, which is now known as, kind of like a trash dimension. Used to have a lot of magical influence to it. But yeah, you open up your portal and you show her this wasteland. And at first she seems kind of amazed, and then kind of, somber as she says, "Oh, is the whole world like that?"
Yeah, he kind of sighs. Kind of depressing, isn't it?
Very. There's not any vegetation. She just kind of seems to think on that.
He kind of smiles to her, and he's like, in a weird twist, there is some really interesting things to find here. I've scrounged up so many interesting trinkets, and he kind of gestures to his belt, to like the feathers and the stuff on it, the teeth. It's not the worst place. You fear for your life today, but there is some beauty in it in a weird way.
You see her kneel down next to the portal, and she kind of picks up some of the sand and feels it between her fingers, and she says, "How long have you lived in this place?"
He takes a breath. Fair time since I was really young.
That is quite a shame. And you said it's always been like this?
Since I've been here, yeah.
Well, you're quite the survivor.
He kind of chuckles, thinking of one particular person, one particular person. Or creature, rather.
It's a person.
Or two, actually.
Don't be like that.
Person and creature. Two people. Well, you can count Spark as a person. I've had help. It's not like I've been alone.
Oh, yes, but living in a wasteland like that must be quite difficult. I mean, it seems like something's on her mind, but it doesn't. It seems like she's kind of having issue with if she should say what it is or not.
Can I roll to pierce the mirage?
Yeah.
Okay. Her literal mask she is wearing. No.
No, yeah, you don't really know what she's thinking. But, of course, you can always feel free to verbally ask.
This I know you said you worked with nature, Teach. Is this upset you?
It does. This isn't a desert.
He kind of freezes at that, like his whole life has been a lie. What do you mean it's not a desert?
Well, maybe it would be called a desert now, but there's too much ash in the sand.
He looks down at the dirt and he pulls down his goggles and he's going to do the zoom enhance just to confirm what she's saying.
Yeah, weirdly enough, you've never really paid attention to it because you've never been looking for it before. And the sand has always been kind of discolored. But that was just normal for the place that you were at. But looking over it and zooming in, yeah, there's a weird amount of ash mixed in with the sand. And she just sort of stands up and she just says, "It just doesn't seem like that's what that place should look like. Do you know if anything happened?"
He kind of pauses and he's like, "What the and then he kind of stops himself, even though it's an alien curse word. He stops himself before the teacher hears it and goes, I'm pulling you aside, Ethan. I'm trying to remember, would he know about that?"
So, you have heard rumors from people that live in this dimension, because obviously now, Magea is known as, basically the trash dump of multi-dimensional levels. But you know that it used to be called the Realm of Magic. So, what's up with that, right?
What's up with that?
There are rumors that something happened, but no no confirmation about anything. And if anything did happen, it must have been so long ago that no one you've ever spoken to would have seen it.
Echo kind of pauses, thinking this over as he pulls up his goggles back on his forehead. Some of the scavengers and people I've run into, they mentioned this place used to be called the Realm of Magic, and then something happened. It's unsure what happened, but it's been a literal, not exactly a dump. I don't want to say I live in a dump, Teach, but it's just been a mess ever since.
And at that, I will bring us back to biology class. Yeah, she looks, she's kind of looking through the portal, and she sort of shakes her head after, kind of having a thought like she wanted to say something, but then shaking it off and says, well, regardless of that, it is disappointing, but you made it, you survived, and you're here now, so you get to be in a much better place now.
Yeah, as I told Liberty Eagle, food here is great, much better than what I was eating there, and he just kind of closes the portal.
Oh, I can imagine. It looks like that place would not have much wildlife.
No, the sandworms will get you, though.
Oh. Well, I'm glad that you're here.
Thank you. Teach, if you ever wanted to, see that place again, feel free to ask.
Oh, I could not ask that of you, and, well, I have plenty of jobs to do here, but maybe one day the school will let us go on a field trip.
No. He literally says, no.
Maybe that's not the best idea with such a dangerous place.
Yeah, it's really not. We should not do that.
Well,
He kind of chuckles at that, kind of like.
In any case, I do have some work to get done at the end of my day here. But thank you very much for coming by and helping me clean this out. You're a sweetheart.
Oh, thanks, and thank you for letting me help you out.
Oh,
He smiles and
of course.
he gives a polite bow.
Yes. Well, I will see you on Thursday for our Thursday class. Make sure
Yes.
not to be late, and
I won't.
well, just make sure to study what we went over today.
How to fight deadly slime?
The other thing, the lesson about you just reread chapter 1.
Okay, yeah, of course. He kind of chuckles and rubs the back of his head.
All right, you take care now, okay, Echo?
You too, Teach. And he kind of coughs and just goes out, kind of laughing and face palming.
Yeah, you walk out into the hallway. Yeah, the door closes behind you. And yeah, I mean, what are you thinking?
He's happy he made a friend with a teacher, and that he has someone he can trust, and that he kind of shared a little bit of his past life with.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just happy. He's putting down his roots, as it were.
Yes, of course. And speaking of putting down your roots to sort of help drive that home, do you go home to sleep, or do you go to sleep in your dorm?
He is going to go sleep in his dorm.
Okay. Then as you're laying down roots, getting to know people, and getting adjusted to your new life here, you move on to your dorm, and, the rest of the evening unfolds as it would. But you're left with that one nagging thought about what she mentioned, that weird thing that may or may not have happened in your dimension. The fact that someone who is as into, keeping up with the environment and its health as she is, immediately noticed something was off. But there's nothing to be done about it, and what's in the past is in the past. The next time on Star Heights Academy, we'll get to see some more classes, see some more crazy action, and, Echo can get to